者は誰？死者は誰？
The dramatic sound effects. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo, wee woo. Hi. How are you, dorks? Oh. Come on, phone. Please land in the charging spot. I have a little desk charger. There we go. Studying, so I'll be halfway lurking. Oh, shit! How are you doing, Asian? And how are you doing, Sunny? I hope you guys are having a good day. You're studying, so I'll be halfway lurking. Don't worry about it. You keep on studying. You be a fantastic individual. Here, let me adjust the camera just a smidge. Maybe a little bit this way. You're still coughing a lot? That's unfortunate. I hope you feel better soon. I always hated that lingering cough I got. But real quick, I am doing a multi-stream today. I'm playing with a friend, and later on someone's going to be joining a little bit later. But we're going to be playing Devour today. I have a multi-Twitch thing set up, exclamation multi. I think it's in the title as well. So if you guys want to, say hello to everyone, it'll be through there. Though Lady Astrand is not actually up. Say is not up yet. Oh no, I'm sorry. Well, good thing is the semester's not over. I have full faith. You got this, Sonny. But we plan to start like as soon as I went live, basically. So I'm gonna hop in their Discord and basically hang out and play games. Is the idea. I know nothing about the game we're playing, just that we can play together, and I'll probably shit myself. The classic. Yeah, no worries, Sonny. I have full faith. Let me join their VC now. Um, I feel like my voice sounds like I'm a boy going through puberty. I felt that. Did anyone redeem first yet? I'm not gonna. No one has to. I'm just curious. Oh fuck! I'm not wearing my ring. Hold up. I was. Hold up. This is not acceptable. Where is it? Got it. It was in my exercise pants because lifting weights with ring is kind of really painful. First, oh shit! All right, hold on. I'll add Sunny to the thing first. Real quick, if I can be smart about it, and then I'll hop in the Discord with Hawkeyes. I'm telling Sleep Sophia. Exposed. Desu. Okay. Edit. There we go. I miss Sophia. Yeah, she's been really busy with work and stuff. Her sleep schedule. She sleeps like when it's. She should be sleeping. I should say, she should be sleeping when it's 2 p.m. my time. So like, she's not around to stay as late as she used to, like back in the day. But it's for a good cause. So I miss her too. I miss her too. But soon I'll be with her. So I have full faith. Anywho, I'm gonna join the Discord, and yeah, 9 p.m. bedtime is pretty rough. Like, it's rough. She used to stay up until like 3 a.m. Now she sleeps like 6 hours earlier. So but yeah, I'm gonna join the Discord. I'm gonna hang out with them. We're gonna play Devour and do a dog pile on Sophia. Yeah, do it in Discord. In the Hugs channel. Or I guess I'm not sure if the Hugs channel still works, and it's really weird and buggy now. But it'd be pretty cool. We should do a maid commander thing again. But yeah, I'm gonna join the Discord. He's waiting on me. I feel bad. So I'm gonna hop on here. Let me launch the game as well. And boom. Okay. I have joined the Discord. We're both muted right now. I'm not sure if he knows I'm in. I'm still not a part of your Discord? Oh, it happens. It happens. Don't worry about it. I was gone for a while, so. Let me set up the game so you can actually see the game. Scuff Suga, classic. There we go. As you can see, I have antlers now. Apparently. It's just that. But it looks like I have fucking antlers if I just do this. Hello. Alright. Let me say hello. Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello.
Is that the Hawkeyes?
Ma'am, this is a Wendy's.
Oh. I know nothing about this, so you'll have to help me through it.
That's fine. Don't worry about it. I have to adjust everything. I was just in my just chatting screen, just bitching about everything breaking, like right before I started streaming. I'm having a great day. It's fantastic.
Oh, I mean, if a stream is not scuffed, are we really streamers? You know?
Yeah. The worst part too is the only thing that changed since last stream and today is I installed Adobe InDesign. That's the only thing that changed. And all of my audio software just decided to take a huge shit. So half hour before I start streaming, I'm like, I have to redo all my VSTs and all my outputs.
That sounds actually stressful.
It was very stressful. So I'm like, hopefully I sound about the same as I did before. Did real rough test, but now it's not. I use the Elgato Wavelink, and it's just not cooperating at all right now.
Oh.
It's like the stream output thing is just not responding. I can't adjust any levels, so I'm like, well, everybody's gonna listen to the monitor mix, and we're just gonna deal with it.
At least we're playing a game like this where audio can you can get away with not great audio because it adds to the ambience at least.
Correct.
I mean, look at the settings actually. Language? You can play in a different language. What?
You can indeed play in a different language.
Look, sensitivity, field of view. Should I change that at all?
Nothing happened. No, I would not change that at all. Unless you want a really bad time or you have like a curve monitor, I wouldn't worry about it.
I do have a curve monitor.
Is it like an OLED monitor, like a big curve or like a subtle curve?
It's a subtle curve, I guess. I'm not sure what defines a big curve or a subtle curve. I just know it's curved. Hold sprint. I like to, yeah, hold is good. Look smoothing. I mean, head bobbing. That's a setting. Arachnophobia safe mode. There's spiders in this game?
One of the maps, yes.
Fuck.
Oh, I need to restart my game. Son of a bitch. Because I added you as a friend after I launched the game, so it doesn't recognize that I added you.
Hmm.
It's all good, guys. I'm 0 for 5 tonight. We're doing great. Streamer moves. Doing fantastic.
It could always be worse, at least. Like,
My
internet
very
could be
first
down.
stream ever didn't even go this off the rails.
Oh no.
This is rough, bud. I'm having a day. And then I click single player mode like a complete fucking scrub. Here we go. Now
Wait, you can mute jump scares too? Oh, this game is so nice to people. Yeah, why would you? Why would you?
Offline mode by chance? Because I don't see you.
Oh, am I?
It says you're offline.
My Steam has been freaking out today for some reason.
Last online one day and 18 hours ago. What were you playing you didn't want people to know? That's the real question.
Nothing. I would think I was just playing Slay the Spire, if anything. I can't even open my friend's chat. Like, I can't. I need to. Let me close the game. Let me just close Steam and restart it.
Try again. We're doing great, guys. We'll play again. Don't worry. The first hour is just gonna be us bullshitting. It'll be fun.
Yeah, this is all intentional. It's part of the experience.
Oh, I know why. Yep, that's why.
Hey, now I'm online.
Hey, what do you know?
Now I can launch the game. I can play it in VR. Why do people play horror games in VR? I get why. I get it. But like, why? So you've played this before, right?
I have indeed played this before multiple times.
Has Say played it before?
She played it for her first time with me last week.
Okay. So you guys are the experienced players. Experienced players.
We can go with that. I have experience. I don't know if I would call myself an experienced player.
Go to hell.
I love how Bixby thought I was talking to it. What is happening tonight? Why is everything?
Honey.
I don't even have my heart rate monitor turned on. I'm such a fucking noob. I was not prepared. I was good like an hour before stream. I'm like, good, we're good. I got all this. The baby's in bed. She ate. She's asleep. We're good. And then
I tried Phasmo in VR once and it was horrible. It made me more motion sick than anything. Oh god, that sounds awful.
there we go. Heart rate monitor.
All right, I'm testing push to talk. How was that?
I can hear you. Maybe question mark.
Maybe question mark.
Maybe question mark. Are you push to talk in Discord? Is that what you're doing?
In game.
In game? Oh, I have in game muted, so I couldn't tell you. It's not gonna matter to be honest, because this isn't a game where the monster hears you. So.
Okay. All right, that sounds good. Because I was just curious if I should have my mic on at all times and suffer just in case, or not.
No, it doesn't. Nothing in here can actually like hear you to detect you.
Okay.
So it doesn't really matter. And the proximity voice chat in game on this is kind of really janky. So I don't use it. Nobody really uses it.
Okay.
All right. Let's see. We could probably get one map in before Say comes. She said she'd probably be about an hour late anyway. So
Let's get out of here.
we'll start basic farmhouse normal.
There's like perks and stuff. There's different characters and interesting.
Yeah, as you complete maps, you get experience.
2006.
You unlock tokens to unlock
California's
perks.
Coyote Valley is
Okay.
blistering under the summer sun. Anna,
How's the game? Is it too loud, Sonny? It sounds pretty loud for me, so I'm curious if it's loud for you.
Not been seen for weeks. After her succession,
Gonna get food? No worries, Asian.
Anna
You
became
take care.
obsessed with the idea of summoning Azazel.
Enjoy your food. I had something to eat too.
For 2
Before.
years, Anna experimented with rituals found in ancient texts as she searched for a way to raise the goat demon. The group
I'm gonna lower the game
fears that
just a
she has
touch.
finally achieved her goal.
Bring it down to 70%.
Disastrous consequence.
Is that better, or is it too quiet now? Because I just lowered it.
As one of her most trusted followers, you have arrived at Anna's house to find out what or who has gone wrong.
It's good. All right. Waiting for host to start the game. So I know absolutely nothing about this game, so this will be interesting. Hawkeye is pro. Press F to toggle flash.
There you go.
Okay. Oh shit! There you are. What's the game like? Is it laggy? Is the game laggy? Okay. So we see chains. Oh shit. Oh, okay. You can hop in this game.
Care about map lore? There's like notes and stuff around, like these that you can read.
Let's see. It wasn't easy rounding up the goats for the summoning ritual. Good thing I had so much damned hay. I'm starting to wonder if it's a good idea to do this alone. Nathan always told me I should be fine. Blah, 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 blah. I feel strange, like my skin is burning. What the fuck? What? What? His skin is burning. My mouse is like stuck. There we go. There we go. Okay. Okay. I grabbed hay. I don't know why I did, but I grabbed hay. What the oh, that's a... Okay. Great start. Okay. I see demon goats. Oh, wait. Are you talking in game at all? Yeah, he totally did earlier. I'm not trolling. He did.
No. It's fine. Talking to myself, observing your goat obsession.
What is this? The fuck?
So you're gonna want the haystack. The haystack is for luring goats.
Okay.
Goats go in this pot, and then bad things happen.
And then okay. Okay. That's not
Use this
foreboding
right
at all.
to go into here. And if you're talking to me, I can't hear a damn thing you're saying.
Oh, right, because he muted the thing. Here. Do this. Hello? Is that better?
I can hear you now, yeah.
Okay, I forgot you muted in-game.
Yeah, I don't use the in-game because it Especially if I have to rely on the monitor mix because I don't have a stream mix for my
Mhm.
audio, that would double up everything, and that would be terrible.
No, I get that. I get that. So, goats bad.
Goat's good.
Goats
Bad
good.
things happen to goats.
Bad. What bad things happen to goat?
Yeah, it's fine.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm pouring things in.
Yeah. It's just we're making a soup.
A soup of goats? Oh.
Yeah. There's a key over here.
Okay, I'm coming.
Yeah. I'll let you pick it up. So unfortunately in this game, inventory is not shared. So you have to kind of remember who has what key.
Okay. Cage key.
Yes. So you're gonna go let out all those goats that we saw earlier.
Okay, I can do that. Wait, what's this? This is everything the Watchers hope for. It's almost time to sacrifice the goats, and it needs to be me. Involving anyone else now could break my bond with Azazel, so it's a demon thingy.
Azazel. Azazel is like the main theme in this game. I noticed that a lot of games that came out around this time are all themed around Azazel. I don't know if I missed like a pop.
There must have been
Azazel
something.
thing or what.
Probably some sort of show or something.
Must have been. Would be my guess.
All right, goats. Eee. Hi, goats. Oi, goats.
We follow the goats.
Oh, we have to follow the goats?
Oh yeah.
Oh, they go inside the house?
Yeah, they broke the door down. The goats are so strong they broke this door. They ain't got time for your bullshit. Or my bullshit.
Okay, I see. What's
Batteries
this?
like this are helpful. Pick it up and push R. Gives your UV light some extra charge. You should see in the upper right corner you have a orange.
Wait, so my flashlight disappears?
The UV light will. So your UV should be right click by default, I think. That's
Oh.
to fight demons, but it's limited, so you want to be careful because it.
Oh, I just used quite a bit.
Yeah, it goes really fast and it's slow to recharge. It's kind of a crapshoot.
Okay, I see. I can hear Azazel's voice in my head, his rage in my veins. Okay, Eminem. I can't stop the strange words pouring from my mouth. As I speak them, his minions are rising all around me, and it ends there. Cool. Hey, Orgasmic Fries, what's up? How are you doing? A key. I found a key.
Grabbing this.
To the basement.
All right, that goes up the stairs over there. Right over there.
This thing? Bruh. No shot. Do I lose the keys? Do I lose the keys after I use them?
No. I mean, they're all kind of like one use anyway, because once the door's open, it's open.
Yeah.
And you'll just progress down that hallway.
Wait. Where are you?
It's stockpiling gasoline.
So you want me to go down the hallway by myself?
I mean, I'll come and hold your hand. It's okay. I just needed to put the gas out or I'd forget about it before we start shit. I see you found things.
Uh-huh.
Oh, look, gasoline.
What's
Yeah, man.
that?
It's fine. She just, it's okay. It's alright.
Oh. Oh, I see her now. I was just...
She just wants a hug, that's all.
I don't like hugs.
I mean...
I'm allergic.
I'm allergic to this level of bullshit.
Oh, fuck. I just recognized you standing there. Okay. Great start.
I can go this way. So now some of these doors will be open, others will be locked. It kind of randomizes each map.
Okay.
The library key. There's also like roses and stuff around. They're collectibles.
Your character just made a really interesting noise.
As well.
Your character made a very, very interesting noise just now.
Yeah. You can use 1, 2, 3, and 4 for voice commands. Mine are all just kind of groans because I'm playing as a demon.
Oh. Makes sense.
It's because this skin is demon specific, so I might as well just use it since I went through the trouble of getting it.
Yeah. Forget it. Yo. Shit. No way. Nope. Nah. Yep.
Oh, my character has things too. That's cool.
Yeah. No way. Nope.
Ooh.
I'm fucking scared. I feel that.
Alright, do you have a piece of hay with you? Yeah, cool.
Yeah, I got one.
So when you find a goat, you want to just drop it on the ground and then wait. The goat will walk over, start to eat it, and then while the goat's eating the hay, you snatch it up.
Oh, okay.
The reading room key.
Seems simple enough.
Yep.
Oh, I'm stuck.
I'm gonna run this gasoline outside.
I'm better. Had infuriating dating with the healthcare crap.
Nothing
Healthcare crap.
terrible
That doesn't sound
happens
nice.
At this stage, so it's somewhat safe to explore.
She's standing there on the stairs though.
Just don't stare at her. You'll be fine.
Oh, okay. I won't do that.
Until
I
you
won't.
start doing the bad things with the goats, she's not aggressive. Unless you stare at her,
That's
then she'll get
nice.
aggressive.
Okay, so don't stare at her like I was just doing.
Yeah.
Cool beans. No, the American healthcare system is a fucking joke,
But
though.
had the
I feel that.
opportunity to be an asshole, and I didn't take it.
Nani? What does that mean?
I could just let you keep staring at her.
True. Fair enough.
Let's see. All right, I think we got enough gasoline out here to do the
Grabbing
things.
this.
I don't.
Grabbing
have the
this.
key. You got the
No
TV
way.
room key though.
No way.
Guest bedroom.
It's you.
Hey, see if we can find some goats. You should be able to unlock this door, I think. You
Where'd
have
you
the
go?
office key.
I lost you. Oop. I lost you. Where'd you go?
Hell if I know. There you are.
Ooh, flower. Hi.
Shh.
This
Try
one?
that door? Yeah. Yeah. Start-
Hey.
There's not a goat in here. Oh, there is a goat in here.
Yoink.
Alright. Go
Get,
find one more so we both have a goat.
get wrecked, nerd.
We probably have to go upstairs. Oh, wait. You have the TV room key. Let's go here.
This one?
Yeah. I mean,
Okay.
the office has 2 doors, unfortunately, but the TV room is here.
Oh. I see.
Is there a goat in here?
There is.
Yes.
Ooh, there's also an Atari.
Oh, yeah. Can't really read what game they have, but
The
oh, they did
Uncertain
update this.
and the Zeeth
Sector?
sector. What?
I don't know. Never heard of it.
Definitely haven't played it.
All right, come here, goat. Come here, you little bastard. Oh, yeah. This is the proper way to hold goats, in case you didn't know.
What the fuck? Am I holding a goat like that right now?
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, you are.
Oh god. I'm sorry, goat.
This is not a chicken. All right. Go,
Okay.
go put your goat in the soup.
I feel bad.
They're demons. It's fine.
The goats are demons?
Yeah. See the little
Alright.
red eyes?
Say less.
Oh, no, that's not how you do that.
Oi, come back. Oi, oi.
Here's
Oi.
another piece of hay.
Gosh darn it. I played myself.
You did. Everybody does that at least once. You gotta figure out where it ran to. Oh, there he is. He didn't make it far. It's right behind you. There you go.
Okay. Got him.
Nice. You use the interact key.
Yeah. Okay, that's fair. That's fair. That's fair. Alright, sorry, goat. Get in there. Wait, what just spawned over there? Aww.
It's fine.
Uh-huh.
It's fine.
Hi? I can kill demons in this.
Mm-hmm.
Ah. What about the lady?
Hey. No, but you can stun her with the UV light.
Oh.
The more we progress in this, the more difficult she'll be to stun. She sounds angry.
The touch. Can she go outside?
Oh, yeah. There are no safe places. Just to put that out there.
So what happens in case I die?
Oh, shit, run. No, she's gonna get me. Oh, no, no. Okay, well, I got. So that happened. So I have to find a first aid kit and pick my ass up.
Okay.
Looks like she dropped me off in the foyer. And there's plenty of med kits around. I see a flashlight. I see you. There's a med kit right here.
You do this. I can do this.
Hey. Alright. She's right there. We need to find more goats. Also need to find more hay.
What a neat little room. I have hay. Ooh, a goat.
Speaking of a goat. Hey, a goat.
What's up, demon goat? How you doing? Oh, it's so cute though. It's mine.
It's so cute. So you barbecue it. A piece of hay. Go find more goats. There's gonna be. We have to release the rest of the goats too. There's a second cage full of goats up in the attic.
Oh, I see. Ooh, pumpkin. Ooh, I'm heading outside, I guess, with the goat I have.
All right.
Okay. I get the premise a little bit. Oh, fuck. Okay. Demon. Yeah, burn, bitch. Got you, fool.
If they touch your ankles, they stop you. They stun you, and then they just claw at your ankles till you're dead.
Ah,
Yeah.
okay. That's fair. Do I have to light the fire first before I put the goat in, or?
No, it can go in either order. It's usually better when we first start out to put a goat in there, and then everybody else gets a goat. That way you have like one kind of preloaded.
Oh, okay.
But first time playing, it's wasn't gonna make a big deal. Or try to, pro strat aim them.
Right. Woo. What happened now?
Every time you burn a goat, she gets unhappy.
Oh, that's her?
Yeah.
I hear her all the way out here?
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. She's like right below me, so it was quite loud in my experience. You're not safe out there, by the way.
I don't feel safe anywhere right now.
You shouldn't. Hiding also doesn't work. So if you're crouching behind something, it's
What?
good in theory, bad in practice.
Oh no. Oh no. Did the game get darker?
Maybe.
It's not as bright as it used to look.
Good possibility. I've never noticed. Oh, she threw that door open. She knew I was in here. She is having none of my bullshit. That's for damn sure.
She upstairs?
Yep.
Oh. Hello. Hello. Yeah, there's no lockers to hide in. I'm boned. No lockers anywhere for me to hide in.
Yeah. Not that kind of game. We do not have enough gas. We don't have as much gas as I thought we had. We need to get more.
So we need 10 goats.
10 goats.
Okay.
If we make it to 8 out of 10, we want to stop at 7.
She don't sound happy.
No. Once you hit the 8 out of 10 threshold, she just never calms down.
Okay.
So I want to strategize that a bit.
Okay.
Oh, there she is. You're gonna want to run after me. We need to stun her at least 2 times to get her to stop.
Oh. Fucking terrified. I'm fucking terrified. Oh, fucking demon. Get off me, dude! Get off me!
Demon, grab your ankle.
Almost did. Oh, there's another one.
They love the ankles.
Oh, fuck. I'm scared. I'm on edge, but at least I can kill some demons. At least I can fight back a little bit, you know? It's not often I get a game where I can fight back. Ew.
She was like right on my ass. She's giving me a little prostate exam. Okay. Alright, she's pacified for right now, but it won't stay that way.
Okay.
How many goats are we at?
4 out of 10, last I saw.
I need to get one more gas can. We also need to find the key for the attic cage.
Oh! Oh, fuck me. These demons are spooking me.
Yeah, the more I progress, the more spawn and the faster they get. Which is not an ideal situation, to be honest.
I'm fucking terrified.
They can very quickly get to the point where it's out of hand and out of control. She's still just patrolling outside, apparently.
Outside? So I'm
Yeah,
good
she's
inside.
Yeah.
Okay. Ooh, that's a shiny piece of armor. Or
Alright.
statue.
We have enough gas cans now, so we can focus on goats and keys.
Let's see. I have cage, basement, TV room, and office.
Alright, so it sounds like all of your keys have been used.
Yeah.
I don't think we've explored much the other part of the second floor, which is probably where the rest of them are going to be.
I'll head back upstairs then. Oh, I see your flashlight.
Found a goat. Found a key. Attic cage. The key I was just talking about. Fantastic. Also have a goat.
We're heading up right now.
SpaghettiOs.
What does that mean?
Means Yangi. Oh, she knew right where I was. That was some bullshit. Stunned her, but she ain't gonna stay that way. Nope, don't go that way.
No, okay, go down, go down. I go down, I go down. Say less. I love going down.
Oh, I hear her feet. Something sounds gross.
She's right behind you.
Oh, that makes me feel great.
I stunned her, I think.
Okay. Oh, her eyes are red. Oh, fuck me.
No, why me?
She...
Back off! Back off!
She's pacified. We're good. Man, she was like on your ass.
Ooh, that was fucking terrifying.
Yeah. Oh yeah. It gets worse. I mean, it gets better.
Surely.
Alright, I'm gonna go let the rest of the goats out.
Boy,
That was all.
I got ankle grabbed.
Well, that's not good.
They're everywhere.
Yeah. Yeah, they can really quickly get out of hand if you're not careful. Alright, the rest of the goats have been released.
Okay.
We're running of the goats. I think we have opened all the rooms. Now it's just a matter of where the goats go.
I have a question. Is the demon thing, is it like do they have like an HP system, or do I have to do like a full burn on my UV thing to get them?
I'm pretty sure they have like an HP. So if you run out of UV, if you're lucky enough to recharge any before they kill you.
Okay.
Stacking UV is pointless though.
Feels
So
strange, like my skin is burning.
Like on Anna or on a demon, it doesn't matter.
Okay.
It's actually just wasteful at that point.
Gotcha, goat. Come here.
Nice. I too am searching for a goat, but my search does not turn anything up. I'm pretty sure I put a goat in the cauldron anyway, so we have to come and burn it before we can use them.
Okay. I'm not sure where the cauldron is, but
The big
I think
soup pot.
I'm just lost is what I meant.
Oh, gotcha. Uh-oh.
Doko? Where?
Whoa. Alright, here we go.
Nani?
I'll throw that goat in as soon as
We're halfway there. Whoa.
Whoa.
Oh god.
Oh, she
Ah! She got close to me. That's so loud. Oh no.
Oh shit.
Oh god.
I hear a goat. There's a literal goat right here. It's just chilling. Oh, it was the one you dropped probably.
Oh, baby.
Oh, she didn't take you very far.
No, I am downstairs, it seems like.
Surf.
That made me jump. That made me jump too. Fucking spooky ass lady.
Alright, cool. I love when she just bogards the person.
Ooh, there's a goat in the basement as well, it seems like. Oh, thank you.
Goat in the basement.
Yeah. Right there. Wait, where'd you go? It's over here. Grab this flower I just saw.
Where are you, little bastard? See no goat?
It was by the
Oh,
table.
right here.
Yeah.
I have the dining table set up in the basement. That's where I too eat my food. It's in the basement.
Right? Like for sure that's where I eat.
Far
I will never go anywhere else. She really just spooked me. She got me.
Oh yeah.
She got me.
Yeah.
That she got me.
I'm gonna need you to burn the goat that's in here right now.
All right. Sorry, demon goat. I mean, you're a demon,
6.
but
All right. So that's 6. Yep. So I have the 7th one. So we're gonna want to stop here until we get all through. Okay, go ahead and just light that bastard up.
all right.
So now we're gonna want to get one in the cauldron, and then we both want to have one.
One in our hands. Okay.
Yeah.
Feeling lucky? I am. Achievement unlocked. Not really concerned. I just got my ass handed to me.
Achievement get. She is not happy.
No. I can't say she is. Oh, that was light for a second. I could see. For a split second. Fuck! Thunder's loud. Okay, I don't feel lucky anymore.
No.
Be gone! Be gone, ankle demons, be gone. I found another one. I'm gonna go put it in the cauldron. Whew. Fuck, that lightning is loud. That lightning is loud. That's
It is
great.
very loud. The ambient sounds are quite loud.
That's absolutely phenomenal. Fuck this game. Okay, now I have to go find another goat, right?
Yes, sir.
But where would it be? That's the question. Have you found one yet? Oh, fuck! She's chasing my ass!
Uh-oh. She gets it.
Catching at me! My UV light wasn't enough! I UV'd her! She's cheating!
If her eyes are red, she's immune to it.
I don't know where I'm at.
I think she's still
she's-
taking you places.
She's giggling.
Oh, I
hacking.
found you. I see you. I'm on my way.
Hacking jerk. Does she stop being angry after I'm down?
Yes.
Ah, okay. That's not as bad. I'm going inside the house. Oh, go on the bottom of the stairs. I lost my hay.
There's a goat there. I'm just about out of UV and she's getting angry. Fuck my life.
Oh. He's getting heated.
Yeah. That was terrible from start to finish.
Where's the health pack?
There's a couple right around me.
Okay. She stops being angry, right? Surely.
Yeah, but it's not for very long.
Wow.
Definitely want to get these goats and get the fuck out of here.
Okay, where's that goat I just saw?
Going down the hallway. You got it? Okay.
Yeah, I got it.
That means we need to find one more.
Oh, fuck.
That's gonna be the hard part, is finding this last one.
She's chasing me, I think.
Uh-oh. You better go. You better run.
I'm in the basement.
Run.
Oh! 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 Fuck. Okay. Okay. I have my two. I have my two. Oh, she's actually on me.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Okay, you better run.
I'm running back to you.
Better get the pumped up kicks. There's a demon right here, be careful. Just waiting to grab somebody's ankle. We have to stun her 3 times to pacify her, so
Okay.
fair warning. It's very dangerous to do this in the house.
Understandable. 'Cause she one-shots.
Yeah. And she can just come right around a corner and fuck your whole day up.
Yeah.
There she is.
Be gone, foul beast!
Go. Run, 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 run. She is very speedy at this point, too.
Oh, she's zooming.
Yeah. She sounds like a broken 2-stroke engine.
Oh.
Alright, we gotta get her one more time. Still got red eyes, though.
Fuck. God damn, she's fast! Shit!
Alright, she's pacified for now.
Okay. Surely the last goat's probably upstairs then, right? I'm guessing.
Ooh, boy, I fucking hope so. Oh, fuck me.
Wouldn't thou like to live deliciously?
Demon startled the shit out of me. Go, 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 go. I'm stuck.
Checking the attic. Checking the
Where the
attic.
fuck am I? In a corner, apparently. How I got stuck in the corner. I don't even hear said goat.
I don't see a goat.
Was there one in the attic?
Well, I didn't fully check it. I didn't see one though. Oh, it ran out of UV.
Ah, shit. That's bad. That's very bad for all of us.
What does that mean?
She's Angie. I don't know where she is.
She's downstairs, 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 don't touch me! Don't touch me! I lost my goat!
Have a piece of hay, I can get your goat. Where's she taking you upstairs?
She is? Hey, Mama!
Health pack? Probably not. Let's see a health kit. Med pack.
Oof, ad? Insta ad as soon as you come in? Oh god, hopefully it's not a long ad.
Maybe go all the way downstairs, probably. Oh, I'm getting ankle grabbed.
If I was a goat, where would I be?
Last few minutes of these maps are the most stressful.
I can see that. I believe it. I believe it.
Oh, I heard the goat. Where's the goat? You little bastard. You with me here now. Oh, shit. Might be the one you dropped, actually. Uh-oh. Oh, that's bad. Where's our health kit? Here we go. Jesus. Oh, that's terrible for me. That's real bad news for me.
She's running upstairs?
Yeah, she got angry like on the stairs I was on. Turn around. I don't know where she is.
I don't know where I am. I think she's right in front of the door.
It's fine. That guy sounds like he's in a lot of distress.
What? Did you grab the goat?
No. Oh shit. It's not where I thought she was.
Alright, where'd you go?
Took me outside very conveniently.
I found one of the goats.
Yeah, I think it's still the goat you dropped. I have no idea where the second.
Oh, I see the other one. It's right in front of the door.
God damn, I see it. It's health kit right here.
Oh,
Alright, if we can do this
I'm gonna go grab the other goat real quick.
quickly.
It was in the house eating.
Alright, Anna's right behind you, just FYI.
I need hay. I need hay.
Oh, I found the other goat.
I need hay.
There might be some out front. Next, apparently.
Okay.
Oh, she's getting angry. Shit. Just a piece of hay missing here. That ruins my plan.
I'm coming for goat soon.
Oh, she's coming right for me.
Okay.
She's out by the fire pit, just heads up.
I'm now running towards the fire pit to my last goat.
You have the goat?
I have a goat. Yes, I have the last goat.
Okay. I also have a goat.
Oh, she's on my ass. Nay! Nay! She got me.
I found the goat you dropped.
I got thrown in the basement.
Okay. Okay. I dropped this goat.
I'm climbing outside.
Is there any health kits in your immediate vicinity?
Not that I can see.
All right. This is gonna get real hairy real fast.
Oh wait, maybe. Yeah, there's one nearby me.
All right.
Yeah, we're just juggling goats at this point.
Clutch this shit up.
Got the foods. I'm glad you got some food. I'm just big chilling and dying. Hey.
All right.
Have to go find that. Let's go. There it is.
This is one of.
God, she's so fast. She's so fast.
She is very fast.
I have the goat. I lost the goat.
No.
They're both right next to each other. Right where I got grabbed.
Okay.
I'm inside the house. Damn, she is fucking fast.
She's fast and she is never gonna calm down now, which is the worst part about this. I gotta be quick. About this. Hopefully that other goat didn't walk too far.
They're both right next to each other.
Okay. I found one. I didn't see the other immediately though. I need hay. Hay, thank you. Shit, where did that goat go? Oh shit, I don't see it. I don't know where it went.
Should have been close to the entrance.
It's not here.
Oh, she's zooming for someone.
Oh, she's zooming fast. There it is. Found the goat.
Wait, she went upstairs? She's lost?
Shit. Oh shit, can I do this? Hopefully she stays in the house.
She's still in the house? Still in the house?
10 more seconds. Get in. Burn. We're going. We got it. We got this. Oh no, don't touch me. No. Fuck.
Did she touch you?
Yes. I had like 2 more seconds on the gas can. We would have had it.
Oh no, what happens now?
Game over.
Oh no. Fucking demon.
It is, yeah. It's
Demon.
She put us in a cage.
Oh god, she's so mean. No, jeez, the fucking music.
Yeah, it's something. It's something. Alright, let's see if Say is around, ready. Got a token though. Someone I got a token. We may have died, but I got a token.
Okay. I'll be right back then while you figure out how Say's doing. I need to move my laundry over.
Okay.
Fucking I'll need to go pee. Alright, BRB. In the meantime as well, guys, I'm going to play an ad for the whole entire y'all know why. I'll be right back. I'm out of my water already. I filled it up completely. I'm already out. Fucking A. Oh my.
Go to hell.
Enough already.
Online, let's go. Hey, what's up, Shogiv? How are you doing? Long time no chat. How you been? Actually, a long time. So, quick question. Why does it say Sam likes saying? Oh, hello.
Hello.
Hello, friend.
Hello. Sorry about that. I've been
Oh, good.
feeling pretty crappy the past couple of days. I've had migraines all over the place, but I am here.
Oh
I
no.
accidentally loaded up Phasmo.
Wrong game.
Yeah, no. I was like, oh shit, we're not. This is. Better
That's
not
not
do
what we're
Phasmo.
doing.
That is not. No.
I'm good. Going to school, doing life for
Some
real.
invite, but let me know.
Doing life for real? What does that mean? Glad to be here. Oh, I'm glad you're here as well. I'm glad school is going well as well.
Okay.
I mean, you know.
What are you going to
So you
school
guys
for right now? What's
die.
going on?
I will be real with you. You're probably gonna die again.
Mercy,
Because
mercy.
I'm not very good at this game.
It's fine. This is
Neither am I.
fine.
I have full faith in you, say. Full faith.
Oh, no. I mean, I did come in clutch last week with the getting that last goat, but that was just luck. It's because you guys sacrificed yourselves for me.
Yeah, we failed the clutch at the very end there.
We got it this time. We got it. It's all good. It's all good.
Are you streaming, say?
No, not tonight. Just because I had a late start, and because I had mentioned to Hawk like earlier today, like I'm not feeling like really great, so I might be late, and I was, so I am not streaming today, but I will again soon.
All right, no worries. I was just curious. Glad to hear it, though. I hope you feel better soon.
Thank you. Well, tomorrow's my cat's birthday. I say that in quotations because we don't know when his actual birthday is. But tomorrow makes a year of us having our cat,
Enough
that
already.
he entered our lives, so we are very excited for that.
That sounds very wholesome, actually.
It
I hope it goes well.
will. Like, my husband was
Oh my god, a lady? A lady?
because he saw it on
Me?
TikTok.
I didn't realize I was lady status.
It's going to be the bait of my existence.
California,
probably. I'm gonna be, like,
USA.
so mad by the
After
end of the
banishing
day.
the goat demon,
And
Azazel,
let's give
from
him
cult
extra
leader
shrimp.
Ana
Yeah, my
Puerta,
cat gets
Molly
fed
Jackson
shrimp
was committed to
every
a secret
day,
psychiatric
5
hospital,
minutes.
suffering manic
Cat eating good.
delusions.
He gets like 2 pieces a day.
Here,
It's not
she
like
was subjected
fried
to
shrimp or anything, it's, like,
barbaric,
raw.
outdated shock
It's been,
treatments that ate away at her
defrosted.
body and
Asylums and
I
horror
know,
games are
honestly,
crazy.
like, I'm like, is
It's an asylum map, isn't it?
The summoning ritual.
Hey, them are some opais. Demon opais. Let's go.
Once
vet. We
again.
have to take him to the vet around like November 1st or something. For
As
his,
a
But yeah, I'm playing with exclamation multi.
I'm gonna
Let me
ask
type
him
it.
then,
You have
is this
tracked her
okay?
down.
Is my husband
Hope-
Seems like Lady Astrande is not streaming tonight, but
Ooh.
beyond that,
You know, I
I'm
like
Hawkeye
this
streaming though.
It's very it's like 90s grunge. I kind of like that.
You are very kawaii, Desu.
You're very kawaii.
Oh boy.
Kawaii. Ara
Oh boy.
I have been told I'm pretty good with these
Miss
with
Jackson has
anime
continued to...
girl
What the fuck was
voices.
that? Oh, fucking sparks flew out. That scared me.
Oh, is there a spark between us?
Oh my god.
Sit down.
Oh, I
Has continued to deteriorate both physically and mentally. Episodes of extreme psychosis, massive weight loss. Yesterday, the warden discovered a rat in the pocket of her nightdress. Its tail was missing.
Oh, we got a friend here.
Over the last 4 months, I have been unable to get her to respond to me verbally. She simply laughs. Friend?
We got the ward key.
Oh. Oh, what the fuck?
What the fuck?
Oh, jeez. Oh, he has no legs.
Not gonna get very far with no legs, right?
Yeah, surely. That's how that works, right?
Yeah, totally.
Please don't tell me he moves. Oh, fuck, there's rats in this game too. Cool, cool. Friends?
Friend.
Oh, come. Yeah, I would abandon you. I didn't mean to abandon you. Because I honestly, I get so I don't even know. I played this map once, and I'm.
Fucking terrifying.
I got it.
Ooh. Oh, this place is so pretty
It is
and
pretty.
old looking. Does fire hurt?
No.
Okay.
Fire.
All the doors are gonna be locked until we go this way, though. So.
I don't know. I just picked up, but I picked it up.
A fuse. We'll need those.
Oh, my cat. Go on, kitty cat. Please go, cat. Thank you.
Bald monk got that panda.
Cat.
Yeah, he do.
Oh, we got a health kit. That's
Oh.
gonna come in handy.
I probably drop it in this hallway, so it's
Yeah,
centralized.
that's what I'm thinking. Kind of like what we did last time. Let's see. Where's it that we go through? I think here. So I'll just
It's over
drop
here.
So,
Oh,
do we not do the goats anymore? Is this different now?
Each map has a different thing.
Okay.
So no, we're not doing goats this time.
Okay. That makes sense. October 16th, Dr. T. Walker. Molly's electroshock therapy is proceeding very well. She's becoming compliant, more responsive. She made eye contact with me and used my name. That's so sweet. She now spends most of her time alone in her room from the door closed, whispering to herself, but it's fairly placid nonetheless. That's less sweet, but
she's just like,
it is what it is. Worship that ass for the Lord.
Gonna knock that trash can over.
Hey, rats are afraid of us. Heckin' nerds. Oh.
and I'm afraid of them. All right, I got the little fusies. I'm gonna start just dropping them over here.
That's
There
fine.
you go. She's vocal down here. I'm sorry?
He's having a rough time.
Sorry. I'm just trying to process what I just saw.
Are you acting up down there?
Oh,
he's
God.
having
No. No, it was just, I was at a loss for words when I saw the demon.
Bronze boobs. Is that what you saw?
No, not the. Not that.
Listen,
His hazel
that
is.
thing
Not-
came out of your mouth. I was like, I'm sorry.
Oh, God. I was just. Is this lady gonna chase us? Is what I was worried about.
It's a good possibility that is what will happen.
Ah,
Neither confirmed or denied.
I see. Whoa, Nani? Nande?
Nande kore?
What just happened? I can't see.
It's okay.
Don't feel okay.
It's okay.
It does not feel okay. I agree. Alright,
Oh no, I'm fucked.
honey, I
So-
know. I know.
So fuses is this map's version of gasoline.
Uh-huh. What does that mean?
So instead of goats, we're chasing the rats, demon rats.
Uh-huh.
You'll find bowls of discarded food, and that's your bait. So you'll drop that, the rats walk over, you pick up the rat, similar to the goat. You put the rat on this electric shock therapy table,
Mm.
and then we put a fuse in the box
So we're electrocuting
and flip the switch.
rats. Oh, jeez.
It's not very humane, but
Can I just stare at the bronze chest instead?
If it makes you feel better, but you're not safe down there. So if you get
Well,
got,
that's not good. Okay, where are my friends? Did you guys go up already?
we did.
Fuck.
I was up there when you guys.
Hitsu, I'll be home from poker in around 10 to 15 minutes. I'm very tempted to order McDonald's and watch an anime, probably Horror Mia. First episode. My McDonald's is 24 hours open. Should I want to get home, or should I just chill in bed and then get sleep?
Gotta find all the,
Get the Mickey D's
health
and
kits.
then
We're going to need them.
definitely.
Yeah, this is my least
Vibe.
favorite map.
I mean, I think
Right.
aesthetically it's really neat, but
Yeah. Play wise, definitely bottom 4.
Yeah, very bright eyes. Very
bright eyes.
spooky eyes. Yes.
Oh, that's because I'm like a little zombie.
Oh God. This noise you made.
No way.
Come this way. Come on.
Let's see. Okay, I
Come
got
on.
another fuse in one of those.
Come on.
Okay, I'm coming on. Let's go.
I'm gonna drop this down here.
Ooh, pumpkin. Oh. And whenever I see a pumpkin and I turn around, I'm lost again.
She's right there.
Oh, don't stare. I'm
Yeah, don't
not.
stare at her.
I
it's
remember.
pretty, but don't stare at her.
Press G to
Yeah.
drop item.
This map will get very frustrating because it's very vertical, and you can get trapped on the stairs.
Oh yeah, it's like. Mhm.
This is the only map that I have not been able to complete on hard mode.
There's difficulties.
There are. You get more experience the harder the difficulty. You can also toggle things like you can turn med kits and batteries off. And if you really want a fun experience, you can turn player collision on.
West.
That's great.
I'm not seeing
Which
any
part?
more keys.
Do we have enough fuse kits?
No.
I put one downstairs that I found.
Okay. Found 2, but like, I have a bowl of food.
Yeah, that's going to be come in handy.
Are the rats roaming already? I don't see any.
Yes. There's 3 of them loose.
I did, and I'm too tired for it. I
So they
did
can
win
count on to help
55
you
pounds, so it
find
makes
food
sense.
And fix
You
it.
deserve some Mickey D's.
So-
You earned it.
Oh, yeah.
We'll only be able to, like, the keys will only spawn as we progress the milestones.
Okay.
They only give you like 3 at a time, so you can't hoard them all like you did with the goat, or could
Oh.
with the goats.
I just saw our queen. Hey queen, how you doing? That's
Yas,
here.
queen.
She's living her best life.
She's going
And
for
a
the
West Storm
stroll.
key. It's a very gentlemanly beard this man has.
Very distinguished gentleman, yes. Alright, got some food here. Nice. Not seeing a rat, but.
Ooh, this door opened.
I found one.
If I was a demon rat, what would I look like?
Let me go put it on the table. I can show you what it looks like.
Sure.
Stanley pushed the follow.
Oh, fuck. That's.
No one is quite sure why,
Sorry.
but perhaps he thought something peculiar would happen.
Thank you so much for the follow, Moonlight. I appreciate that. How are you
Anyways,
doing?
Welcome, stranger.
Hope you're having a fantastic day.
Yeah,
You
there's
scared the
some,
shit out of me.
There's some fuses here where I'm at and some,
Oh, where'd you go?
I went upstairs, and I think into a room that Hawk has opened.
I opened the west dorm, yeah.
Yeah,
That's where I found my rat.
Yeah, and there's some food over here too.
There you go, open the pantry.
Ooh, I found a key.
Canteen key.
I found a collectible.
Right.
Yeah, the collectibles in this map are very difficult to find. Alright, I've released the remaining.
I'm doing good. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm glad you're doing good. I'm just fucking
There's quite
having
a few
time.
fuses
Oh,
here.
fucking rat, get over here. Sorry.
It's okay.
That's what you
Like
look
they
like.
are. We were having a time getting a hold of the rats when we played last
Mm-hmm.
week, and we'd get one, then one of us would get KO'd, and then we'd have to go and try to find it again. It was a pain in the ass.
It was a
Okay.
rough time.
Well,
how many
I got
fuses do
one
we
at
have?
least.
I just found another fuse. I'm bringing it.
I hate horror games. Why the fuck do I play? Oh, look, it's a rat. But I already have a rat in my hand.
Yeah. There's already one on the table too, so.
Oh wait, I just dropped my rat by accident. Ah, fuck me.
Oh, that's no bueno.
It happens to the best of us, trust me. Alright, there's another fuse.
Yes, please get food. Please get food. Alright, there's a rat downstairs eating, I think, somewhere.
There's also a rat in the pantry.
Yeah, there's a rat here eating. Oh, he just ate.
Okay.
Oh, well, it's not in the pantry anymore.
Well,
If anyone wants to grab it real quick, it's going for another bowl.
Yeah, it's kind of the issue when we stockpile the food like that. It's then they touch it all and eat it all.
yeah, they
That's
have a
rude.
buffet.
They're just being rats.
Yeah.
Alright, I grabbed.
Yep.
I'm gonna grab
There's a rat right here.
right here.
Yeah. Oh, never mind, it ate it.
Oh, come here, bitch. Come here, take it, bitch. Come on, bitch. Yeah, I got you.
Rat got played.
There's a battery if anybody wants it.
Yeah, that's what I saw, and I picked it up, and then there's a rat down here.
Oh, there's another rat.
Piece of candy.
Anything up when you have a
Ooh,
rat,
yeah.
unfortunately.
Ooh, piece of candy.
The batteries are very.
Going to order in a bit when I'm closer to home.
That way.
Traffic is slow. Oh, I felt that.
I guess I'll go get a rat. We need one more fuse, but we can grab that later.
I think there might be one around the West Storm area.
There was. There's like
There's one
3
in the
fuses
pantry.
over there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, there's more fuses than we need, so.
But welcome again, Moonlight. I hope you're having a good day. I'm just chilling. Oh,
Did you open the?
totally scared the shit out of
canteen
me.
by chance?
Sure.
That sounds
Where's
promising.
this rat going? Oh, he's honing to the
Oh,
food
fuck.
over here. Convenient. All right, I got
I
it.
fucking hate this game. I fucking hate this game.
It's a rat.
I
It's
fucking hate this game.
It's a
I
rat.
hate horror games in general.
Alright,
I will
we can,
stare
commence the
at the
barbecue.
metal oppies.
It's a barbecue.
Bet.
Just now.
What? Oh, I just dropped my rat, I think. Wait, did
don't
I?
do that. No, you didn't. You're good. Put it on the table. Then go pick up
There
one of
you
the
go.
fuses and put it in the box.
Okay, I'm zooming. Then how turn on? Oh, that's how you turn on. Oh God! Yeah. Every single time I see Say, I freak out a little bit because of the character.
Oh shit. Okay.
Fun fact: eating spicy anything with a sore throat.
There's mine.
It's not smart. No, I believe that. I've had that happen before. It's a pain in the butt when you eat something with a sore throat.
Alright. We'll round up some more.
So is she angry?
She big Angie.
She's very angry. We also
She just
need
sounds
more
sad.
fuse.
That's all.
I mean,
She's just misunderstood.
two
Yeah.
the same.
I mean,
sometimes.
if I was in an asylum like this, I'd probably be angry too. You know?
I mean,
Yeah.
wasn't this dirty?
What the fuck is this thing? No.
What the fuck is
Oh,
this
yeah.
thing?
Oh yeah.
It's very Silent Hill. It's giving me
Oh yeah.
Silent Hill Downpour for sure. Oh,
If I was food, where would I be?
But like all over the cafeteria. The pantry actually has none.
What? What?
Canteen probably has some though.
I hear sounds that are not human.
Yeah, she's upstairs.
Okay. I'm fucking dead.
Yeah,
Oh,
yeah.
found food.
Yeah, she can be downstairs very quickly.
Okay.
yeah, I hear her.
Oh, she's mad. She is mad, alright.
Where'd you guys go?
I'm
I want to
over
play
here.
with my friends. I'm scared.
Come here, come here, come here.
Alright. We have as many fuses as we need, so we can just focus on rats.
Oh. I'm going
Alright.
over here. I saw shiny eyes.
Me. Shiny eyes. Here's some food right here. I got it.
I have a food too.
Let's see.
Oh, there's another food here. Oh, I dropped my food.
Is there a rat down here? Maybe, perhaps.
You just killed someone's grandpa?
You killed grandpa.
I'll do it again too.
Wait, why are these doors shut? Did you guys not open it?
He has the key. Hitsuga's got it.
Oh, I knew that. Surprise.
Surprise!
Are
We
any
got a
rats
rat in here.
Nope.
Yes. Haha, you're mine, bitch.
I know, bitch. You can go put your rat on the table. The table's empty.
Oh, here. Oh, that's the same one. Okay, cool.
Ooh, pumpkin.
Piece of candy. Ooh, more rats.
Ooh, a piece of candy. Piece of candy.
Is this the direction of going?
Yeah, this is your can.
Oh, that's a pantry.
Oh, that's the pan. Oh, that's the pantry. Okay.
I actually got tears in my eyes because it hurt so bad. Oh god.
Moving around upstairs.
Don't eat spicy food. It's okay, Asian. Oh, sorry. Push the top. My bad.
You can go to the basement, put your rat on the table.
She's running at me.
It's fine. I got it. I got it. I got it. Go. Go, go, go.
Where's the basement? I lost it.
Down there.
Right,
Down that
Just
way.
keep going. Just keep
Yeah.
going.
Okay.
Yeah, you
Okay.
got it.
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Oh, she is on my ass.
I'm safer.
I am looking for a rat.
Okie dokie.
Just here
Artichoke.
again.
It's number 7 we have to worry about, right? Can I just burn it now?
Yes, you can.
Okay. Not any Asian. I'm Korean. We love spicy food. Oh no, I feel that. I love spicy food too. But if it's hurting,
All right, we got some food and a fuse up here. Well, we don't need it.
wee.
I found a rat.
Okay.
Where is she, by the way?
Sorry, I'm back. That's AFK and ads. Yeah, that many ads. There's no shot.
Oh shit.
Oh my god.
I'm so sorry.
We're at that point already.
What the fuck, Twitch? What's up? I'm chilling. I'm big chilling.
I hear her, but I don't see her. Oh shit, I see her. She got me.
All right.
She got me hard. Context, that didn't sound the way it was supposed to.
Where are you? All right, I'm coming. I'm. Oh, there's a rat down here. Oh, there's a demon down here too. What?
Okay, there you are. Is there a?
There is a health kit.
I'm not staring at you. I'm not staring at you. I'm not staring at you. Don't be angry. I have one. I have a health kit. I'm coming.
I got
Thanks,
it.
they got me.
Oh, okay. Well, I grabbed
I
this
mean,
one.
no, please fight over me some more.
No, I got him. No, I got him. No, I got him.
Oh shit, she right there.
Whoa! What the fuck? Whoa! That's not the hug I wanted.
So I had some food. I dropped it so I could try to. Oh, hello, hello.
More food
hello,
in here.
goodbye, hello.
Lots of food in here.
Excuse me.
Oh, I'm not.
It's a slender man. Oh, jeez.
Don't see anymore.
I saw you and turned and scared me.
Like, oh shit, it's coming for me.
Alright, I don't see any more rats. I think they're all downstairs now.
There was one downstairs where you got downed earlier. Don't know
There's two
where
in this
it went.
hallway right here.
Come here, baby.
I've got some food.
Alright, I got a rat. There's a rat on the table, right? Oh no, you burnt the rat.
Where's the other rat?
I got the other one. I got the other one.
Okay.
I think there was another one I saw though, somewhere not too far away.
What number are we at?
But
5.
where? Yeah, we're at 5.
Alright, I'm gonna burn this rat.
If I was a stinky rat, where would I go? Actually, I'll just come put my next rat on the table. Oh, what the fuck is that?
Oh, you scared shit out of me doing that.
Fuck. It's good to see you too. No, I got distracted during the ad, so I had to step away. Oh, no, no worries.
And then we're at 7.
No worries.
Alright. I'm just kinda. I'm in like a shitty place. So I don't.
Oh,
Oh god.
Slenderman's sister is fucking us up. What's the worst that could happen, right?
Well, that's why it's good.
Oh, fucking window, man. Sorry.
Emotional damage.
Kinda.
Emotional damage. Oh. Whoa! No, 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 no.
Oh no.
That was, I got it. That was unfortunate.
Maybe she'll be less angry now.
Well, for about 60 seconds.
That's a lot of seconds. I like seconds.
All right.
All right.
Got my
They're
two
probably
guys.
in the basement, if I had to guess.
The rats?
Yeah. Did we ever find the exam room key?
I have not found it, no.
Oi, get off me, dude!
I'm with you. Down here with
I've been hopping around streams all night, but I gotta get up early, so I'm gonna try and sleep. No worries. Oh, what the heck? Thank you for coming in, Moonlight, and lurking and hanging out. You're awesome. I appreciate that. You have a wonderful night, Moonlight. I appreciate the follow. I appreciate your vibes. Sleep well, bro.
There's
Sleep well.
another rat right here. All right, so we need one more.
Okay.
Which is
I
probably-
have
Oh shit.
I have a
that's-
bowl of food.
Does anybody have the cell key? Nobody has the cell key. There's a rat. The last rat's in the cell.
I do not have the cell key.
All right. That means the morgue doesn't need a key then. Yeah, the morgue is open. I found the cell key. Are you in the basement?
I'm upstairs.
We will need you in the basement. Oh shit.
Alright, I don't know where the basement is.
Oh, I'm gonna get got so hard.
Ow! She got me! What the fuck?
I lied. I'm not gonna get got.
Oh,
Okay, I'm gonna put this rat on the table then so I can pick you up.
Oh, great.
Unless you want to get her since...
I got her.
Yeah, I'm right at the stairs.
Oi! What the hell?
Alright,
Hello.
on the table. We just need to get the last two in the basement. The one that Say dropped and the one that's in the cell.
Yeah, do we?
Wait, where's the one that Say dropped?
In the basement.
I can grab.
I need to get some food.
Alright.
Yeah, it's right here. I got eyes on it.
That's bad news. I think there's still food in the basement though.
I got eyes on it.
I'm trying to find the rat, so I'm coming back up to the one you said you got eyes on.
Yeah, I'm in the basement.
Oh, is the electric room not the basement?
Different basement.
I
This-
kind of got
this
it
door right
cornered
here.
right now.
Okay,
Okay.
well, she's gonna be coming in a hurry, so... Where
Yeah.
are you?
You got me. I saw a light. I think.
Alright, well, we
I
went
thought.
the wrong way. There's one in this cell room right here. I mean, we'll leave it in there until we have
Right
her
here,
under
down this
control.
way. Yeah, down here. In this room. Should still. Yeah, it's right here.
Right here.
Fucking-
Yeah.
I'm in the elevator.
Oh, you went
Alright.
past the room. This one right here.
Oh,
Yeah, I'm gonna
Rat's right
see
there.
if I can find a food.
Alright,
Oh,
I mean, there's
hello,
only one more
friend.
rat to get, so... Alright, the one in the cell. Alright, I mean, Say's gonna have to be the sacrificial bait.
Oh great, I love that.
do we need to find the key?
Unless you want to come, I got the key. Unless you want to come and get the rat, I'll
Oh, she's already got me.
Alright, then we're going
She
for
ran
it.
right at me.
Oh,
Alright, can you
So
find your way
I-
back to the electric room?
I will try.
Okay, I see you. Follow. Nope, not this one.
I ended up being the sacrificial bait. Good job.
We got
I'm
1 minute.
I'm sorry, Say.
It's okay. It's okay. She ran right into me. I did not know she was coming.
Alright, we gotta be quick. Gotta be fast about this.
Gotta be fast. Gotta go fast.
Spamming E.
Alright, fuse.
Alright.
Spamming E.
Spamming it so hard.
She's
I've never
Naruto
spammed
ready?
faster. Got it.
What happens now?
Good
Good
thing.
job.
So I had to res her somehow?
No, it's fine.
Oh, fuck. Get pulled away, bitch! Oh, she has horns. I didn't know that.
Yeah, she gets, as the stages progress, she gets worse. So at 8, she grows horns and she doesn't pacify.
Oh.
She's a horny bitch.
I mean, this is true.
She was horny for Azazel.
Yeah, well, shame on her. SMH being horny on main. That's why she was in the asylum.
It's beautiful.
What did I do? Why does he want my soul?
So the neat thing, each map, the bad guy is one of the playable characters.
Uh-huh.
So it's kind of like a foreshadowing, quote-unquote, situation. So loud, so obnoxious.
That is very loud. I did not hear you say it.
So it's kind of like a foreshadowing thing where it's like, I'll be back for your soul. I think the Butcher map that's coming out will be the guy you were playing last time.
Ah.
My game may have just crashed, question mark.
I am not able to ready. So I think so.
Yeah, I'm not either.
Oh my god. Fucking spooky game. Fucking spooky game. You electrocuted rat? That's like punishable by soul stealing? They're demon rats, actually, Damien. Demon rats. So I'm not in the wrong, because they're bad rats. I bet they eat toes.
Relaunch, and then we can go.
Rats is rats. You're not wrong.
I got the achievement, hurt me plenty.
I'm gonna do a quick shout out for the Hawkeyes, who I'm playing with right now.
Got an achievement.
Um,
Hurt me plenty.
Oh yeah, hurt me plenty.
And then I'm gonna do a dorky streams for them as well.
I don't know what I did to get that, but
Got knocked down 20 times.
So
Oh,
we can
well.
see, you can see the dork
I'm
here
proud of that.
in their prime and glory. It looks like I have fucking horns. You all see that? Oh, I felt that pain. I felt that jump scare pain. I felt that pain. That pain, I felt. I felt.
Oh, shit.
Fucking hate
So
horror
what do you think of
games.
this game, so far?
Oh, you know, it's awful. I fucking hate it.
It's awful. Everything is terrible. It's awful. I hate it.
Absolutely the worst experience I've ever had.
It is. I am one of those people who get really fucked up with like jump scares and stuff. So, but
Oh yeah, no, the first one got me really bad.
so
Yeah.
I'm like, shit.
I felt that. I felt that because I fucking hate horror games. I don't know why I'm playing them.
It's funny because I don't really play them, and Hawk got me into playing Phasmo, and I was like, oh shit, you know, because it's one thing to be horror, but it's another to be like paranormal stuff, and it really fucks with me. And I was super skittish, and now I play that game every single day almost on Nightmare. So,
You're
I
welcome.
mean,
You're insane.
I'd play
If
it
you
on
want
Nightmare.
to take a look at your perks hit, you probably have enough tokens to buy one or two.
I get perks.
You do.
Uh,
You have one token probably, so you can probably buy like the first tier.
oof, fuck, that scared me. Someone redeemed something. I see. I just wanted to be speedy.
Let's see.
Speedy boy.
Mm,
But you can also just like hoard your tokens until you get more for later tier stuff.
yeah.
However you want to play.
I'll use this one for now. Call me Hermes. Moshi Moshi. Oh, Hitsu. I installed that black. Black.
And it fits because we're.
Oh, we're going to. Oh no. Japanese spooky. Nai.
That's why
I hate it
play
already.
the Japanese girl won't let you do it because she's the bad guy here.
Oh, Hitsu, I installed the Back for Blood. If you want to play sometimes, could probably find 2 more players easily. We probably could. And welcome home, Snake. Yeah, I shouted out Hawkeyes, but let me shout out Lady Astrand.
I mean, I can go back to being a pumpkin head
Did-
if you'd rather.
Pumpkin head.
Like so.
I like
And
being
also
this
do
really creepy,
one of these.
cultist guy. This bald baby.
I'll go back to my state.
That's who we're playing with at the moment.
Tips that.
They're playing Overwatch
This
in this clip, but
accurate representation of me.
push it, push it, push it, push it, push it, push it,
Ma'am.
push it, push it, push it, push it, push it.
Using rituals
Howdy,
remembered from her time with satanic cult, the Watchers, Zara Yamashita has been attempting to summon the goat demon Azazel.
Why is everyone trying to summon Azazel?
That's the
Hidden
theme of the
away
game,
in
man.
the caves beneath
Azazel's a dork.
Zara
Azazel's
discovered
Azazel.
giant
It's
nesting
like,
spiders to
you
offer
get a
up
taste
as
of Azazel,
foul
like you
blood.
hit-
Giant nesting spiders? Is that it? What I just heard?
Yeah,
But
it is.
the ritual has gone wrong.
Is that a
And now
problem?
Azazel has possessed Zara's body and
Uh-oh.
mind in the cruelest
Hmm.
way.
The silence.
As a former cult member
silence
and
is
one of
telling.
Zara's loyal friends,
Not a problem at all.
have finally located the inn after months of silence.
I have full faith.
You dread
Totally fine.
what awaits you within.
I mean, it's not like the character crawls towards you. Whoever's trying to kill us, it's not like they're crawling towards us, you know? That'd be fucking terrifying.
Yeah.
What? Why cough?
She's sick, remember?
Oh, yeah. I hope you
I'm
feel
just-
better.
I'm just saying.
This guy over here, why are you coughing? Oh, because I was sick. Oh, right.
Oh,
This map does have hiding spots, though. Yeah, see this closet right here? Get in it.
I can't get in.
Interact.
E.
There
There
you
you
go.
go. I can still see you though. Like what the?
It's not 100% safe. She will check those occasionally, or if she sees you get in them.
Oh, that's not fucking cool.
No, there's some lore sprinkled around the map if you want lore. So
Sure,
this
I like
one
lore.
can get a little confusing real quickly. So I'm sure you saw the shrine in the corner of the room with the closet.
Nope. Let me see. Let me go back before I read the lore.
So this shrine here,
Oh, this thing. Okay.
a symbol above it, hourglass.
Okay.
So what's gonna happen is we get spider eggs. We have to clean the spider eggs in the pools, and the spider eggs will have a symbol. You have to take the corresponding egg to the corresponding altar.
So we're at an onsen? Is that what's going on?
Yeah. I'm just gonna agree with you because I don't know what the fuck that is, but yeah,
it's a hot
bathhouse.
spring.
Yeah.
Bathhouse.
fantastic. Y'all are far more cultured in this than I am.
I'm a weeb.
I know. For some reason, I've chosen to surround myself.
Oh, there's some cleaning stuff. Yeah.
And here I am still poor McDonald's.
many
I
rules.
I wanted to buy McDonald's today, but I couldn't buy McDonald's. That made me sad. I really wanted some. Not specifically McDonald's. I just wanted fries and some ice cream. I was like,
Go
I'm not gonna do
clean
it.
these.
So I found a bottle.
Yes. You'll need the cleaning supplies to clean the pools. There are 2 pools each, so
These holes are for fucking spiders. God.
100%, yeah.
My
So,
arms are
I
not.
would-
My
I
arms are
would
not
not-
shaking.
I would not crawl in there.
Enter at your own risk situation.
Wait, are there different spots? This one has a skull on top of it.
Yeah, there's 10 different shrines, so you have to kind of remember where they all are.
Oh my.
Yeah,
That's
this one
Fuck.
gets
This
confusing.
is the rats and the goats of this map.
Yep.
Or the tamago.
Why must Japan be creepy?
That's a good question.
Can I drop down here? Shortcut, baby.
Yeah, you can use that to evade her when she's chasing you.
Is there a spider right in front of the fucking thing?
Huh? Yes, on the altars, yeah.
Oh my god, I hate this. I mean, I love this. This is. I'm me scared. Never.
No,
Never.
this happened.
Alright, I think we got all the cleaning supplies that will spawn.
I'm not the worst. Worst, but I crack under pressure. I feel that. Fries though, yeah, I wanted fries, and I also wanted a McFlurry. But
It has a bottle, right?
I put it at the shrine we saw earlier. I'm not sure if that was where I was supposed to or not.
No. Here, where did you just go? Is this you? Where are you?
Yeah. Hi.
Here, come this way.
I'll go grab my thing. Huh?
Okay.
Oh, it's in this. Okay. Oh,
So
pumpkin.
there's a pool here and a pool down there.
You can do 2 eggs at once?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because it actually doesn't, like, the counter is when you put the egg on the shrine. That's the countdown thing.
Okay.
All I've done is found health packs.
4 a.m. I've been trying to sleep for 4 hours. Brain no function well.
All right.
Dude,
That's
sometimes
every
I
laptop
can't
we
sleep.
have until we progress this.
Did I put it in here?
You can just drop it on the ground. Weird.
Cool.
These 2 pools. All right.
Okay.
Then we gotta go this way.
Can I go in the pool? What's the point of having an onsen if I can't go inside? That's
I would not-
cringe.
I mean, did you see how? I don't know if I'd go in there.
You're gonna clean corrupt spider eggs in it. You really want to get in it?
Not really.
There's some bones. I've been eating like fried chicken.
Yeah, we'll go with that. Chicken bones are that big.
Ooh, Lord. Yeah,
there-
for
there's
sure.
There's some big chickens. Oh. It's
Oh, orgasmic fries. Hello. I didn't say hello. Oh, wait. When I said I wanted to eat fries.
Lord, give a minute.
Oh. Yeah, I'll wait.
You understand. You understand. The ritual is complete. I feel my form shifting, incredible pain.
Yeah.
This is not how it's supposed to be. I did everything right. I was supposed to have control. I can hear the sound of his laughter in my mind, slow and hollow. It never stops. It always
He
just
actually does
out of
sound
reach,
good.
like
So-
a moving echo. Nettie, could it? Wait, what's it? I don't want to go in the spider. Are you guys in the spider tunnel?
She is, yeah.
She's speaking Nihongo. Wait, do I stare at her? I don't stare at her.
She's not aggressive, so. You're gonna want to watch what she's doing, though.
Chunky.
Yeah. No. Nope. Nope.
Oh.
Nope.
Oh, yeah. Oh, there's a shrine down here, too. Even better.
I hate this map. Where are my
Reaction
friends?
was perfect.
Where are my friends?
She's,
Right
Mushimas.
here.
she's not aggressive yet. She's just gonna walk around the map and puke up some eggs.
She went on a bender, you know.
Yeah.
I see. I fucking hate this game.
Room 6.
US KFC bad, UK KFC good. That's kind of facts, actually. That's kind of facts.
I believe I've ever had it.
KFC or
I believe I've ever had it in the U.S., but I am from Kentucky, so I've had legit
plenty.
KFC.
Oh
What do you see our friend?
no! Oh, she puking. She puking.
Yeah,
Disgusting.
she's gonna walk around and puke up the rest of the eggs. So if you leave the eggs unattended on the ground, the spiders can pick them up.
Well, that's not good.
It's not, no. So it makes it harder to find.
Did she leave?
God, I
I hope
get
she
so
left.
lost
I hope she
here.
left. She left.
Yeah, you do want to try to remember where the shrines are.
Oh,
We have an-
yeah.
The eye shrine is in room 6.
Oh, there's a little egg you.
Nope. I
will
put.
grab it.
I saw you, but then you were crawling, and then I just lost you, and then you.
It's okay. It's okay. I have an egg. I think we all have an egg.
I have the skull egg, which I do remember
Oh,
where
I
it
need to
was.
wash it. I have the fire.
I watched it already, I think.
Yeah, we need to hoard some cleaning supplies.
In UK, they are skin on fries, and they are like dirt brown and taste like shoes. What?
The dagger shrine is in
Wait,
the
what?
storage room upstairs.
God, I feel like I need to pee.
I'm sure she'll take care of that for you.
Oh, that's not good.
What is that supposed to mean? Take care of a hell.
Not you, the spider boss.
No, that's what I mean. Hell.
It's gonna make me pee. I have my
Here,
skull.
here's some right here. Some cleaning supplies.
I'm ready whenever.
Well, I need to clean mine, and I think I don't think I can.
I already cleaned yours, the one you picked up.
Oh.
Yeah, I got you. I got you.
Tips hat, my lady. So, I need to find the fire one, the he one. He.
So fucking scared.
Which one's this? That's a dagger.
You guys don't understand something. In terms of the creepiest creatures for me, I guess the things that have given me the most nightmares. All right,
There's an egg in
the Grudge Lady is one of them. I have probably had over hundreds of nightmares about the damn Grudge Lady crawling around on her broken legs or whatever the fuck is going on. Going,
Oh, I have a key. I need
the fucking sound.
it was in the room where I was. Okay.
Hate it.
Found it.
Hate it.
My shrine.
Hate it. 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 And the fact that this lady crawls around. Hate that. What else? I hate spiders. Specifically, big spiders.
There's a snake in my boot.
There's a snake in my boot.
Okay. I do have one takeout near me that does chicken parm burgers. Best thing ever. That sounds good, actually. What does this say? Sumimasen ka. Ah!
Oh, I hear creaking.
Just talking about. Oh, fuck. Oh, it's nothing makes my skin crawl more than Asian horrors to have those little girls with the long black hair, usually in a white dress. Yeah, it's the fucking worst. It's the fucking worst. I hate it. Hello?
Hello?
I'm just getting so scared standing here.
Oh, I'm just standing here too. It's like, what?
My skin, I can feel the goosebumps, literally. I fucking hate. This is the epitome of everything I hate about horror.
I love that show. Remember Goosebumps?
Oh yeah, Goosebumps is great.
Yeah.
This place is not.
This place, no. I mean, this place would be nice if it wasn't infested with spiders and spider webs and
And a
maybe...
evil demon that crawls around. Yep.
Yeah, this would be like my place to go.
Yep.
It'd be
I
nice.
felt that.
Mm-hmm. Ew, that looks so gross. Like on this little shrine. What is that membrane-y looking thing? I don't like that. Do not. And the little tentacles, do not. Not like that.
Of course they have tentacles.
I
Gosh, oh my god.
Yamate kudasai.
Oh, sorry. One place near me does red fries. They're Caribbean. Spice fries. They have a bit of a kick to them, but they're so good. My food will be here in 9 minutes. One step along the way. Maybe there's a fellow night owl out there. That's always nice.
I was just watching what Hawk's doing, and I thought there was a person standing there that he walked past.
What is Hawk doing? Is he looking for the shrine? I have a stream up as well, so I'm watching. I'm trying to see. He's in the kitchen. Neither am I. I can't handle spicy food, but these are just right.
Shit, I'm not ignoring you.
No, you're good. I'm just watching.
You're talking to the chat. It's all good.
I do,
Are you
yeah.
going-
I got
Ooh, the
reasons.
spicy.
Oh,
I want some fries right now. Yeah, that sounds good, doesn't it?
Just bitching about my audio situation.
That sounds really good.
Because I have to tell her.
I want some fries.
That's the rules.
I'm not a fan of super spicy stuff, but a bit is good.
Because I was completely
Nice.
stressing about the whole audio situation. I never changed my multi command, so yeah, nobody's linked.
Oh no! Oh, right. Oh, what am I doing? What am I doing? Don't mind me. I was fucking up. It's all right. We didn't have to do a multi thing. I just had one just cause I was like, oh, it'd be easier.
It's not the same multi as you. Like mine is like exclamation point squad, and it just links to the people I'm playing with. But I forgot to do it, so it just someone did it, and they got the oh so lonely, and I was like, oh well, that's embarrassing.
womp womp womp.
I mean, I'm just a figment of your imagination right now. I'm not in the game.
No, we don't even exist. In fact, are you feeling well? Maybe you should go lie down. No,
Wake
don't
up.
Go lie down. Wake up. This is all a dream. This is all a simulation. I feel bad because I'm not really helping to stockpile these.
Oh, is that what he's doing? Is he stockpiling?
I think he's trying to find the. Yeah.
I was
he's trying to
stockpiling
find-
cleaning bottles. Yes.
Yeah.
Oh,
And I'm over here
I was just
standing with
I was
my-
standing by the shrine the whole time.
Want to burn eggs? Just start burning eggs. I mean, that'll get my attention for sure.
All right, bet.
I say less. Ah,
Right, bet.
it's making weird sounds. I don't like these sounds. I also burned an egg that had a skull on it. So, oh, that's a friend.
Uh oh.
I'm following friend.
All right. I. Ship him.
Oh, she's running upstairs. She's about to run upstairs.
I need the eyeball. I forget where the eyeball was.
It's.
Poking.
I found it.
Let's say it's definitely up here.
I'm not in the closet.
She's on my ass. She's gonna get me 100%. Okay.
I got her.
What the fuck is this?
Oh, she's after me. She's got me.
Stanley pushed the follow.
Oh,
No one is quite sure
she just
why,
kept
but
following my
perhaps
ass.
he thought something peculiar would happen.
Nai!
How strange. Anyways,
Nai! Thank you so much for the follow, Burrito. Okay, that's where you are. Is there any health kits in that area? Or have to get some...
I put some all by the onsen. Probably not the best spot, actually.
I see. I'm coming. I'll come. I got this. When a friend's in need, tunnels mean nothing.
I'm crawling up.
Thank you so much for the follow, Burrito. Burrito?
Oh.
Skin crawling. Absolutely not cool.
Spider.
Yes!
Alright, got more cleaner. Oh, there's. Oh, I thought that was a key.
Ooh, lore. What's happening? Why is he punishing me this way? My vision is a kaleidoscope of lights. This evening I felt a giving pain deep inside me, and from my throat came an egg. It's hatching in front of me. So many legs, so many eyes. I think it's my baby. They're my babies. Oh my god. Mom, Dad, forgive me. Oh, fuck.
Do you think they forgave her?
No, she's a demon lady.
No.
Absolutely not.
This map is pretty. I love it. Oh, here's that little egg. Let's see.
Is this a free egg for me? Why she shouldn't have.
It's Easter. She's the Easter bunny. Oh,
Hey,
no.
Hitsuga, how you? I'm doing good. Not really. Not really good. But I'm doing good.
I'm trapped. We're trapped here.
Nay! 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 Nay!
The animation though was really funny. Where did you go?
I don't know. I don't know.
Oh, I see. Okay. I don't know why that was so amusing to me. Oh, there's a baby on me. Oh, go die, stupid baby. Oh god. Where's Holly?
Wait, am I playing as a girl? Or did I turn into a girl? I don't know what happened. Ah, okay.
I'm burning a goat head egg, is what I'm doing.
What way? Mommy, I'm lost. I'm trying to get to. Jesus Christ, die, bitch!
I can see the light.
Oh, I'm fucked.
Oh god, there's a spider.
I don't know. I'm lost.
I fucking hate this game. I fucking hate this game. How are you doing, Aerosol? 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 Are you an
trying to figure
aerosol
out
can?
Get the fuck to you. Oh, okay. Okay, I think I'm almost there. Oh, you're crawling to me. That's helpful.
Yeah. Because fuck those tunnels.
Yeah, I didn't know. Okay, I got you. I got you.
Thank you. Demon face.
Hey,
Demon face.
demons are your
Alright,
friends.
circle. Where have I seen a circle before?
Every PlayStation controller.
Fair enough.
Oh god, she's coming.
Oh no, why are you so fast? Yes, please, back the fuck up! I'm fast.
God, I've lost this.
No, your face is so creepy!
God.
Why are you chasing after me? I don't have the stamina, dude!
Oh my god. So much just happened in my ears.
So sorry.
You're good.
God, I am lost.
I don't even know. How many eggs have we gone through? 5. Okay.
I just dropped my egg. I don't even know where I dropped it.
Yeah, I
don't
need
remember what
the
the egg
egg.
is. There was an egg upstairs in the hallway, but a spider's probably grabbed it by now.
I need a
where was-
friend. I need a
where was the
buddy.
dagger at?
It is.
I hate this game.
thought
Her
it was
face is so fucking creepy, man. Her face is so creepy.
Bastard.
So, do we? Alright, see, is there a health kit around here just so I can, like, for a second?
On the left over here.
On the left? Okay. Alright.
It's right down today. Just hang around and get a bit of a pick me up. Well, I'm glad you can get a pick me up. I love you, dude. Hope you're doing well, Aerosol.
Sounds unhappy.
I got my egg again. I got the circle.
Where is this bitch? Oh, I don't like this sound.
Dagger. I found the dagger.
Oh yeah! No. All right, I'm dipping. Fuck that. Don't touch me.
She sounds like she's right outside the store. I hate that. Oh, she is right here. Oh, I'm trapped. Oh, I'm so boned.
I hope you do feel better soon, Aries. You know we care about you.
Oh, I got the pyramid.
I know a lot of people know that I. What the fuck is that sound?
God,
I know a lot of people know that I care. So if you ever want to reach out, please don't be afraid to. I can't promise I'll respond right away, but I'll be there though.
Cause it's nasty.
Someone
Poison the water.
don't know. Yeah, they poison it. That's what makes sense.
Oh, I got your sir. I got your Oh, hello. Hello.
Not today.
Don't take my egg, you freak.
Oh, I grabbed it.
We took
There you
each
go.
other's eggs, I think. Yeah, well, it's fine. Alright, we're coming. I'll drop this. I'm gonna get him.
I'll protect the egg.
Oh, wait. Where is she? I burned a baby. Alright, come to me. If you can.
Which way is she going?
Alright, I got you.
I'm looking back and forth.
There you go. That's the last health kit that I have put over here, so that's we love that for.
Fuck.
We need more cleaning supplies too.
We cleaned those two. We cleaned those two pools. Yeah, burn, bitch. that'll teach her.
Now our eyes are red, so.
My name is Barry Allen. Fastest man alive. Fuck you, spider.
Baby, oh man, she can be stunned.
He's zooming for someone.
It's me, I think. Yep, she's after me.
Well, she's gone now.
Yep, I got cornered. I'm
gonna check this one. What was the shrine down here?
There was a shrine down there, the pyramid, I think.
Oh, the pyramids in the cave tunnels? I
so.
have the pyramid. Do I do it now?
Might as well just do it while you're in there. We're at 6 anyway. That'll put us at 7. So.
All right, here we go. It's all fucked now.
It's all downhill from here, boys. Oh shit! Fuck off.
Pumpkin.
Fuck off.
Bottom.
Oh, Shiangi. Right,
It does get darker after 7. Yeah, both pools are clean.
Alright, there's one more bottle of cleaning solution for when we need it.
I'm trying to get the fuck out of here. It's.
Where is Say?
I am trying to get all the time.
Set us on Loki instead? Wait, did I just miss that, Damien? What are you doing with Loki?
No, it's not letting me go through. Okay. What the fuck?
I can hear her, but I can't see her, and it's
It's
concerning.
not. It's weird because I'm trying to get out and.
Oh shit!
My friends are dead.
Oh no!
It's all up to you.
I can't even get out. Like I'm trying,
Kenobi.
and it's not.
I can do this.
It's a glitch.
I believe in you. I know. I got out.
Yeah, like, cause you can go through any of the holes, right?
I'm in the cave, and there's a spider with an egg in here. No. Only one of them is open. The rest have, like, spider legs in front.
Oh, I just went to.
I swear to God, if she comes for me, I'm gonna get fucking pissed.
There's a spider with an egg right behind me.
Fuck you, spider.
Why am I having so much trouble
Back
with
to
this right now?
chicken strips. You are struggle bussing.
I really am. I don't know why. But come on.
Use the force.
Yeah, use the force.
I was saying I almost called my cat Ares, but I chose Loki instead. Oh yeah, that's right. You named her.
Oh, there she is. We're gonna have to run straight
There
ahead.
we go.
Don't get close to me.
Don't touch me.
God, her face is so creepy. Her eyes are so black and beady.
Looks like I am.
She can be stunned again.
Upstairs.
No. Oh.
Go. Run. Better get them
Teamwork
pumped up
makes the
kicks.
dream work. Teamwork makes the dream work. She's coming. I'm fucking dead. 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 No, I'm not. Bitch.
Are her eyes red? Or is she good?
I don't know.
Okay, I'm leading you right by. There's 2 health packs right here. Where
Oh, I'm out of stamina.
And the spider got me. Ouch. That's loud. Holy shit. Why so loud? Jesus.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, the spider's like. It is. No.
I chose Loki because I have a Greater Dane called Thor. He's the adopted brother. No lie, I fostered a dog named Loki once.
Well, we got got by the spider queen.
Rip.
Oh no, we're all dying in the pool.
Going for a swim, guys.
Fuck this. My skin is crawling. I hate it. Alright, I need to go properly pee. Up here.
Properly.
Properly pee. I'm not implying that I peed.
But we know the truth.
That's right. Sure sounds like it was implied.
Just a little bit.
Ooh. That last spider I grabbed, it was so loud. Holy crap. Alright, it just leaves the town. Oh, I can't play as my cowboy in the town. That's right.
Can't be the cowboy.
I can't. Doesn't let me.
No, I can always be my cultist guy. Not much of a talker, but he's a big fan of Azazel.
That's right.
You know, Azazel is one of those names that you hear a lot on RP servers, like in any game. Somebody's always in Azazel. In fact, I know a guy
Very universal.
would roleplay as an Azazel.
You're the
Always.
one that is afraid. You're
Well,
the one
he's
that is
kind of a
afraid.
fuckboy, so
Oh, that's a shock.
Not
he always
me.
plays
On an
with
RP
fuckboys.
server? Never.
Nah, it never happens.
Never.
Absolutely not.
I'm gonna shout out Hawkeyes again, because
Uh-huh.
obviously I'm playing with him.
No, not on the RP servers. No.
Fucking terrifying. Hello?
Hello.
Oh, I staggered Zara 8 times. Nice.
Good job.
Still hated it.
Oh, somebody always has to play this guy. Get like, hey.
I'm pretty sure he's the villain for the next map.
Oh,
I remember reading it correctly. He's the villain for the slaughterhouse.
I love him though.
Oh, I can play as a demon now. Hey,
Hey.
let's go. Jeez, that thing is absolutely horrifying. It is. I fucking hate it.
There's no way we're completing this. I'm gonna be honest. 'cause
I
we did it
fucking
last
hate it.
time with 4 people.
Welcome to
This one hard.
That one book really fucked us
California,
up, though.
abandoned mining town and
one we couldn't
birthplace
find.
of demonic cult, the Watchers of Azazel. On May 4th,
I'm gonna lurk for a bit. Gotta finish up some work. Good luck. You, Aries, you take care, okay? I appreciate you. Like I said, feel free to message me. If you want to come for like movie nights or anime nights or anything like that, we have a role in the Discord for it.
That was totally not.
It'd be nice to have you, honestly. So you take care. Rest up. Enjoy your night.
It was not.
Have a wonderful day.
But
Love you, bro.
It summoned the
I love my boy
demon
Aries.
Azazel
100% your fault.
I
instead.
actually did though.
154 years later, Sam McCowell
Please.
has made a pilgrimage to the cursed
ruined it for the rest of
birthplace of
us.
the
I did,
cult,
I did.
attempting to harness the power
But-
of
Shogun,
At
how are you
least
doing?
I did
You
say
chilling? You having a good time?
Stop
You
him
guys.
before
Yeah.
it's too
At
late.
on the last one.
It's true.
You guys sacrificed yourselves for me, and I appreciated it. Oh, hello.
Yeah.
Boo.
Hello.
No way.
Pumpkin.
No way.
I have 21 pumpkins.
Alright, so back to gas cans in this one.
Oh, I have a gun in this one? I'm an FPS gamer. I will shoot any demon I see.
You can think that if it makes you feel better.
Oh my god, the fuckers on this map.
I'm chilling, vibing. Not gonna like, kind of high. You can't
So, this pentagram on the ground.
just to touch it. That's awesome. Hope you're chilling. You're mad chilling then.
This lore.
May 8th, 1852. Dearest Mary, recording the findings from the mine, John has filled no less than 10 small books. Every evening these past few days I've been looking over them. I believe there are patterns in them. Some words and symbols appear together over and over again. Since the discovery, the men have been finding gold consistently. Surely this is not a coincidence. Your loving husband, James. Oh, what the fuck is this?
Pentagram?
Sorry, I was reading lore. I didn't see this.
You're good. So the pentagram, how this map works is some of these will light up when they're ready. So this thing right here behind you, this lockbox. Once we trigger the first event, keys will spawn. It'll open up the books. We'll need to find the pentagrams that are lit up and use the matches.
I need to
light the
chill. I'm
candles
still mad at insurance and I really should not be.
The pentagram.
Get some
It'll make
fries.
the book glow with Azazel power or some such bullshit.
Okay.
And then we burn the books in the church. And that's the gist of it. There are ghosts that will spawn. That's this map's version of the demons, and they will steal the books if you leave them unattended.
Okay.
So we need to go in here.
Is there sound effects in this?
Oh yeah.
Like something spooky in here.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, go into saloon.
7:30. I'm not going anywhere. Maybe fries tomorrow. That's unfortunate. Ooh, piano. I can't play the piano.
You cannot.
2 out of 5 game.
Can't pet the dog.
Alright, open the door.
Pumpkin. 3 out of 5 game.
Open the door.
Anything in there?
Oh, it's empty.
Anything on the table?
There's a key. What the fuck just went by? Wait, where's the lights?
The lights are on, but nobody's home. I found some matches, since we will need those.
I was sleeping. I'm not waking him up to grab fries.
Should I just leave them by these, like this, or the matches?
These are Crowley's safety matches.
That's right.
Must be good old and reliable.
Old reliable.
I'm gonna start bringing gas.
I wish I knew how to make like my own fries, and like just like really fucking good fries, like
That is a
awesome
wise
type of
idea.
fries. Because that would be really,
It's kind of
really,
hard
really
to tell if you're staring at this guy because it's so freaking dark. Oh, thank you.
I will need Senor Hitsuga to come unlock this for me.
Where?
That's a good question. Just run down the middle of the street until you see me.
Hola, soy very scared.
Hola, soy Dora.
Wow.
What?
Mm.
I was
Wow.
not prepared for that.
Hola, soy Dora.
I wonder what it's like. Oh god, that's cool. I wonder what it's like actually visiting an abandoned. Ooh, pumpkin. 1 second, I see pumpkin.
Ooh, a piece of candy.
Ooh, piece of candy.
There we go. I got it.
You
I got it. I
guys
got it.
get all your pumpkins for Phasmo.
No, I haven't done any of the Halloween challenge for Phasmo.
There's what? Why lights? Nande? Oh,
Nande?
not cool. Did someone just get shot?
Not yet.
Not yet.
All right. I'm gonna
Ooh,
start
Opie.
stockpiling.
Wait, is this Azazel? Is this what Azazel looks like?
Got the
Apparently
hotel
so.
lot box.
Zazel's fucking got a rack. That's for damn sure.
So Azazel is the bronze Opie demon goat thing. Okay.
Yeah.
Cool.
Seems like a weird depiction, but you know.
I mean, I don't judge him. I get
the
it.
world we live in.
I get it.
All right. So now we need to find which pentagrams are lit up. Ow. Fuck off, please.
Alright. I got.
Oh, those are the gallows. I don't like that.
All right. The stable is not lit up.
Weapon stores, not.
Supplies? Sugar?
The supplies is lit up. General store, whatever you want to call it.
So do I just light up?
It's the bank key.
Oh, fuck. Your voices scare me. No, he said no.
We need to find the key for the lockbox for here. We don't have
Which
it.
one?
The
Okay.
general store.
Oh.
I've got the bank one though. I'll go open the bank one.
Oh, I got a fucking ghost on my ass.
My darling Mary, what have I
Goes to the
done?
most frustrating part.
I must face the truth now that the discovery, the ritual, all of it has done this. It has awakened some unspeakable
done,
force of evil.
Mary?
These deaths, this destruction, it's all on my hands. I do not know how to undo it. Can you forgive me, my love? It was all for you.
Bank.
Your James.
The bank's lit up.
Yes.
Okay.
We have dynamite. I can just blow this
I got
place
the
to
general
kingdom
store
come.
lockbox key.
Noise. Look at that
Ooh,
one.
a hat.
So
Can I wear
what's
the hat?
Third one that's lit up. You cannot wear the hat.
What's that in the middle of the road?
Hmm?
I hear keys jangling. That's not you guys.
Sure isn't.
That is not me. All right.
So what do
I
now?
will unlock this lockbox then. Is it-
All right.
There's gold here. Oh god, this is stacks of cash.
All
Right,
right.
I would just
unlock.
take them and get. To be honest, I would just fucking get those and just be out.
Yeah, I would too.
The
didn't
warehouse or
grab-
storage room is the other one that's lit up.
I didn't grab the book yet. But
No, I wouldn't grab any of the books yet.
But I opened the box, so
Okay.
it's open. So in the general store.
Cool. The
what
bank
key
one is
that?
open.
Okay. Bank
We
one.
need the storage key, and that'll be our first 3.
Has anybody gotten the storage key?
Nope.
The what key?
Nani kore?
Storage.
Am I safe inside the jail cell?
Got it.
Nani
You are
kore?
most certainly not. I mean, if it makes you feel better, yes, but no.
Otherwise, no.
This is so sad. All right,
How many gas
resume,
cans I
resume,
put there?
resume. Pumpkin.
Nobody had the sheriff's key. Nobody has the sheriff's key yet.
Oh, I gotta get some gas. I'll bring that to the church.
You want to
I
pick
always
up the
get
gas
lost
cannons
as to
right there.
how to get to the freaking church.
Hmm?
Think this is right? No. Nope, that's a cactus.
Yes.
Yeah, pick up the gas cannons right there.
What about my matches?
It's fine. There's plenty of matches.
I guess gas cans are more valuable than matches.
Put them together. See what you get.
The bonfire. Oh, that guy is.
He's big.
He has a gun.
Yes, he does. Oh, he cocked it.
Was because I was looking,
Yeah.
He's like, fuck around, find out.
and I am not fucking around and finding out.
I'll draw you a graph to demonstrate that the more you fuck around, the more you find out.
Definitely not. Oh, what is this? This is a creepy ass mural thingy.
Oh yeah, all the stained glasses. They're actually the stained glass are pictures of the lore notes that you find.
What?
All right, we have 7 gas cans. We need 3
Oh,
more.
hello.
Oh, this church door is locked, sir.
Oh, do I have it?
If you could do the honors, thank you.
Oh, I didn't even know what keys I have half the time. Sorry.
It's all right. Matches there. We want to make sure that each pentagram has a set of matches next to it as well, before we get going.
All right.
So is Mr. Sharpshooter a sharpshooter, or
I
can I dodge him? Can I make him whiff?
No.
Fuck.
All right.
There's all these weapons. I can't just pick them up and start firing.
Unfortunately, not.
All right. There's another gas can. There's
10 gas
4.
cans.
9.
Say you have the clothing store key,
Okay.
and the box is
I'm
shut.
coming.
There's a
It's
pumpkin.
still
Oh,
shut.
there's a pumpkin in the church. Am I blind? I want a pumpkin in the church. I'm zooming. Thank you for catching.
There's 10 pumpkins.
Hello.
per
Wait,
map.
where's clothing store?
Towards the area where we spawned in.
The church is mine. If I was a pumpkin, where would I go?
Are you the great pumpkin?
Oh, there we go.
I love pumpkins.
I love pumpkin.
Oh, there was one. Shogif,
Got
you
it.
have eyes.
I like roasted.
I
pumpkin
love you.
seeds,
That's fantastic.
Or
You
pumpkin
have
puree, pumpkin pie, but anything pumpkin spice flavored can fuck right off.
I like that.
I like
but-
pumpkin cookies.
Pumpkin
And
cookies are
pumpkin
good.
spice is good. You put that in pumpkin pie.
Say,
Huh?
your basic white bitch is showing. I need you to put it away.
Hey, listen.
もしもーし。
Listen.
Mosh, mosh.
Listening? Your emoji?
I happen to just be a white person.
Okay, that doesn't excuse the fact
A
that
white
pumpkin spice
girl.
is-
Dude, that light is up there is on.
Are all
Dude, what's chasing me? Oh, it's a ghost. Oh, so it's like a one of those cartoony ghosts.
Yeah.
That's not that bad. I can handle cartoony ghost, maybe.
all right? Well, remember that you said that.
Famous last word.
I see a pumpkin.
Pepperidge
Oh.
Farm remembers.
Alright, I found another. Is there a pentagram that doesn't have some matches by it? Because I found an extra.
There are a few still, I think.
Okay,
Mine
yeah, I found
loot
one
box key.
that needed it.
Let's see this.
Very nice.
May 4th, 1852. Dearest Mary, I found something today. Although it was not
Where's
gold,
Mary?
I am
got
not
Halloween.
entirely
I
disappointed.
cannot believe it.
On a rock face some depth into the mine, we discovered hundreds of strange markings, words, and symbols. What do they mean? I've asked my brother John to record everything, for as you know, he's better at writing and drawing than I. The days are getting longer, and it is very hot now. A man sometimes feels as though he's suffocating. Give wee Bunny a kiss from me, your loving husband.
Are lit up.
Alright, so we just go ahead and we torch it up. And then we go to town.
I'm just double checking all the programs.
Okay.
And lockboxes. The saloon lockbox is not open. We don't have that key though. I think we have to progress. Before.
So what is Punksuga? 500,000 is a lot of points for a mystery. Punksuga is steampunk Suga.
I'll get the sheriff's office. You two can get the bank and storage room.
Alright, I got that. I got some.
I lost. That's the hollows. There's the town. They should really turn on the lights.
It will get easier to see as we progress a little bit.
So you got the bank?
Shit, the sheriff's box isn't open.
Do I have that key?
It doesn't look like anybody has the key. That's concerning. I guess we have to do the first two then. Okay. That's new. I thought we could do three, but I guess we have to do two.
Steampunk Suga.
I'm ready when you are.
Do I light this pentagram too?
The bank and the storage are kind of like joined together, but yeah, you want to light both of those up.
Okay. Lead the way, say. Oh, you already lit yours.
Yeah, I
need
lit
that.
mine.
Oh, you're lighting the sheriff's office. It's the wrong one. Oh wait, no.
Whoops.
The hell? Oh,
Where is
this
this?
the right one. Okay, no, you're right. I thought never mind. The jail barge really threw me off.
Jiggle peeking.
Alright, I'll go get the book.
Oh, here's a whistle.
Picking cartoony ghosts trying to scare me. No.
In the pentagram.
You're doing
I'm in the pentagram.
Yep,
I'm ready to be
doing it.
burned.
Doing the thing. Oh, this doesn't burn it. This just energizes it.
Oh. Oh, it's shiny now.
Mm-hmm. All right.
All right, I'm going.
All right. I'm gonna go burn this book. I'm gonna go and commit a cultural crime.
Ooh, it's also shiny now. It's very bright.
Got it. All right,
Got him.
All right, Autobots.
roll out.
Heck yeah. Wait, which way's the way? This way? I'm glad you know. Oh!
Actually, I don't know if this is the way. I get so lost on this. I don't think this is the way.
I think this is not the way.
Do
No.
you know the way?
I think it's this way.
Whew.
There was a neon sign that said church over here, you know. Right. Alright, we're going this way.
What was that sound? Oh. He pulled out his sniper.
Alright, I'm here to torch the place.
Okay, I'm learning. I see.
Alright, where's
Kick ass and chew gum, and I'm all out of
all that gum? Alright, there we go.
もしもーし
There are
That's
those.
Is he coming to us?
I have no-
He should
I-
have
he
spawned.
might.
He sounds like he's down here with me. My new BFF. There's a pentagram here with no matches on it. Who let that happen?
Definitely not me.
I fixed it.
You remedy the problem.
I am getting
I'm here.
Bang
I'll be your
Legos.
bait.
Found a key. Found the
I'll be your bait to say.
You found the saloon block box?
Saloon.
Oh, I get
Wait!
two.
Oh! Juke! Zigzags! Zigzags!
Oh, he's got me.
He is aggressive.
He got me. Sure did.
Ripping pieces.
He didn't like my pun. The saloon lockbox.
I'm going to deal with the
Where'd you go?
hotel.
So I literally went to hell.
Oh, you went to hell.
Like
Yeah.
actual hell. Like literal hell. I am there right now.
Don't worry, I'll bring you back out of hell as soon as I find my way there.
Nobody. Oh, Say has the hotel box key. Okay.
Am I
need-
dead?
No.
no.
I
I
see
thought I was about to say I thought I shouldn't have.
on the sheriff's key though.
Where am
Finish the first episode of Horimiya. They messed up McDonald's order. Oh, well, planning to play some Crusader Kings 3 and then sleep late. I felt that.
That's what I was kind of looking for.
I'm here. I'll protect you.
Don't see any.
I got you.
Oh, you got it. Okay.
Yeah.
I need you to go and open the hotel lockbox.
Okay.
That pentagram's.
I mean, it's already late, but I'm now very caffeinated thanks to Diet Coke.
I think
Let's
this
go.
is it.
This one right here, where it says hotel in big bold letters.
And big bold letters. Yeah, you'd think. Oh. So
That's-
it does.
But it's not neon. They could have done better.
Yeah, they could have done a better job. All right, lockbox back. Is it back here?
It's upstairs in one of the rooms.
Oh. How gorgeous.
I got the sheriff's one. I'm gonna go do the thing. The building next to the sheriff's office is lit up,
There it is. Found it.
which is
It's in here. In here.
general store.
Ooh, a pumpkin.
In here? Oh, okay. Yay, we got it. Unlocked.
Do you need more cans?
No, I don't think. Guess we'll find out the hard
That'll
way.
be famous. No, that'd be famous last words. I'm taking it.
We'll find out the hard way.
The famous last words. Where's our friend?
Don't know. The sheriff's book is glowing though.
He's in the middle of the road.
I hear him bumping around.
'Cause I don't want to step out and him see me and be like, "Hey, I want to."
Is there like a curfew going on? Is that why he's lighting my ass up?
Possibly. We don't have the mine key. No, we do not.
silly ghost. Tricks are for kids.
Alright, I brought the gas can just in case.
Get right to the point.
You opened the hotel box, right?
I did.
Okay. Did you do the book thing?
I did not.
Okay.
I will go back and I can do that.
Why he angry?
All right.
Oh, that's why he angry.
All right. The hotel's lit up and the general store is lit up.
Do I burn the book, or do I not burn it?
Don't burn it yet.
Don't burn it. Don't burn it.
We'll grab the other two that are lit up before we do that.
Caffeine makes you sleepy? Really?
Does me
Interesting.
too.
It does not
Like
for
hot
me.
caffeine in the morning, like coffee. Oh yeah.
All right, here, clothing store.
That's interesting. I mean, I know there was a study a while back that teens tend to fall asleep when using caffeine. But as adults, I didn't realize that was a
He's
thing.
after me. He's after me. He's after me. He's after me.
What did you do to make him so angry?
I don't know. I didn't even look at him. I just existed. I think he's sexist. I didn't even get to go get my hotel bookie.
You can do the book.
Sometimes it has an opposite effect if you have ADHD.
Here.
Oh, really? Is that what it is? Not for me. It'll keep me pepped up for 2 hours. It has no effect on me. I feel it literally has no effect on me. Caffeine.
And then,
I just like the smell of it.
If there wasn't impeding doom and death, this would be kind of romantic with the candles.
I think you're reading too far into it.
I
Oh,
guess
I found
that's
it.
an interpretation.
I think it's just the basic white girl.
Am I shiny?
I'm gonna get got. I'm 100% gonna get got.
Don't get got.
You're going the other way. Okay.
Oh, he's actually just trying to find me.
It seems that way. I stunned him once though.
Does he know he can enter buildings?
He does. Yes.
No. Fuck.
He came out of
Alright.
the building when I found him.
Which way?
This way.
This way? Okay. I've got a. Oh, he's after me.
Oh! Juke! 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 Right, left! Right, left! Oh, he's double banging! Fuck! Double tap! Stop double tapping! Yeah, buddy! Yeah, buddy, get stunned, bitch!
I appreciate it because I for sure. Alright, I got the book.
Alright, I got the hotel book too, so that makes 3. Because there's one.
I'm good at Valorant. Ugh.
Can't see that.
Go ahead and burn the one in the fire pit. I'm on my
Okay.
way up.
The zigzag works. Total.
Famous last words.
What's this? Ah. Oh wait, it's actually hurting me.
Oh,
Fire hurts in this level.
Yeah, this one, the fire hurts.
Well, that's cheating. Ding, ding, ding.
Yeah, we got enough gas.
Alright.
Time to go find which books are lit up now. Now it's a little easier to see though.
No, it
He's
is.
coming. He's coming fast.
Wait, but he's lost. He
Yes,
can
he's-
stay lost.
He's right outside the church. So.
Yeah. We stun him up here and then jump down this hole. There he is. You're the bastard.
He's running to you.
There we go. Ow.
Oh God! Should have aimed for the head.
Go, 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 go. I mean, based on the bullet hole picture, sure looks like I got shot in the head.
Classic rookie mistake, though, not aiming for the head.
The staple is lit up.
Okay. It looks like the gun shop is too.
Okay.
Get off me, stinky.
I'm here to be support because I don't know what the fuck is going on.
Yeah, this map gets a little chaotic. Stuck on something. Where's the stable book? Hello.
Was a
It's over
book of
here.
stable. Ooh, a
shit.
pumpkin.
Who has the stable key?
I do not.
nobody has the stable
I do not.
Shit.
Okay, no one has it.
All right, we need to locate the stable key.
If I was a stable key, where would I be?
Preferably in the stable, but that doesn't seem to be the case. All these ghosts.
At least it's brighter to see. Oh
He's
god.
zooming.
He's fucking running. Holy shit. He is the...
He's on a mission. Oh, I hear him. Oh, it's right there.
Yeah, I think he's right by me. So I've been kind of
Slowed.
like,
I'm slowed. Oh, I'm so got. I'm so good. You got. Oh, he ran the other way. I got lucky.
Oh,
you
bless.
get lucky like that.
I do. I mean, if his AI was smart, just charge for the
was
person
after me?
straight in front of him.
Oh, god damn it.
Did he grab you?
He did.
The mine key and the stable key are still missing.
You stupid fucking nasty cowboy.
He's
Hey, now.
stinky.
I hate you.
Hey now.
He's super stinky.
He is stinky. He looks stinky. He has
I'm
it
gonna
out
go
me,
for
I
the-
swear to God.
Go for the victory. Or not the victory. That's not what I meant.
Alright. So, where am I?
I see
You
you.
are in the hotel. It looks like.
I am right
I'm
by
zooming.
I'm right by a medkit.
I got you.
I already have a medkit in my hand.
I'm gonna get it anyway.
I see the light. Now it's gone. I look again.
Hello?
It's in the hotel, maybe. We have to find keys. I don't see shit anywhere in this game.
Yeah, we gotta find
There's still 2 keys somewhere.
Have we cleared the hotel completely?
I found the mine key.
Oh, nice.
good job.
That just leaves the stable key in question.
But I thought the mine key was for... I fucked up the joke. Never mind.
Where is he? We got eyes on him.
No.
He's inside this building that we're about to walk towards. On the right.
Oh, okay.
Alright, the mine box is here.
Yeah, that's right. Elevation, baby. Oh, fuck, I'm dead.
Are you?
Yeah, I got slowed by the ghost. He's shooting me. I have no stamina.
Oh no, he's after me! God damn it! Stop!
Oh, he snapped my neck. He broke my neck. What the fuck?
Have
Well,
fun
he
in
got
hell.
you? Okay. I will, I'll try to save you.
These demons think they can handle me. I am a professional gamer. How dare they?
I'm a professional demon hunter.
Call me Van
Alright,
Helsing.
I see you.
I'm doing the general store thing.
Okay. Is there a...
Yeah, there's a route in front of the building.
Alright, but is our friend in front of the building?
Hope not.
I hope
It's
not.
not completely so.
Okay. Gotcha.
Thank you. I appreciate.
Still need to find the stable.
Oh, he's outside. I'm running. Surely he doesn't run this way.
Surely he won't, right?
Yeah.
Alright. So did we find... I should have...
Still haven't found the stable key now.
Yeah, I hadn't burned the book in the hotel or whatever just because I knew we were looking for that.
It's alright.
And I did not want to
It's alright.
make our lives more difficult.
The general store is on there.
I will walk with my friends.
I will walk with my friends. Oh,
Back off, buddy. He almost got me. He said, "Oh, what the fuck?" He 182. My neck.
You specifically.
His eyes were very red.
He's not totally sexist, I guess.
So,
Where is
stable.
that key?
I was a stable key.
Where would I be? It's not very stable.
Heh, 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 heh.
I see you crawling around.
Hey there.
He
Oh.
wrecked these closets.
The saloon. Okay. I found it. I think.
Found it.
Yeah!
Alright.
Loaded.
Is there a med kit over here somewhere?
Yeah.
I hear him walking.
Alright.
I want to
We'll do
try.
the stables thing.
Alright. Okay.
I'll go do the other thing. Uh-oh.
The stable's
right
over
here.
that way?
He's at the
Oh,
end.
It's towards the church.
He's getting angry in front of the gun store where I need to be.
God, there's so many fucking ghosts.
The ghosts are what gets to be obnoxious.
I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming. I'm coming.
Hello, Barry Allen.
Where's the snow?
Over here.
Of what?
It's on the side where I'm at. Oh,
I went too far. Got it. We got it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it.
it's a horseshoe.
That's cute.
Oh, I get it. Stables, horseshoe.
Hi, so should we, so when do you want to burn? We good?
You can just do it. I can't get to the gun store because he's kind of just carding it. So there's already a book in the fire pit. So
Alright, I got the stable. He's
just going back to the gun store now. I'm out of UV, so can't do shit.
Oh, it burns.
oh,
Oh no,
shit.
it's the ghost.
Oh, thank you, God, because I was
I would
kind of
love to
cornered
find
there.
a
Okay.
battery.
I thought I was burning from the book. It turns out it was just a ghost.
Is this the way to the?
Yeah, take a hard right.
Yeah, okay. Run, Steve, run.
I fucking hate this game.
Oh, there's a ghost on me. Hello, honey.
Ghost is gone now.
He's
We're back with
gone.
soup? What kind of soup? Oh, my bad.
I
don't-
appreciate you torching these ghosts. You're
No worries.
you're a real.
I'm here
Played
for
myself.
you. You played yourself?
Played myself.
What happened?
I was in a dead end.
Oh. Do you need to be rezzed then?
I will once I get out of hell.
Alright. I'll bring you back from the depths.
All right, got it. Now
Alright.
we'll just need to get 3. Get off me, bitch!
In the stables, how convenient. There's ghosts like all around me.
I want to try to get to you. I'll try to.
I got him. I got him.
He's got.
I'm big support. Call me Mercy. Heroes
Oh,
never die.
God. Oh, he's coming. Oh, he coming. Oh, he running.
I don't know where he's running, but he's running.
He is
I heard him.
speedy. Oh, he is speedy boy.
Damn, ghost, stop slowing me!
God.
So the mine will probably be one of the 3 because that was never lit up.
Tomato soup? That's not. I had my first proper tomato soup not too long ago.
I'm out of UV. Oh no.
Oh fuck! He got him. He got him.
I got my neck
What
will snap.
What a douche canoe.
Douche canoe.
Kind of a dickhead.
Oh shit! Get off me, bitch! I hate these ghosts. Oh my god.
See, I don't think the ghosts are that scary, but they are annoying.
Yeah, I see the
It's
mines are
definitely
lit.
scary.
And I'm right by them. I'm right by the mines.
Okay, the ghost got me.
Oh shit.
That's such a loud jump scare.
After you were just saying they're not that scary.
It was like glitching through the wall or something.
I'm gonna try to
But
get to
yeah,
you
they fucking
guys.
was. The ghosts know you were talking shit.
They heard me. Oh, I fucking loved it. He's zooming.
Get off me!
Oh god, he's right where we're at.
Alright, I'm gonna try to... is there a med kit out there?
There's a make it on one right here. And I'll go to the other one.
Alright.
Save him, save him.
Okay.
He's zooming.
Oh man.
At least I got at least
Oh god.
at least that was clutch though.
That was.
The ghosts are right on you.
I know.
If I had not though, oh man.
Behind you, behind you.
I don't. Oh.
Come on.
Oh, he got downed as well.
Yep. Too many ghosts.
They all just spawned right there.
So
They did.
many.
This sheriff is fucked up. God damn it, Sonny. Stopping by to say hi. Hey, Hina, how are you? Or not Queen Hina, rather. Have I tried Overwatch 2 yet? I have. Sojourn, absolutely fucking busted, in my opinion. Good in yourself? Fucking terrified. I hate my life. I hate my life.
Jeez.
Let's call me Hina. But it says not Queen Hina.
Rough. Play like we need to play like a pleasant game, you know, like like a nice,
That's not on brand, say.
like a Phasmo. I think it's pleasant. It's nice.
Pleasant.
In that game,
Pleasantly
I troll-
frightening.
In that game, I troll the ghosts.
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, okay, whatever. Big
You
baby.
can always do Labyrinthian or Pacify. I haven't played Pacify.
I've never played any of those games.
I've not played many games.
Pacify is good. It's just very janky. Labyrinthian is...
I mean, horror games in general are just janky.
Is Pacify the one where you have to exercise the ghost?
Considering my gamer tag involves Queen Hina, I see.
With the
I
little
see.
demon child.
But no, I'm just saying I hate horror games for some reason. For some reason,
That's what you're thinking of.
I'm playing horror games.
Cause
Fucking hate
well,
it.
I don't know. Cause I know this one you kind of You don't really exercise. You kind of do. Do like an
banish.
exorcism. Yeah.
I love horror games. I don't.
There's so many of
I
these
know.
games that are like that. They have theme, like finding a ghost or whatever, or a demon.
Mhm.
I know there's one where you can throw holy water, I think, and it depends on the ghost, what the tactics are to do the exorcism.
Mhm.
So for some it's like holy water, and others it's like, fuck, I don't know.
Crawler. Faster.
I think I have it on my Steam wish list actually. What is it called? Let me see.
Ghost Hunters.
Ghost Hunt. Oh, Ghost Exile.
Hmm.
Ghost Exile. Yeah.
What can I say? What can I say, Sonny?
Ghost Hunters. Yeah, is one too.
Ghost games, horror games, spooky games.
Ghost Exile is a cooperative horror from.
It's
one to
spooky
two
month.
players when hunting
I
ghosts.
gotta,
From the type of
even if
ghost,
I
carry out a
fucking
ritual,
hate it. I actually hate it.
and then the ghost
Ara
can
ara.
anyone.
Ara ara.
Be careful. Hasty conclusions can lead to a sad outcome.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I love that I added the ara ara sound to the 69 redemption. That's so true. Oh wait, sorry. I keep forgetting that. Sometimes I just have push to talk like I'm just pushing the button the entire time we're playing, but I just forget.
Hey, it's okay. 69. So are we finished with Devour?
I don't know. Are we?
I think I got one more in me.
I
It's cry about it.
really do. Like this game stresses me out.
It stresses me out too.
It
Excellent.
stresses me out.
That's how you know it's doing the thing.
You know, you're the one who
Pinakuto.
loves the horror stuff.
I do.
That is your brand, and then
That is my brand.
there's us two little babies who. It's not our brand.
Why
Baby? What do you mean?
USA,
We're little babies.
2006.
We're over here freaking out over
California's
spiders
Coyote
and
Valley,
ghosts
blistering
and
under the summer
goats
sun.
and eggs.
For a valid reason. I think it's more strange to not freak out if you see giant spiders and demons
I
hunting
mean,
you down.
She
I
is.
mean, we can go do the spider map
After
again
her
if you'd
success
rather.
in 2004, Anna became
God, her
obsessed
face
with
is
the
so
idea
creepy.
of
It reminds me
summoning
of The
Azazel
Grudge, and I
himself.
hate that shit.
For 2 years,
That's
Anna
what I'm
studied
saying.
rituals found in
I hate
The-
that shit.
The one ghost I've had in my nightmares for so long. What do you mean go back to the lobby?
We'll go back to the lobby. We'll do the spider map. That's-
No,
that's what y'all want.
No.
No,
No.
we're good. We're good.
We good?
As one of her most
Oh, we
trusted
good.
I'm gonna skip it because we already saw it. This is the farmhouse.
Alright.
I hated The Grudge too when I was little. I'm telling you, I had hundreds of nightmares with that damn face and little shitty little kid.
Yeah, and the ring. Oh, I hate. That's because I always hated paranormal stuff growing up, and
It still freaks me out. There's something about it, like Conjuring, great, spooky, but creep factor,
devil and stuff. So I was
it's different.
always really creeped out by anything.
It's very
paranormal
different. Yeah, the
because
cat boy.
of that.
Oh god.
So
That's a
anything
true
like the
Southern mother.
Grudge, yeah, it's a very southern thing, and so
No,
you got
the Grudge.
Grudge and
Fuck
Grudge
the Grudge.
Demon.
You're not human then.
I'm not. It's fine.
The Grudge has done immeasurable damage to my psyche.
Emotional damage.
Emotional damage.
That was the Grudge brother. It was the Grudge's son. Grudge's son.
Just like it's the 8 or something.
Like 50.
50.
Shazam!
I'll start just piling them up over here.
He's creepy as fuck with his
We
meowing.
only need
Yeah,
two
his
things
meowing
today
was
at the fire pit.
Okay.
just meows
To get
were
the extra
crazy.
goat cheese.
Extra goat cheese.
Anyone want to play pool real quick?
Play pool? Oh yeah, in basement. Yeah, I mean,
Ooh,
why
gee.
not?
I've seen
I'm
that.
probably
movie.
gonna die or something.
I mean, we can invite the ghost if you need to.
I mean,
I
yeah,
mean-
that might work. Might not, but it might.
I have faith. He's creepy as fuck with no.
Someone-
The Grudge did actual damage to my psyche. I swear to God, there's nothing that has ever creeped me out to that extent. Growing up, I still to this day have nightmares of the Grudge lady. We on and off, but then I get like in the dream, I'll get like this unnerving feeling that someone's watching me, right? And then I look around and I'm in the hallway or something. And the hallway, and the far end of a hallway, there's a door that slightly opens, and I can see the Grudge lady like peering outside the door like that, and it's
Sure.
fuck me. Oh, jeez.
Over here. Over here.
I fucking hate
You
it.
got the key.
Wasn't it based on true story? Oh shit, you're right. My bad. Sorry, I was telling a story. Ish.
Once upon a time.
I'm gonna start heading off to bed and sleepy as fuck. Take care. No, take care, Sonny. You get some proper sleep. Open salami. Oh right.
Open
Jesus.
salami.
You just ran right at her. Oh right, cause it's conditioned. If I see one of these goats,
Played this game so much, it's like desensitized.
I don't know how long it would take me
To a
for me to
degree.
be desensitized.
I mean, there's still some moments that get me pretty good, but for the most part, it's just kind of.
Oh, she's
know it.
upstairs. She's upstairs. Hello.
Goat in the kitchen.
She's in the attic. Not cool. Yeah, kind of like that, Hina. But it's just like peering around the corner, and it's absolutely terrifying.
The reading room is downstairs.
Oh, there's a little jungle gym here. That's kind of cool, actually.
Yeah, it's
And
normal to
doors.
put an entire jungle gym
And
indoors.
doors.
Surely. Terrifying?
Oh,
Yeah.
hello,
Thanks for the movie
please,
suggestion.
hello,
I'm gonna.
please,
Oh,
hello,
I was staring. Not staring. Ooh, pumpkin.
So, respectfully.
Oh, come here, friend.
I'm a friend.
I found him. Found a little friend. I got him. I stole him. My friend.
Grabbing him by the neck.
My friend now.
I'm gonna sleep to it. I hope you sleep well. If you're gonna watch The Grudge to sleep to, go for it. But fuck that.
Yeah, you got fun. Oh,
Finders keepers.
Just keep us. Come here, goat. Oh god, my frames.
Oh, hello, friend. How you doing? Shared
this?
bathroom tea. Key. Key.
Oh, I did the thing. I'm so stupid.
You drop your goat.
Yes.
Rip.
Oh, hello, queen.
There's a goat in there too. I need the hay.
Library.
And I said, hey. Da 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 da.
So we can learn to walk along and get along with each other.
I'm not staring at you.
Oh,
3
where's-
seconds.
Yep. Where is the shared bathroom? I don't know if I unlocked the reading room. I unlocked all the doors that I saw. So I'm assuming I must. Oh, hello, queen.
Hey.
Oh, I don't.
Hey, hey, hey. Hey, 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 hey.
Little-
Hey, 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 hey. There is a lot of hay.
My little goat is.
I love hay. Do you love hay?
Somebody opened up.
My brain thought you were gonna sing. Gonna get. Wait, what? My brain thought you were gonna sing that I was gonna get high.
Who knows?
So,
Do we have
Derek.
Do we have a little friend on this already?
There is, yeah.
Yeah, he chilling. He big chilling.
Okay. Well, how about my goat?
You better be burned, fool.
2 more. Need to get 2 more gas cans.
Yep.
Okay,
I
man.
guess I can get those after. I'll find a goat so we can progress this along. Also, the timing on that, I said the office door, and I hear the office theme song behind me. Fantastic
Nutty.
timing.
Chef's kiss.
You work in an office? That's crazy.
No, not that. No, sir.
You the sacrifice? Yeah, no, it's we're gonna burn this goat up. Apparently it's a bad goat though, because it has red eyes. We don't like red eyes. Red eyes means bad.
He's not the goat.
Yeah, he's not the goat. He's like, oh,
He's oat.
wait, he's a boat. The baddest of all time.
Jeez. There's a goat. in the
It's
library.
bad. Very bad. Everything the Watchers hoped for. It's almost time to sacrifice the goat, and it needs to be me. Involving anyone else could break my bond with Azazel, and then he would be banished. Why am I shaking? Dun dun dun.
Somebody left their Atari. I found a gas.
Ooh, a flower.
Ooh, flower. Ooh, piece of candy. Oh, yeah. Alright.
Why is that place so red?
Library. Maybe just wanted a red library.
It's like a
Shared bathroom is
light.
also still
The light's like
closed.
red.
Yeah, where's the shared bathroom? I have that key.
Upstairs, 2nd floor.
I have the office key.
Go open the second office door. I found the library key.
I don't know what the office is.
It's the right next to the TV room. It's like a pass through.
Ooh, okay.
Oh, it's over here.
Dum,
So
bum, bum.
first door on the right.
This is the office? This is kind of pathetic for an office.
It is very pathetic. There you go.
Meh.
Dictionary,
All right,
occultism.
let's go burn some goats. There's still 2 piles of hay at the fire.
The
pit.
blue book. Encyclopedia of History, Mathematics, Encyclopedia of History.
The best way to get all this.
Whales of Oceanum.
Oh, 'cause-
Creatures of the Sea. Encyclopedia of Botany. Occultism. Geometry. Ew. Butterflies. Ew.
You don't like butterflies?
Anything that's butter and can fly sounds wrong. No, I think they're great. I fucking love butterflies.
Me too. Alright, I'm coming. With
All right,
Mr.
I'll do
Goat.
this. I'll do
With
mine.
Mr. Boat.
It looks like you're peeing on it. Right. Our laughs are so creepy. What the hell? Woo. So, are we playing as people who love Azazel?
You're playing as former cultists, yes.
Former occultist?
Yep. You were part of this cult, and then Anna went batshit crazy, so now you're not.
Oh, I see.
Anna's also right here, so I'm gonna sacrifice myself so y'all can.
Cool.
You don't have to sacrifice yourself.
Well,
He did,
I mean,
anyways.
both of you still were doing the goat thing, so.
I'm Barry Allen. Heroes never die. Oh,
I don't
fuck you,
think
demon.
that's how that works.
Hey, you're not too far away at least.
No, she didn't go very far.
I'm so happy she doesn't just like grab me in midair or something. That spooks me.
So there's still a goat in the library. I'm gonna leave the library closed for now, then. We know where that is.
Okay.
We need to find the attic cage key. Because that's the 5th goat is the one in the library, so we need to get the attic cage key to let them out.
Okay.
Hmm. Oh, I'm so fucking creeped out. Something
I hear
just
some noise
spawned.
I don't like.
It's getting spooky.
Like, no sir.
Oh, there's some candles. That's some nice ambiance. Oh, there's some frame rate issues too. That's not so nice.
That sounds not ideal.
Oh, hello,
Okay.
demon.
The attic cage key is not in the attic. I
It's
wonder
a
if we
goat and a baby and a woman.
may need to burn the 5th goat to get the attic cage key to spawn.
Where's the 5th goat?
It's in the library.
Oh, I do have some hay.
Hay's for
Delicious
horses.
hay.
Oh, yeah. Back off, bruh.
It's in here somewhere. Down there or something. Yeah, it's on the stairs right now.
Come here, baby.
Oh look, the attic cage key was in the library. Of course it was. Alright, well, you'll at least be able to go put that goat in the fire pit.
Nah.
And go open the attic cage. Let the rest of the goats out.
Zoom.
Nope.
Zoom zoom.
Forget it.
Ah! Nothing.
Alright,
What was
goats are
that?
Nothing. I was just I just tripped a little bit, you know?
Yeah.
free. Sure, that's what that was.
I have very big feet and I missed a step.
Yeah. Sure. No way. Over here.
Alright, now to find the rest of the little goats.
Oh, did you open the attic already?
Yeah.
I have an idea. There's always one down
Oh,
here.
here's a goat right here, honey. Come here, little friend.
Come this demon. Yeah, back off.
Back off. Bitch.
Come here.
Alright.
I got me a goat.
That was
Nice.
2 right there.
That was
Where's the
pretty good.
other 3?
I think there's one. There's
You
tends
both
to
have
be
a goat,
one.
don't you?
Yeah, we both have.
Okay, I'll go burn the one in the pot then.
We.
We're already at 4, so if we go all the way to 4 again, we're gonna fuck ourselves.
Go all the way to 4 again?
If we
Yeah,
if we
'cause that
gather up
8.
another 4, because we'll put us at 8.
Then
So
she
there's no
cannot be
point in us-
stunned.
Yeah. Because this will put us to 7, so we're gonna want to gather up the last 3.
Okay. Whoa. Living on a prayer. Peeing on you.
Oh man, that's like a really bad way to die. Peed on, peed to death.
People would pay for that.
You're right.
Honestly, someone
And
probably
on,
would.
and on roleplay servers.
Yeah. I need you to
Not remind you.
yeah.
Alright, we're gonna need more gas. Wait, do we need more gas? No, we don't.
I got 3.
We're fine.
I found a goat. No, we have enough gas.
Yeah, 2 of them were kind of fused together.
Hey, do you know where some hay is? Actually, I have an idea.
Oh,
I
she's
bet there's
zooming.
one over here.
Oh, she's a zooming.
The odds of me turning a corner and seeing her.
Yeah, that's what I kind of expect too. I found a hay. And there's one right here. And right there.
Oh, fuck!
Hey, Bobby.
Oof. No!
Putting a goat in the pot.
Macaroni
in a pot?
and a pot.
Her eyes are red!
I thought she was on you!
Oh, that
Get bladed!
I was not expecting her to go after me.
perfect. Excellent. There's 2 more goats somewhere.
Oh man. Oh shit, where am I? Oh, she's oh hell. Oh, I'm being red. She's right here. Honey.
Yep.
Thanks.
Yep, I'm out.
I'm out.
I did my job. I'm out. So where did these goats?
Oh, fuck. She's just staring at me. I'm closing the door. You can't see me.
That means-
Oh, I found a goat. I need hay.
Alright, that's the last goat.
that's
You
the
found
last
I dropped hay to grab a medkit. It's by the library.
Get it. Get it. There's hay out front.
Oh, get off me. Oh, you have a nice ass. Get off me.
We need that. We need that goat.
I've got eyes on it. I'm watching it.
Okay. Okay. Okay.
You
There's
went
hay
into a
in the front yard.
bedroom?
There's a shit ton of hay.
Hey, Husky.
There's hay right here.
How are you doing, Husky Note? How are you?
Was it he who
I
walked out of the
appreciate
room?
you.
Oh, come here, little friend. Stay in here with me. I promise I won't hurt you.
I'm fucking dying.
Uh-oh. Uh-oh.
Uh-oh.
Well, better hurry. If I have to drop this goat, we're in trouble.
I'm still by it.
It's in the library? I don't know where it is.
No, it's in this bedroom.
Oh, she's coming for me.
Oh, now actually it's moving down the hall.
She's gonna take my goat. She's gonna steal my goat.
What are you, man? I'm kind of corralling this goat. It's going all over the place.
Oh, I see a demon. That's not it.
There,
Oh,
I'm bringing it to you.
come here, goat.
I don't know where she went. Just Just a heads up, she's in the house.
All right.
I'm not okay, Husky. I'm not okay.
I ain't either.
I fucking hate her. Ah! Fuck you, dude. Ah, another one! No, get off me, dude, please. Not another one.
No, go.
Go through the basement would probably be your better bet if I had to guess.
I'm dead. I can't get this person off me.
I was trying and I ran out of UV.
Uh-oh. Are you both down?
Yes.
Yes.
Oh, fuck me.
I'm down by the goat, though.
Alright, well, that's not good.
I'll try to... I'm gonna walk towards medkit. I'll be down by a medkit.
Hopefully that goat
Yeah, we're both right beside each other. Yeah, I see a make over here. And we'll go to it. There's so many fucking demons. Holy shit.
Goat's running through here.
Bob Black Sheep.
I would go out front and grab that hay real quick and get that goat.
Okay.
Where's hay?
She gets angry.
Where's hay?
In the
Where's
front
hay?
yard. There's plenty of hay in the front yard. She's getting
Oh, she's outside! In this direction! What the fuck, man?
I didn't know that when I told you to go there, to be honest.
I don't blame you. It's just... Why is she there?
Where is this bitch?
There's no hay in the backyard. That's weird.
Is she gone?
Probably not.
She's not out here. I hear her though. Oh, she is out here. Hi. She's gonna get me.
What? No! I got clipped on something! Jesus Christ! I can't stand this.
Go to Chandoko. Coco.
Alright. Do we have a health kit somewhere?
Alright, I grabbed the goat.
Oh, good job. I'm glad you did.
There's another goat in the front. Oh, fuck.
I gotta hit. I wanna get you.
Oh, that's his goat. Oh.
Oh, there's a diamond. I got things to do.
I have to come and help. I have to come and help.
Still. I'm getting clipped.
Right
Hurry,
behind
bitch! Hurry, bitch!
She's behind you. Nope, don't go that way.
There's a goat right in the entrance.
Okay, well, there's no hay here, so that's unfortunate. It's going towards the front yard, that's fine. We're just gonna burn the goat that's in here and get the shit going. Start this car, or so help me God, I'll turn it around. You better put your goat in there as soon as this is done.
I'm spamming E.
Sacrifice yourself, oh my God! I thought Say was here. I thought she was...
I was here.
Oh, well, what the hell, man?
I was UVing her. I don't know what happened there.
Could you burn the goat, I guess?
Burn the goat, yeah.
All right, I'll burn it. I
Burn
got
the
it.
goat so he can put his goat in the thing.
Yeah.
I'll work on crawling my way out of here.
Crawl out of hell. Do we want to burn the second one?
Might as well, because you're already at 8, so...
Alright.
I'll burn the
That way,
second.
what we gotta do is find that last one.
It's still in the front.
Play sacrificial juggle. There are demons.
Okay, I got
galore in
it.
this
I
house.
got it. Got it.
She's angry.
Goat's still in the front.
Well,
Is
that's...
there hay in the front? You can grab it.
I don't see any here. I have to go in the back.
It's usually like at the gate where we jumped over to get in.
Okay, got hay.
Oh, this is the backyard. The goat's in the backyard. By me.
Okay.
Oh, she's on me. She's on me. She's on me. She got me.
Oh, uh-oh. That's bad.
She
You
ran
can do
right
it.
at me.
Just get the goat while she has Say. You got
I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this. I can do this.
You can do it. You get it. Come in clutch. Come in clutch. Come in
I
clutch.
believe in you.
You got this.
Sorry, Goaty Chan, but you gotta get in there and fucking burn. Take my pee.
Take my pee.
Oh, she's getting angry.
Fuck you, bitch.
Good job. Come in clutch. god, my screams. I'm sorry for all the people that hear me scream like that, like fucking bloody murder. And for my neighbors. Sorry.
Yeah, you look stupid. Yeah. Got your stupid ass. I did it. I did it, Husky. I did it.
So proud of you.
The goat.
You're supposed to slowly roast goat and 7 secret herbs and spices? Well, we did it in piss.
Yeah, I like how you res me as soon as like and then it's over.
Right at the moment.
Yeah, I love that.
Y'all did great, Leo's and friend. Oh, I'm streaming with them, actually. Here, let me do multi. Lady of Strand right now isn't streaming. Because they weren't feeling it. But I am playing with Hawkeyes. He's streaming right now. Alright, so she's spooky.
He's so fucking extra.
Lovely. Absolutely lovely.
Chef's kiss.
I fucking hate this game.
Like, can we go to Fazbo? That's like that's more my speed. Just trolling the ghost. You can I cannot troll these no.
Dinner goto.
God, I didn't. Shit. I was getting caught so much.
You know,
You and I both got got 3 times. Not that bad.
it happens. She was some bullshit.
That's bold.
Thank you. Oh, yeah, no worries. Please check them out. They're great. They're dorks. We like dorks. So let me give a proper shout out for Lady Strand as well.
All over here having heart attacks, but I'm the only one with the heart rate monitor.
Yeah, I mean, it would be like 120 plus probably if I was.
Break it.
It's absolutely spooky.
I had a hard time when I played Amnesia Rebirth. It got me so bad, like the app on my phone was like, "Are you okay? Do we need to call emergency services? Are you currently dying?"
That happened to me once, like at a job interview. I had my Apple Watch on. I was so anxious, and
How the
after it was
fuck do I
done,
feel my pulse?
The interview was done. I look at my watch, and it's saying like, "Are you okay? Like your heart rate got up to like."
Hey Neo, how are you doing?
And I'm
Hey
like,
Tally, how are you?
Amnesia, that no.
What the fuck? I can't feel my pulse.
Like, just play like Minecraft. That's a spooky game.
I'm fucking dead. No, I think it's just I'm too excited. I can't feel the gentle vibrations of my heart. Sorry. Now I say hi. I meant to say hi earlier. I just demons, you know? Oh god. Is this the map?
No. We're gone. We're done. I'm surprised Hawk is even considering still going at 12:30 at night.
Die, bitch.
How long does Hawk normally go?
Like 3 hours.
I gotcha. How late am I going? I'm just playing with them until we're done, I guess.
I mean, once Hawk is done with this game, I'm down for some Phasmo.
We could switch to Phasmo. It's Friday night, and I'm big chilling. Yeah.
I'd play some Phasmo. Go in and I love trolling the ghosts. I honestly feel like I make Phasmo a pretty fun time when
Husky,
I play it. Just
how was
because
work today?
I don't take it too seriously. I just kind of fuck around. I do not try to ruin my teammates' lives, though. I just
Okay. I'm actually like when I play, I'm terrified. You feel me?
I was that way, and then I played it so much that I am less so.
That has not changed.
Like now, I'm just like, come at me, ghost. Like fuck you. Like my friends, though, anytime an event happens, they run away, and I'm always like, oh, I gotta get the camera, mom, get the camera. Get a picture of the ghost.
Got some chill pills for your butt?
She's
Chill
very
pills?
surpassed my level.
You're feeling better.
Levels.
Oh, that's good. I'm so happy to hear that, actually. I'm glad you're feeling better.
That checks out.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, actually, now that Neo has people leaved, I'm gonna do something. I'm gonna do something.
Well, now, I have lately been wanting to play the cursed objects, and even when we have no money, and you're like, listen.
I will Padaru every day in December. I will Padaru. Okay, I will make.
I'll do this one more.
What?
Freaking how many days in December? 31.
Neo, you people left. You people left. Oh fuck.
No.
So stay left. We'll shout you out all we want. I got guns too. Not really.
Figured since
Fine, people leave. Perfect. Keep shouting him out. Don't stop.
Good
Let's see more
job!
clips.
Congratulations.
Let's see more clips.
Affiliate game.
But I'm already here.
Using
Yeah.
rituals
I can have
remembered
fun of
from
it.
the time with satanic
He's whipping out the guns. He got the Glocks.
And
Yamashita has been
I
attempting to
And the
summon
cock.
did not
goat
utilize it
demon
very well
Azazel.
because I'm kind of a noob when it comes to
Hidden
my
away
Here
in
we
the
fucking
caves
go.
beneath a family-owned
I-
lake,
Rar.
Zara
I don't even have
discovered
a
giant
nice
nesting
thing.
My shit's
spiders
buggy.
with
Hey yo, I don't say anything.
So warm.
Just be happy it wasn't that spinning thing you hate. Padoru, 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 padoru.
ways.
Pretty good at
Take me
some-
home,
As
pet
a
me,
former
and
cult
make me
member
yours.
and one of
And don't
Zara's
forget to
loyal
stuff
I
friends,
just want the
you have
Venom is-
You
finally
gonna make him really
make it
They
more
can tell
interactive,
all
like
four
with
of
some
your
jump
bulgy
scares
wolf-
in there to trigger for me.
Hello.
I'm not
Kisses
not
and
Not-
really
huggies.
interested
I'm-
in.
I
I'm
hope
totally not
Daddy
for
like
pizza.
these.
That's fine.
Can I just stay in this area? Can she come to me if I stay in this area?
Chest.
She will.
I be getting thirsty.
Wait, she can actually come this far?
Yes.
I got a little itch.
What the fuck?
Think you can help
Yeah,
me?
they did that on purpose so people can't just stand there.
Only 7 inches long. Boo boo.
Big brain.
Please adopt me.
Like, I don't really have an interest in monetizing my stream, so it's like the rest of the affiliate stuff is kind of for me, but I do want the fun stuff.
Pause on your
Yeah, for
bowl.
sure.
as-
Honestly, the only reason why I initially got affiliate, I think, was for the sources, the quality options,
Yes.
and then emotes are just like fun bonus. I told him earlier this month, made him think I was gonna send powder, but instead of spooky, scary skeletons.
But you can't
Nice.
really
I like that.
do fun stuff.
Oof, fuck.
Tell me what you're doing here.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date. Ding. How are you doing, Shoddy? I appreciate your face. Even though it was through text and Discord, you could feel like he's like, don't you do it, Tally. Hi, y'all. Thank you so much for the raid. What are you doing? You playing Evil Within. How is that? First time? Or is it like a
So, I mean,
a
they ran
different
with it.
playthrough?
They enjoyed it. Up until she was no longer in first place. Now she's like, I don't care anymore.
I'm just doing my job, cleaning some pool water with some friends
That's what we'll do, yeah.
at the onsen.
Ouroboros Shrine is in the stairway.
You did the Resident Evil 8 DLC before that. Nice.
Detergent thing.
Are my clips really bugging out? I think the clips are bugging out.
Skull Shrine is in the. I'm guessing this is like a
Yeah,
diamond.
the frame rate's pretty bad. I'm not entirely sure why. That's such a pretty sight, though. What a pretty view.
If you're coming at me, let's do this. Kill him.
Hey, thank you for shutting out Lek as well. Lek is great. Lek did my ending screen. In case you guys didn't know. I can't do it yet. I want to see the clip.
Do you guys have any plans for Halloween?
Dying.
Dying?
Yeah.
I want to
Like-
do something.
Like spooky.
Spooky night?
Yeah,
I think so.
yeah. I usually don't stream on Mondays, but I'll probably stream for Halloween.
Hmm. Are you gonna do like
don't know.
one?
I thought he was sneaky, but I saw him. Yeah. Lex is always super sneaky. He'll be lurking and stuff, and Lex a dork.
Having
Wait, was that Zelda clip from my stream? Yes, it was.
Yeah,
Yes,
all
it
my
was.
indie horror games that I had.
I don't
you know,
where
Silent Hill
I'm
2
at.
is getting a remake. So
I did. see
Yeah,
that.
I can't wait to not play that.
I will be playing it because
I will.
I am a huge
will.
Silent Hill fan. Actually, it's,
Mhm.
Oh, don't
I
worry.
do
I
like
love the
blood
lore.
horror.
I absolutely love the lore, but I'm not playing the fucking game.
I'm a
I
big
wish-
city cat for horror, but I was actually a mod on the biggest Silent Hill.
Did I type her name
film
wrong?
world.
No, you typed it right. No, that was Shoddy. That was Shoddy's clip. He just didn't know that was his clip.
I was for site for a while. Despite being a big
Husky, you're such a dork.
I do love
What
it
is that emo?
a lot. So I'm very excited to
Yeah.
see about
I
the
hope you've been
remake.
well, Shoddy. How have you been? Like, how's life been treating you?
And Masahiro Ito are in on it. I am.
Dance is school. I'm excited for it too. It's just not to play, but I'm probably gonna end up playing it somehow anyways, and that's gonna make me cry.
Yeah.
God, I fucking hate this place. Hachi
Hachi
E Roku.
Doku.
Where's the
Roll.
she number? What the fuck just happened? What just happened? What's that music?
I think he went and awoke the demon.
See what pumpkin?
That pumpkin. Yeah, I saw a pumpkin too. I didn't get that one. Let's see.
Eh? Wait a minute. This is a new pathway. It's 5, 6. Where's the 4?
Oh, I bet they don't have it.
Well, that'd be smart. Cause
Yeah.
fuck 4.
Because 4 is considered a bad number
Yeah.
in Japanese culture. Oh, hello, friend. Die.
I do not like sheeting.
We go to she myself for this game. Oh, there we got Yon, she, Yon over here.
Don't see it.
It's where are you?
I'm
Yeah,
downstairs right now.
Oh,
What the fuck? He's starting it.
he's trying
You're
to
welcome.
fuck us over.
Thank me.
I'm
later.
scared.
4's over here.
Am I winning? I don't feel like it.
Are you winning, son?
That's 4.
Is she up here with us?
Sure sounds like.
Fucking spiders. Fucking 4.
There's
I'm
4.
I'm not standing by the 4 door. That's bad luck.
Why are you looking for 4? Oh,
Curiosity's sake. A key! Room 7 key. Nice.
Nana.
Here we got some bananas.
Oh, I hear her. Oh, I
Where's-
hear her.
I hear her too. That's crazy.
Whoa! What a. How exciting.
I'll be back in a bit after some lurk. Gotta make some marzipan.
Like she said.
Enjoy your marzipan. Marzipan's a hit or miss for me. Jammies. Husker is always a dork. Yeah. Thank you again for the raid, though. Guys, please check out Shoddy. Shoddy's honestly a really, really great person. He's helped me a lot in times when I needed it. He's a great guy. I appreciate him.
This game has so many like turns.
But congrats on the new job. When he comes back, I'll give him a proper congratulations on that job.
I mean, I would argue that they're all kind of easy to get lost at.
Yeah. It's a fair and valid point.
Ooh, an egg.
An egg.
An egg.
Egg.
You gotta say it with an A instead of an E.
An age?
An
Egg. Egg.
Egg.
That's a
egg.
pyramid shrine.
I need an eyeball shrine.
Whoa. Deja vu. I'm drifting, baby. Wash this egg.
Say.
I'm still here. I've heard that. Tank. No, I'm glad you got a new job. Go make that marzipan, bro. I love you. Oh, it's a
There's some cleaner
pentagram.
right there.
I can shout people out here. Doing my job without the pay. Feels like work. Yeah.
I found the owl.
Oh, you can. Hey, let's go.
Heard a little bit of a southern twang.
Ooh, I found a key to a storage room.
Oh.
Wow.
It's upstairs.
Oh, what the fuck is that sound? Oh, that's what that sound is. Great.
She sounds like she's like right here.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
My heart's pounding. Oh, I hear that's why my heart's pounding. Back off. Back off, evil Onya.
I think she's got me. Where's the pyramid one? Oh wait, is
Be afraid. Be afraid. Be afraid. Be afraid. She's not afraid. She's not afraid. She's not afraid. Let's get it. I'm not in the locker. I'm not in the locker. I'm not in the locker. Yes, for a shout out. I was like, I tried it, didn't work, but no, you took that away from me. Nani?
Just came around a corner and she's here.
Did she get you?
Nope.
Oh! No, but she's gonna get. Oh, no, she walked in a hole.
Okay.
Happy days.
Where's the?
She-
Oh my god!
She puking.
Picking up more eggs.
Ew, so disgusting.
I'm in the same room as you. But I'm afraid to leave. Because she's in here.
Happy thoughts, happy thoughts. Bob Marley. Bob Ross.
Is she in this room still? Like, she
I got
puked an
this
egg and I saw her and I went in a closet.
Good question. Couldn't tell you.
I am walking up the stairs cause I really like living. That makes a lot more sense. It rhymes at least.
Has anybody seen the pyramid shrine?
It might
No.
be in the store.
Oh, actually I have. It's upstairs.
Alright.
It's in room 7, I think.
Oh.
The storage.
Are these all supposed to be Sophia? Yeah, they're all Soph
I know you have
emotes.
the key for that.
Ooh, I found the Penty boy. Ooh, a pumpkin.
Where? Alright. 7.
Look, I'm putting this in.
Oh, I've got a. Oh, I'm lagging. Shit! I lagged so fucking hard that I couldn't kill this fucking spider. Well, I had an egg on the stairs going up. Fuck me.
Nani! Why are you always where I want to go?
Because she knows.
That's so rude.
Stupid spider taking my egg.
As they do.
Da 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 da
Sheep's
da.
not happy.
Lower frame rates. Do 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 do.
I had an egg, but now it's
Egg.
Nani!
I didn't really draw it out. An egg.
egg.
Found your egg.
Oh, good job.
I did not pick it up though.
Nourish my egg. Oh, is that bitch over here?
Probably.
He's somewhere over here.
Oh, I hear her.
She's upstairs.
Oh.
Where was the pyramid? Upstairs?
The pyramid's upstairs.
Ah!
Teamwork makes the dream work. Fuck you, bitch. Oh, I fucking hate this game. What is this sound?
She's passing by. For a moment.
I hate this
Pyramid. There's an egg.
I'm gonna be brave and check the tunnels.
Pyramid. There's no shrine down there. There might be an
Oh,
egg.
get
though.
off me, bitch. Oh my god, I'm running out of UV and fast.
Yeah, that's the downside of the spiders. They decimate your UV.
There is an egg.
If I did the egg. Egg.
Egg. I also have an egg.
Alright, where is everybody?
I don't know if you guys know this, but she seems kind of pissed.
Yeah, a little bit.
Well, if you were an evil spider demon, wouldn't you be bad if someone was fucking with your eggs?
I mean, it's not my fault. She's the one that like.
Away.
Oh, I hear her. There she is.
Nay! Off! Off! Off!
I have a flame. I don't know where the.
I need a sword. Excalibur.
There's 2 spiders and an egg here.
There's 2 spiders
Oh,
in an egg.
oh, no. I got.
You got. Can you grab this egg over here? Say.
Okay. Come here.
There's an egg there.
Egg. I got
Yeah.
the egg.
There's another egg
Alright.
there.
We got Hawk.
I'm about to come out.
Oh. Oh, okay. I'm going
I'm
to.
here.
We need to clean this.
I'm in a room.
Are you really? You're in a room? Is it a nice room?
I'm on.
Is there any medkits nearby?
There
Oh, an
is
egg.
in the storage room that you need to open.
Alright. Flame. Got the flamey.
This one?
Yeah, this door right here.
I'll open it.
Oh, get away from me, bitch.
Okay, I got you. Go ahead and grab that egg that I dropped.
So,
Oh, it's a sword. That's actually. Oh, fuck! Whoever played that sound. Whoever played that sound. Fuck you. I love you, but fuck you. Nay, don't touch me.
our queen.
Hey, Demon Ray. Yeah, spook the shit out of me.
Okay.
Doing gross stuff.
I could have sworn I saw an egg somewhere.
I'll check the cave.
Do we need more bottles? No, I grabbed the egg in the cave already.
Oh, you've already put it down?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Ah, fuck. She touched me again. Backed myself into a corner.
That is easily done.
It is.
I hate this. I want my mommy.
Yeah, that would be great.
That is not.
I feel like if I just stayed inside the onsen, she wouldn't be able to get me. Just saying.
Oh, I found some. I found a. There's an egg on the spider.
Probably the one that I dropped. I'm
We
next
got
to a
eyes.
medkit.
I'm running up. I'm running up. I'm running up. I'm running up. I'm running up.
Negative. You're getting angry?
Please don't tell me she's right next to you. That'd be very cringe.
I'm gonna try to get up there. Too.
Right here. You're being awful and gross.
Yada.
Yeah, she's like right by me, I think.
Oh, I found the flame.
Oh, you did?
Damn, that's hot. It's upstairs in room 3
Yep. In room 5.
or 5.
3 actually. Okay.
Where is she? She sounds like she's right by me.
I haven't heard her in a moment, so she's.
Why can't I just use this sledgehammer? Just fucking bonk her.
I hear her now.
Oh no 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 no! I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I said that. I'm so sorry. I said that. I'm so sorry. I said that.
What?
I don't want to bonk her with the sledgehammer.
Oh shit!
Oh. Well, there goes my fucking eyes. Hello. The fire room's over there.
Fire room's over what? Over here?
It's straight over here.
Okay. Back off, bitch.
All right, please spawn upstairs. I'm here.
Why?
Yes. 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 Yes.
Perfect.
Nani! Sorry. Oi! Oi!
Oh, my bad.
I got you.
I didn't realize.
Got him.
I know there's more eggs up here that need to be cleaned. I saw them around.
Yeah, the problem is the spider probably picked him up and carried him off.
I hear a spider.
Fucking spiders.
Oh, here's an egg right here.
I reloaded my batteries or my flashlight. Sorry.
Nice.
Mm.
Wait, sounds like she's right here. Oh, because she is.
Oh.
I got a guy again.
Okay. Teamwork makes a dream work. Let's go get him.
I dropped my egg at the pools.
At the pools.
What's
I
up?
hear a friend. Oh, it's got a hello die. Thank you.
I'm
Oh,
assuming around.
okay.
I'm assuming around. I'm assuming around. Is there any medkit nearby?
Oh, I'm out of. Oh
Nope.
shit! I might be fucked. I gotta run.
He's over here.
You're by the pools? Is that where you said?
Oh, he's upstairs.
Where I dropped my egg.
Okay. I see your
See
egg.
anything?
Oh, that guy had an egg.
I'm cleaning said egg.
Okay.
Oh, thank you, God, you're here. Oh my God. I got hourglass. I think that's down here. Alright, I'm here in case she comes.
She's right there.
You're coming.
Okay. Okay.
Oh shit.
Take it out.
You got stuck. You played yourself.
I got stuck. Oh, I thought he got you. I thought he was getting you.
He's cleaning an egg.
Okay.
Oh.
Sorry.
It's all good.
This egg is hourglass egg.
I'm not sure where Hourglass was.
It's downstairs. It's like downstairs. Pretty
You know.
sure.
Oh, Circle was downstairs too, actually, wasn't it?
The Ouroboros is, yeah. It's, where's the lobby? Right here. This, back here.
Oh, I'm in the secret cave.
Right here. At the end of this hallway, right?
I'm gonna do it.
I don't see an Hourglass down here, though.
I thought it was down there.
It's down here on the last map. Last time. Oh, here it is. This is one of the rooms.
Are we good? Are we okay?
No, I got grabbed.
I'm gonna head to the pools.
Yeah, I'll head to the medkits if I can. Holy fuck.
Last egg is here, so I'm gonna take it to the medkits with me. Oh shit, it's not here anymore. A spider took it. Motherfuck.
Oh
Alright, well.
God,
Medkits.
she rushed you so hard. She did. She saw me and she was like,
Getting angry.
"Say less. I'm coming for that ass, Hitsuga."
There's a spider right here.
Die spider. There's one coming too. Oh, I got him.
Fuck you. Alright, I guess
Alright.
now we gotta find out where the spider took that last egg. And not
Right,
easy.
teamwork.
We just stick together, we win, right? Surely.
Teamwork makes the dream
She
work.
can only take one of us at a time.
Yeah, there you go.
Alright, the last egg's gonna be the goat head, and the goat head is in one of the rooms down this hallway. Oh, here she is. Oh, she's
Okay.
fast. God, she's so fast.
Okay, we run to pools, run to pools.
Oh shit. Oh lord.
Please, back off!
Oh lordy.
I'm running back inside. No.
Oh, they're so. Oh my shit.
So many spiders.
Oh, she's got me.
No, she got me.
Alright, I'm hiding. Because there's so many spiders where I am. Like, it's ridiculous.
So many spiders.
Fuck me.
She was right there too.
I have no idea where that last egg went. I know a spider took it. I just don't know where.
I hear her.
We'll go to battery. Give me this right now.
She's not letting me out. Where's the exit?
Oh my god.
There's the exit.
There's
Okay.
so many spiders. Oh, you got it? Okay.
God, there's so many fucking
Oh,
spiders.
no, no,
though.
no, 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 no! She got. Alright, use my. Okay, I got. Just use it. Use it. As if you can.
Oh, spiders.
So many.
Oh, there's so many. Oh no, the pools are clean. Oh, and there's no cleaning solution here. Oh, yes, there is.
Moshi moshi tally. Moshi moshi.
I don't think I'm gonna get it. That ain't happening. To be honest with you, it ain't
I'm
happening.
right by you.
Nope.
Oh man. Man, we just get fucked up on
So
this.
close. 9 out of 10 though.
Wait, did he get grabbed? Did he get got?
Yeah.
Oh no.
9 out of 10. We almost had it.
Hey, there's a cleaning solution right there.
Yeah, the one I dropped when she got me. I was in the middle of cleaning the pool. Oh yeah.
Imagine playing this by yourself.
Imagine.
How would you?
Yeah, I don't know. I've never tried, but there's achievements for playing the solo. I don't know how.
No.
Yeah. Yeah.
I don't get it. I don't know how you'd be able to play it
I
solo.
don't know. The gameplay is exactly the same, so I really don't understand.
Hardcore gamers. Clearly.
Yeah, really.
That's gonna be it for me.
Okay. Well, thank you for playing with me. It was nice to have you.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Fun first game.
Oh, yes.
And fun.
Yes.
Fun.
Fun.
I'll figure out what I'm doing next Friday and
Oh, yeah.
figure out a schedule.
Okay.
I might actually stream next Friday. We will see.
Oh man.
Ooh.
We'll see. I thought about streaming tomorrow.
How's the Warframe stream? Yeah, how did that go? How I don't know who you were playing at, what class you were. It's just I just know you're sliding and jumping and slashing and
I
killing.
just don't know what game. Everybody, my friends are.
How was it?
They're like say, I love you. I love watching you. But you gotta stop playing Phasma. They're like, you should play Final Fantasy 14, and I'm like, I feel like it'd be boring. I just go into front lines or something. Do PvP. I already booted up Phasmophobia. Yeah, I'm level 715.
You up there in the levels, that's for damn sure.
I mean, I could be Anthem, who is over
Valkyrie?
10,000.
Basically a woman who's too angry to die, so it's kind of like a berserker type of class, just Valkyrie.
He's crazy.
Mm-hmm. Alright, I'm gonna hop off. I'm gonna go get myself ready for bed, and I'll catch y'all next time.
All right, it sounds good.
Yeah.
You
see
take
guys.
care, you dork.
You too.
Good night.
Good night. Fucking hate these horror games. Why must everything be so spooky? What was that?
And then there were two.
Yeah.
So are you finished up, or would you? Are you? Did you want to hunt for spooky ghosts?
You love to hate it. I might be down to play, but it is midnight. I think if we get a full lobby, maybe I'd be down, but it just depends. Does anyone on stream want to play at all? Playing as Valkyrie is a lot of fun. Damon's description is accurate. So, how does Valkyrie work? Like, mechanically, she just goes invulnerable? Is it like an iframe kind of thing? Yeah, if we could get a full lobby, I'd be down to play more Phasmo, just a little bit more, like another hour. But if not, then I'll probably just end the stream. I'm not sure who'd be down to play right now though. She cannot die, gets Wolverine claws and does a ton of damage. Oh, what? Nani? And she gets temp invincibility. Okay. I gotcha. I can do a couple rounds in fast one. That's one. We got one. Anyone else that want to join? Because I only want to play if it's a full lobby right now. Whew. That was a yawn. Sorry. Rooster. Ooh. Okay, sorry. I was looking at Discord. The first, what do you call the special version of the Warframe? Prime Warframe? I could, but y'all have to mute me. I would have to mute you? Did you want to play, Husky? What do you mean we have to mute you? What does that mean? Like in Phasmo? In the meantime, I'm gonna go pee real quick. Horror games are not it for me. I pee so often when I do these horror game streams. Fucking hell. My talking gets worse when I'm nervous. Isn't that kind of the best part? Yeah, it'll only be for like an hour. I don't want to go for too long. But I'm gonna be right back. I will run an ad for the stupid pre-roll shenanigans. But I'll be right back. I love you guys.
Batteries has flashlights. Oh no! Oh, Hitsuga not 8.
Get the artifacts and get out of here.
What the fuck is that sound? Ah! I have hands too! Change. I have a bad feeling about this. I'll head over first. What the fuck, game? What was that sound? Did you hear him run away? Boom, 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 boom. He's on sand, first of all. That's so toxic. Fuck this game. Fuck you. Wait, can I bait this guy to fall off? My bike! Whee! Whee! It's back! I did it! I was a good boy! I killed someone with a lawnmower! And then I got my bike back! Fuck the rules! It's locked though.
Should I do this? Should I be greedy? I'll be greedy. I have 4 HP. There's some leeway there. There's some leeway there. Oh shit! Oh shit! I jumped right into that.
All Alright, let's see where we spawn. Oh!
He has no helmet. I knocked one out. I'm slowly pushing up on them. I knocked another one out. 2 of them are knocked out. We should push. We should push. We have to push.
Let's go.
Got him.
Let's go!
Let's fucking go. That was sick.
Is that clip worthy?
Yeah, that was clip worthy. God damn. This is my first win. Can I tell you guys that?
Yeah. They see your feet. They can cheat. You're not cheating though. Oh, nasty.
Oh shit, there's no one there.
You're getting pushed. Ooh, you hit him. Ooh, you killed 3 people.
Got him.
That was on stream.
That's why you don't.
Is that a thing? I'm sure that's a thing. Here, I'll fix it for you. Ultimate dork.
Okie doke.
I choked on fucking air.
Hi.
So who do we have? Who do we got?
You got me.
Yeah, I think we might have a full lobby. Wait, what's my push to talk button? Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you. Hello.
Okay, I think we might have a full lobby then. If Tally and Damien want to play.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, Tally's getting on.
Let's hunt some fucking ghosts.
I'm gonna hop on my Discord because they have the Discord. So
Yeah, for sure.
I will see you soon. Wait, I don't even. I should have added you. Is there like a recent played thing on Steam? There is,
What do you
right?
mean?
Recently played, just so I can invite you.
I feel like there might be.
Yeah, I have no idea. In any case, I'll send you my username. It's just Hitsu, anyways.
I mean, I'm Filthy Moon, so
Okay.
once you see my picture, you'll understand why my name is Filthy Moon.
God. Okay. But I'll see you there.
Okay.
Maybe. Yeah.
Okay.
Oop, that's the wrong server. Okay. Gaming Fancy Party. Oh, damn, you were fast. Tally, Damien, right? I need to open chat. Tally, Damien, I can play or watch depending on the number of people. I think with you would be 4. I'm not sure who else wanted to play. Hi, Tally. Let me launch the game. Escape the backrooms. Is this the other backrooms games? Mosh mosh.
Is it? I think so. Yeah.
Here, let me go desktop. This game looks creepy. Oh god. Fuck the backrooms. Phasmophobia.
They're so fun.
Oh, I keep forgetting Mel got Phasmo as well. I blanked out when I saw. I'm never playing a horror game in VR. Never.
Enough with that.
Yeah, nope. Fuck no.
I know somebody who was ballsy enough to play this apparently on VR. And
Well,
besides me.
was it you?
wait, did you? Did you do it in VR?
I have, yes.
That sounds ridiculous.
Hello.
Hey, Damien.
I heard the
Let
positive
me.
would have more items.
All right.
Yes.
It is no longer
Just so you
multi.
have
I
one
need to
in each
change the
hand.
title. Quick, Tally, give me a title.
Mine's always I'd
I
afraid
think I'm
of no
some sort of
ghost.
writer.
Yes. Look up backrooms escape together. I can do that.
Escaping the back door together? What?
Backrooms. Oh my god. Okay. Escape together. One to four player. Oh, this is new. This is like a few days ago from the studio. Is this the studio that made Little Nightmares? I'm trolling. There's no way.
I'm incredibly sleep deprived, so let's see how this goes.
Oh, that's when you get really spooked.
Oh yeah.
Yep. Or I'm just gonna be too tired to not care, which works in my favor.
Thank you, Tally. Ghost hunting after devouring with some friends. Please stop calling us. Call Ghostbusters instead. That's great. Together. I feel like the ambience is creepier in this one so far. It looks darker. But it seems too open. I don't know. I need to see proper gameplay. New levels every 1 to 2 weeks. So this is new. Okay, this is their first thing. 4 new items in your inventory. The devour stuff. Got it. Game scene. There we go. Tally being a pro mod. Yeah, Tally is a very, very good mod. Thank you, Tally. Much better than me. When I try to mod, aka like just try to do basic functions on my own stream, I fumble, I get lost. It's bad. I'll try to shout someone out and then maybe accidentally ban them. Neo, what did you just do? Did you send me a gift? If you're sending me this Backrooms game, we're playing together. And I'm hiding behind you the entire time. Just saying. Like, there's no in-between.
What's the room code?
Oh, I haven't made one yet. Tally Pro Mod. I want to make a room. Pro Mod Tally. I'll be running ahead. You'll be running ahead? Yeah, I'll be running. Fuck. If I run ahead, that means I get away first, though. Fuck it. I'll accept it. Thank you very much, Neo. I appreciate it. But we definitely have to play together. Maybe we can play with Sift and them. Do they have the games? Sift and Lynn? They're both Giga Dorks. You played with them before?
Wait, so Mel actually got Phasmo?
Yeah, I think Sunny gifted Mel Phasmo. She's like, put money where your mouth is. Put money where your mouth is. Play this game.
Exact logic Soft used on me.
Yeah, Sophia to do that. Hi, handsome. Me? Nah, I'm not handsome. Thank you, but no. I can't hear you right now, but I want to come say hi. Hello, I'm waving. Hope you're doing well, cookies. You can't hear me. I saw your dog. Very, very sweet small bean.
Oh, is that the one in the little
Yeah, the thingy. Yeah, it was so adorable, honestly.
Soft's reaction to it is incredible.
Yeah, when I saw the reaction, I should have replied, but I think I was still asleep at that time. I saw the message, half asleep is what happened, and then I woke up. I was like, I don't want to move anymore. I woke up at like noon, I think. I want a pet. I fucking love Sophia so much. She's so precious. I love her. I miss Norway. I miss Norway.
Norway isn't like my top 5 places I want to visit if I travel.
I understand that. I honestly, when I went to Norway, the fucking view is actually insane. You go there, you just feel like you were reborn. I think Telly might.
Just because it's a place I have friends there, so.
I'm surprised how many people I know now that want to go to Norway, as well as people who live there. I'm surprised. I made quite a few friends there. Let's make a code. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 9, 8, 7. Let's go. Game doesn't exist? Oh, I have to make it. I'm fucking stupid. Create a lobby. Private. I'm so dumb.
That would have been fantastic if you just joined some randomest game.
Your brain's fried from all the screaming.
Yeah, the fucking devour bullshit.
Our brains got
devoured. I fucking hate that. Why is that ghost so damn scary?
It is so.
The dinosaur ones. So there's this guy. He owns a raptor suit. He's like you're like kind of up in there, and it's partially animatronic and has the raptor noises when you open the mouth. And he's I forgot I'm not muted. Anyway, he's running through a cornfield.
Oh, I thought he was talking to us the entire time.
He's pretty great.
I put the code in no mic channel. No mic. I think Sophia did no mic. Like she typed it out like that. Didn't she? She's a cow for Halloween this year. Oh my god, the cow dog was yours. So cute. That sounds amusing. Yes, her name is Eris, and she turns 2 this year in November. That's precious. Did everyone? Oh, you guys are here. Oh, I can hear me. Echo.
Oh yeah, no, that's it.
Yeah, meet yourself in Discord, guys.
You're the chosen one. Oh,
Damn.
There's no echo now. My echo is gone.
I can still hear it.
No, I want to hear it through Tally.
Oh, okay.
I had some things. I don't.
Oh, but wait, right? Cookie can't hear me. Let me say something in chat. Ooh, my chat's bugging out. Yamete. There we go. Eris is precious. Please never stop sending photos. I have 2 doggos, shark, and squid. Have you posted pictures of your dog, Orgasmic Fries? I'm not. I feel I don't remember if I've seen them. Post them in small beasties immediately. The game is using wrong audio. No worries. Hey, Tally. All right.
I joined. I heard everyone coming through my desktop speakers. And like, oh no.
All right. Who do I want to be? I want to be Kyle. The Kyle looking dude. There we go.
Is his name actually Kyle, or have you just decided that's his name?
I've arbitrarily decided that his name is Kyle. I've decided this guy over here is Ben.
Last name Tennyson.
Ben Tennyson. Wait, he kind of looks like it. Wait, look.
Kind of, yeah.
No wonder he looks like a Ben. Yeah, I'm gonna be Kyle though.
I lit one of the jack lanterns. So
Ooh, let me vote. Someone wants to do random. Well, should we do random off the bat? What if we get Sunny Meadows or some shit? That sounds absolutely terrifying. But pocket.
We send Hitsuga in by himself. We get Sunny Meadows.
No, we do not.
Oh my god.
You sent another one. Zoinks. Rose Shaggy. How are you doing, Brandon? Okay, hold up. Got it. Always so satisfying.
That's how you play Jenga.
I am very unfamiliar with the rules.
Alright.
Oh no.
Oh,
I'm ready to. I'm doing fabulous. How's your night, Hunk Suit? My night is very nighty and spooky. We were playing Devour. I was playing with Hawkeyes and Lady Astrand. How do I say that, by the way? Like, properly. Astrande? Is that how I say it? How do I say it properly? Astrand?
Alright, there's no day on
Actually, that's a good point.
Lady Astrand. It's some WoW shit.
It is
Okay.
the character. It's my old WoW character's name was.
Night Elf by any chance? Sounds very Night Elfish.
Night Elfish.
Because
I was playing with them.
Night elves are not ladies.
And it was fucking terrifying. I absolutely fucking hated it, Brandon. There's this little ghost that became like a spider thing inside these Japanese onsen bathhouse with fucking spider webs everywhere. Her face looked like the Grudge a little bit. She had these beady black eyes, the long hair, white shirt, but she transformed into a spider to walk around to fucking get me, and I absolutely hate it. I can't handle that. You saw it, and it was it absolutely fucking disgusting. I hate it.
Yeah, I could not get into any of the content. It was just very dull.
Oh, wait, are we ready? My bad.
Yeah.
I have clips of me crying. Can I see some? Can you DM me some of these clips? The end level was way too real for me. I fucking hate it. Like, it combined spiders, not just any kind of spiders. I don't have a fear of spiders as much as I have a fear of giant spiders. Some people are opposite. Giant spiders get to me, like really badly. And then also Asian Grudge Lady type spooks. I fucking hate that too. Those are my top two fears, like in the supernatural sense.
Those Sadako looking bitches.
Yeah, exactly. Those combine them, and I'm fucking dead. I'm fucking dead inside. I actually hated it.
Oh, there's only two head cameras.
Alright, Scooby.
Thanks, people who are alone. Name is Gary Wright.
Oh,
Gary Wright. Alright, I got a flashlight. Also grab this. Where are we at? Oh, in the house. I can do houses. But how are you doing, Brandon? How was your stream the other day? Don't you? I thought you streamed on Fridays as well. You don't? Hey, yo, my boy Gary. How you doing? How you doing?
I got the power.
Good, man. I streamed earlier. Oh, okay. I'm just so used to you streaming like really late into the night. Like, I'll be finished streaming. I'll be finished like with whatever stuff I had to do during the day, and I'll just stop by and vibe with you. I'm just working behind the scenes stuff and hanging with Momotar. Oh, tell her I said hi. Tell Momo I said hi. Hello, Garo from One Punch Man. Hello, are you there? Out of curiosity, what was his name again? I keep saying random shit.
Gary Wright.
Gary. EMF. Alright, bet. I'm zooming. Oh, I dropped my shit. Wait, where's my...
Fork you.
He's in the kitchen? Kinda cringe.
Oh shit. Oh, hello. Got that.
Oh, this is Sophia's cutting board thing. I love these. If you're a ghost, spawn outside on this patio right now. I dare you.
Ghost, kill Hitsu.
Don't kill me, but please tell me, are you there? Gary, are you there? Oh wait, Damien, he responds alone. Let me talk to Gary. We're trying to have a moment. Oh my god.
Hey, knock yourself out. You want to speak to the creepy ghost?
Fuck. I take it back. Take it back. Where are you, Gary? Where are you, Gary?
2 minutes are up. The ghost can now. Currently at a 5 on that.
Who the fuck is playing the piano? Alright, Gary, you're a bitch. Gary, you're not talking to me. Show yourself, Gary. Show yourself. How dare you? Woo. I'm just gonna go ahead. Drop that. Grab this.
I'd say I've got dots and book.
I got me a cross. Praise Jeebus. Praise Jeebus.
Do you like Diet Pepsi?
Scan. I'm out.
Are you friendly?
Fuck being in that house. Hey, boo. Hi. How are you doing, hun? Alright. Fuck that. Fucking hate horror games. Why do I play horror games?
Tyler, you playing with customers again?
Oh, I didn't grab my thing.
Are you gonna get killed?
No one.
I didn't look, I swear.
That is
What?
lying, you know it.
Wait. I wanna look at this. I wanna look at this. I wanna look at this. That's to be inside the house to look at it.
Hi, Sophia.
Tally said hi. Brandon Burger! Wait! Hi! Yes! Everyone misses you, hun! Literally everyone.
Yes,
She's at the bottom of the stairs! You auto-corrected? I did it again! Brandon, from now on, you'll have to be starting a new burger chain. Sophia made the rules. We gotta follow it.
Okay, Sophia, look like you're having a stroke in chat.
I think we're freezing temps.
You really?
Tubty!
What did it say? Oh, how do I keep throwing stuff on the ground? I swear to God. Keyboard must be very sensitive.
Is anyone inside the house right now? I am. Why? Can you turn my camera around? I placed the remote that way.
Ha 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 ha! Looks like it's not just me anymore. Oh, I dropped my light again. Oh my God. Momotato and Brandon Burger? Oh my God. They're a proper dish. Alright, what else do we need? We need to get a ghost to walk through salt, and we need to cleanse the area using smudge sticks.
Confirm freezing temperatures.
Are they getting hunted?
No.
Alright, I'm about to smudge some fools. Ugh. Get here, fools.
For just a sec, I had 15 degrees. Fahrenheit.
Like, Fahrenheit? I'll take that. I'll take 15 degrees Fahrenheit. I don't even stress about it. I don't know how to operate this menu. Evidence. Nope, not spirit. Nope, not ghost writing. Freezing temps.
Wait, 15 Fahrenheit freezing?
Yeah, below 32 in Fahrenheit is freezing.
Oh, I had no idea. I'm a
No, you're good.
Celsius kind of guy.
Yeah, I use both. What the fuck is my sanity, dude? Why is your sanity so high?
You looked in the mirror.
Yeah, I just want to see my reflection. What's wrong with
anyone not
that?
screaming at the
Is that an indirect way of saying I'm ugly? I'm reporting you. Oh my God, how rude.
This is suspicious activity on the monitor.
I got the smudge sticks at least. Let's get a ghost to walk through smoke salt. Why am I using the shitty flashlight? Where's my good flashlight?
You're a dork.
Use the mirror hits. You're so handsome. Yeah, I know. I'm so handsome. I lost my own sanity. That's crazy. Wait, no. No, the ghost is at the bottom of the stairs. We're in the wrong spot. Oh, we got footprints that are green.
Oh, it's stepping.
It sounded like someone sneezed into the walkie-talkie.
Yeah, we have freezing temps right here.
There's more equipment in there.
Oh, we got dots. We got dots.
Nice.
He got the polka dots? Oh no, I'll bring the vaccine.
Which means it's an Oni.
Wait, what do you guys get? We got dots and what else?
Dots, freezing temperature, EMF 5.
Like, I'm guessing for the dots, I had it on that, and I saw a speckled ghost run across the room.
So we got all the evidence then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
We just need to get the paranormal microphone. Wait, Jen.
Well, we could get the rest of the pics. If you want.
What are we missing?
Wait, it's a Jin?
I mean, it's an Oni.
We got dots, EMF 5, and freezing temps, right?
Yeah.
Don't expose. Don't expose me.
Make a noise.
Hunt me, pussy!
Give us a sign. What's your name again?
Gary? Is it Gary?
Yeah, we're looking at $300.
Wee woo, wee woo. Hitsu, tell the story. So while I was in Norway and living with Sophia and her mom, I thought it would be nice to make some ramen for them. I was using a specific Shin ramen packet that I didn't think was that spicy. And I was doing it in a big pot to mix all the ramens together. And I thought it was fine. Oh. I'm just waiting for sound. I'm just waiting for them to come home. They open the door. I'm just cooking, enjoying my time, like do, right? I'm having the time of my life just making ramen. I'm thinking to myself, I'm about to eat some ramen with some meat and boiled eggs and like little dressing and all that. I'm just gonna have a time of my life. They walk in instantly. As soon as they open the door, they start coughing. Instantly. They start coughing. I'm like, what? And what happened? Is it allergies? I thought at first, until they kept coughing. And they're like, what are you doing in the kitchen? And I was like, I heard a sound! I'm out, bitches! Yeah, no, whoops, I guess.
No, you got the parabolic mic.
Yes, sir.
We're just missing the 2 pictures now. Oh, wait, we got one.
Hitsu almost killed him. I did.
A lamp, I guess.
Ooh.
Yeah, it's definitely an Oni because it's taking forever to actually appear.
Did you not use the stove fan? No, I didn't. I didn't use the stove fan until like weeks in. my trip. I didn't realize where the stove fan was. I didn't even know how to turn it on. It stayed in the air. The spice stayed in the air. But like, it didn't bother me at all. I was the one like right there, like cooking it. I was just standing there like, ooh, ooh. I didn't realize it was that bad. I maced the house, literally, yeah. Whoops.
Oops. Sorry for causing everyone misery.
I enjoyed my meal. Sophia finished the meal. Her mom didn't, but Sophia did.
Mudstick pie.
Oh, it's not working.
What's not working? Oh, you're juggling.
It's just, yeah.
Yeah, I felt bad about Chili.
Yeah, it's a Oni.
Chili is such a precious doggo. But, I mean, Chili was fine. Chili was just chilling, standing there chilling with me. I'm ready.
We're ready.
Did we get all the photos?
Rolling out. Yeah.
It's an Oni, right?
Yeah.
It's a Jin.
No, it's Jen.
Wait, I thought we had EMF 5, freezing temps,
Finger-
and dots.
Did I circle Jen? Please tell me I circled Jen.
Yeah, it wasn't Ernie.
Oh.
Wait, it wasn't. I switched to Jen. I switched to Jen.
We had EMF 5 at the beginning. Then we had freezing temps, and I saw dots.
I thought somebody said we had fingerprints. Ah.
We saw the footprints, and we never saw fingerprints.
See, I thought somebody got fingerprints. I was like,
See, I had it on Oni. And then I switched to Jen at the very last second. Fucking.
I thought lady. Her meaning was for.
Like her name is Chili, so she handled the spice. Yeah, Chili handled that spice. Chili's so cute. Sophia, can you post some pictures of Chili in the Discord? She's so cute. I want people to see her. Since people are posting pictures in the Discord now of their doggos again.
I was wondering what was going on.
Oh, he's just very gullible, so I thought he was just messing with him.
Ooh, spooky.
What?
He was tricking the whole lobby. What?
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 I'm being bullied.
No.
No, you're being cyberbullied. There's a difference.
Okay. Okay.
I heard the pictures that have a pumpkin on it is supposed to have candy somewhere that we can collect.
yeah, you have to play on nightmare difficulty to find those.
Oh.
I actually have
hell no.
I have a nice little trophy for it in my little glass case on my.
Nah, fuck no. I ain't playing this on no nightmare mode.
I would do it.
I the fuck would not.
Wait, what's the difference between
No! I forgot those things existed.
Nightmare, sanity, sort of very little sanity. Ghosts are active from the start. You don't have a grace period.
They hunt for longer.
It's just harder.
Hunt more often.
Damn.
You don't have any screens on the truck anymore to monitor things.
Yeah, those are all broken.
Oh, damn.
Power starts on. So
Wait, how the fuck are you supposed to find out if you can't monitor it?
No, like the sanity
have to
bar and the
guess.
map.
Like, oh, the map is bugged? I'm talking about like the video camera as well?
No.
Oh, you can still
in the
do
truck.
that. It's just
Okay.
like
Okay.
sounds.
Wait, Hitsu, do you see the
That's
cultists
just
here?
the same thing.
No?
Oh.
Yeah,
I see the remains.
Oh, yeah, they didn't spawn for me.
You gotta go to the door.
Hmm.
I
didn't know that.
I've returned, but I don't think I posted my doggos yet. Small beastie doesn't exactly. No, it doesn't matter how big the doggo is. It's small beastie. It's a wholesome bean.
Yeah, you can see the crazy lady.
Dancing, yeah.
I need someone to come up here real quick to look at the Jenga boxes and see what I just did.
Yeah, I also spotted these
Nice.
last time we played as well.
Oh, nice.
Yep. Thank you very much. I am a master craftsman.
Yeah, I also spotted these guys up here last
Oh,
time.
have you seen this? This
Little twitchy guys over there.
I fucking hate horror games.
The other two are also
Let's do the
Steve.
next one.
One weighs at least 250 pounds. Small enough. I could bench press that. Maybe.
It's 150, not 2. Where'd you even get a 2?
What is that in kilos? I don't know what that is.
150 pounds, I think, is like
I don't know.
60 kilos, maybe?
Wait, didn't you say 250?
Yeah.
150.
Oh, okay.
I was like, where'd you get a 2?
Shit.
Am I trolling? 250 kilos is probably
60
like...
kilos, yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's not so bad.
Just moving on Hitsu.
I'm so sorry! I accidentally alt-tabbed! Night! Night! I'm coming! Wait, Tanglewood? I thought it was random. Oh, we're voting for Tanglewood? That's all good.
Yes.
Well, you guys aren't ready? Oh my god. It's not my fault.
Wow, it literally is.
No, I did random.
Oh, okay.
Come on, vamonos. Everybody, let's go.
Still waiting on Hitsu.
What? Fuck!
Oh, wow.
I'm not letting Damien say it. I'm not letting him say it. Damien shan't say it.
We can perhaps again.
Get cut off, Damien.
I really did. It's really hard to gauge exactly when you guys can't hear me anymore.
Ooh, look, guys, it's infinite loop.
Jerry Thompson sounds like the guy.
In response to people who are alone. I'm alone right now in my house. Ooh. Grab this one. Honestly, Nia, if you're still there, there's a lot of crazy moments that happened to me while I was over there in Norway, including gym bros I never thought I would make. Hello, Jerry. Are you there? Jerry. I know Tom. Do you know Tom, Jerry? Do you know Tom, Jerry? You found the ghost? Okay.
I might check the mirror.
So is that 4 or 5?
It's 2.
Oh.
Mom!
Is this the living room? Wait, where's the living room?
It's right at the front door.
Oh. Do you live here, Jerry?
It showed the fireplace here.
Jerry. Jerry, are you here? Can you speak to me, Jerry? I'll tell Tom. Oh, drop that. Oop, dropped it again.
Oh, I hit 1.8, nearly freezing.
What are you doing? So sorry!
I saw that from outside. The fuck? Is it over
The
here?
love gun hits you!
Oh, just say oh.
He spoke to me! Fuck you, Jerry!
Wait, okay, so we got spirit box then.
You're a bitch, Jerry! Tom is better anyways! It said one word and I cut it off. I switched so I don't hear the full thing. Like it said half a word, I think.
It wasn't happening.
Okay.
It literally stomped towards me. I shit myself in the corner.
I fucking hate it.
Accepted death.
I fucking hate Jerry. I fucking hate Jerry. Fuck you, Thompson. Thompson, Jerry.
Running at me, and all I had was a temperature gun.
Alright, I'll smudge this stupid ass. I want to make Jerry's life a suffering hell. Wait, Husky, don't you have dogs? Who's your dogs too?
What'd you do?
Fuck you, Jerry. Eat my smudge.
Oh, I see. I think I did that. Maybe? Yeah. Hey. Oh shit, Jerry's getting angry.
Yeah, because he knows Tom is better. I found keys. Whoa!
I got his pick! I got his pick! Hey,
You managed to get a photo? You're fucking insane.
Nice job.
Okay, I smudged it. Yeah, I died.
Damn.
Kono Dioda. What is he playing? I missed it. I'm gonna go shower and eat breakfast. I'll be lurking. Hi. Enjoy your breakfast. Take a picture of your breakfast. Dogs posted. Nice.
Yeah, because they're white, so if it's too bright in the room, you can't see them. Yeah, it's white on white.
I love you, boo. Enjoy breakfast. Take photos of your food. I'm really hungry right now, so I'm kind of curious. The bone will appear soon. Oh, he walked through my salt! He walked through my salt!
Oh wait, did you find the bone? Not take a picture of it?
I'm coming with the purple thingy. Which salt? Shazam! It's too dark, or it's too bright. I can't see. Shazam! Where are the lights? I turn off this light.
Or you turned it off.
Oh wait, I didn't do the thing.
Jerry. What was that?
Are you a baby, Jerry?
No, he told me he was old.
Nah, from what I saw, he's a
Are you a big baby, Jerry? You look old, but you're such a baby.
Such a baby.
I'm having this going on with the rest of y'all.
I'm gonna keep closing the door. Be an absolute menace to society. Be an absolute menace. That's what I want to do. I'm just gonna be a menace. I need to detect a sound with my parabolic microphone. A babu. Ooh, Jerry's such a little babu. So kawaii desu. Do we find any evidence, by the way? Oh, a spirit box.
Yeah, spirit box is the only one we found. I'm looking for orbs now. I didn't see anything on the dots. Well, obviously we don't know where the ghost is, so...
Oh, we've got dots.
Wait, do we?
Yeah, I just saw it. We might have some dots. There's a 99.98% chance that we have dots.
I don't even know if I put that in the spot, to be honest.
Hmm?
I want to bring crucifix, because we need Jesus.
True. Did you hear that, Tally?
Yes.
There's a 99.8% chance that we have dots. As a scientist, I would never, ever say 100%, you know?
Yeah, we absolutely 100% have dots.
99.98%. You can never say 100%. That's how we get sued.
I mean, I saw it and I was right last time, so you better believe me, bitch.
I love seeing everyone's fur children, right? I want everyone to post their doggos. Hey, Tally, you know you need some pills.
No.
Alright. Don't hate me for trying.
Took some before I came out here.
I was trying to watch out for my friend. We were gonna get high together. Isn't that right, Jerry? You fucking pussy!
I can't get high. Anything that messes with my adrenaline could kill me.
Oh. That's not good.
That's bad. I can't do it.
That's the opposite of what I should do. Jerry's a big baby. Who turned on the TV?
I got this.
I did. No, I turned it on just to freak out.
Oh no! I wasted a pin! No! I thought it was Jerry.
Got a foot, though.
Oh, Jerry? Oh, we got... Okay.
Yeah, I got it. Green.
If Jerry was actually really scary, he would make a noise right now on this microphone so I can get the fuck out.
I heard that. Where is it?
Oh, we got riding!
Yeah,
we got
there it is.
riding right here!
Oh wow, that's what that was. Sorry, I was jamming out.
Oh, so is that... Oh god, it's a grandma! What? No, he's slow.
Fingerprints, ghost writing, or...
Oh, it's a D-gen. Fucking love me some D-gens. Degenerates. Oh, I hear you now, pussy! Got him! Sorry. If I don't yell... Do you guys know about the gent? Oh my god. The gent is the greatest thing since sliced bread in the musical scene.
No.
What are you on about?
Have you never heard of the gent?
Can't say I have.
Clearly no.
Neo knows. Neo knows.
Is this some,
I
like,
am
some
picking my
hipster
lips.
shit? You
Probably.
You wouldn't know about it. You
No, it's a way people pronounce it that's like really memed on. Yeah, we did. Spirit box.
We did it.
Some dots.
Oh, sweet.
You would have known if you came in with us, silly.
I was looking for ghost orbs while 3 people were bouncing in front of my camera.
Even gent? Oh, not gent. Sorry. Do you even degent, bro?
No.
It's I already see it. I already see it, Neo. All right, imagine this. For a skit.
Grandma.
It was a granny.
It was a granny. I love taking them on walks
Photos.
around like a table. The Diogens, because they're so slow. They can't catch up to you.
Oh, really?
Damn, apparently I didn't.
It doesn't matter how fast or slow it is. I still die to them. So.
Yeah, you have to take a picture of the phone.
All right, but imagine this scenario, all right, Neo? It's like 90s kind of like recording type of video where you have like the overlay and someone's like looks over to the like camera and it's just like, bro, do you even degent? And then he just looks away and starts fucking like going crazy at it. Like just some like dumb quirky catchphrase type of scene.
Have you turned on this boombox on this? This plays
Yeah.
some killer tunes.
Oh yeah. If you spam the click button, it sounds creepy. I died to a Dio earlier, but my computer lagged, so you didn't die?
Oh. That's good that you didn't. You technically did not die, I guess.
I'm proud of you, orgasmic fries.
It's so embarrassing to die to a Dio, because it happens to me all the time, where I'll get cornered and then I turn around, I see this.
Embarrassed. You know how many times I've died to a Diogen?
What?
You know how many times I've died to a Diogen? Plenty.
Guys, am I doing Jenga right?
Let me see. Why does your body look so... What are you doing? I want to do it.
Hold F and you can place them. Wow, that's actually slightly more impressive.
Oh, I thought they were like making you have to fucking cheat them to play the game.
No, but that was way better than what I did. Never mind.
I want to try this now. Here, I'm going to get rid of all this. I want to throw it down that rail if I can.
So you absolutely just like escalated this.
Oh, it's doing tricks! It's doing tricks! What? Call me Tony Hawk, bro.
I'll try and catch him.
Why is this not working?
Alright, hold on.
This bowling ball, you
Oh, I missed.
into the pins and it doesn't knock, it just bounces off of them.
No, I can't get it anymore. I was doing it so well earlier. Oh.
Oh, I lost it.
No, it's not. Tony Hawk would be disappointed in me.
Yo.
I can reach it, but I don't know whether I want to count that. Got it.
Hey. Where's the bowling ball? I think it's client side.
It got chucked. And it just bounced off. I think it's... Where'd it go? I don't see it.
If I was a bowling ball, where would I hide?
Under the cornhole or something.
The what?
The cornhole. The
Oh, it's right here.
Come. It's the beanbag thingy.
Oh, it just
It's a Midwestern phrase. It's a Midwestern phrase for the sport.
Oh.
Oh shit, it's right here.
Because apparently the Midwest really likes corn, you know?
Southern people say it too. Alright, see.
I mean, Southern is basically Midwest. No! I got it. Alright, I think it's client side. If this works, it's definitely client side. Yeah, it is.
Yeah, but I'm about to say, yeah, they didn't even move.
Ugh. No, you guys just aren't strong enough.
Just not.
Ooh!
Weak. Oh, so close.
25 points.
Wait, what? You should take that out of my hands.
I missed the part where that's my problem.
Yeah, I grabbed it and then it disappeared from my hand and you suddenly had one. I was like, wait, what?
I still need to add Bully McGuire.
Wait. I got a new game to play. 1 sec.
Hmm.
Yeah. See if I can get it on town.
You see, that ghost guy over there is just judging us. Like, these people.
Damn,
It's like-
these don't get as much range as I thought they did.
And they don't. They're not frisbees. Welcome back, Tally.
Thank you.
See, one day I
So-
just want them to. I just want the developers to
Aim
mess
for the
with
top
people.
of the pin so you can knock them over when you're not the host.
Oh. Cool.
We're waiting for Hitsu again.
What? No, we're waiting for Damien, not me. Sunny Meadows! It's restricted, but it's still the motherfucking Sunny Meadows. And you know what I feel about the Sunny Meadows? I think it's a fucking terrible place to go. I hate this shit. Hey!
Oh fuck! Oh no, I hate Sunny Meadows.
But it's restricted, smiley face. Doesn't really fucking help me because I think even when it's restricted, it's still like a medium-sized map. Ooh, Ghost Orb.
Ooh.
That's my job.
No, not anymore. It's not. Oh my god, you're a dork.
No, yo.
His name is Russell Malding. His name is Russell Malding. Russell, are you Malding? Russell, are you Malding? You know, I don't have on my flashlight, do I? Oh, I do. Russell, are you Malding? Russell, are you Malding?
It's kind of cold in this section, but I don't know if that means it goes.
Hey, Tal, we need your expertise on this map.
What?
Wait, are you not in here yet, Damien?
No, I'm right
He's right here.
Oh, I don't see you. You don't exist.
I'm playing with the mirror.
Where is it?
Oh, you want me to do the mirror again?
I got this.
I cannot tell what
Stairs.
Okay.
All right.
I think this stairs.
It looks very much like stairs.
Like through here. These stairs.
Hey, yo. Russell Malding, are you there?
That guy looks like the top of the stairs.
Russell Mulder. Russell Malding, are you there? How the fuck is this a restricted map? Russell Mulder, these aren't stairs. There's no stairs here.
It looks very much like stairs. But I'm looking in each room to see which one looks like what I saw. There's
La 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 la.
It was kind of cold in the first area.
Yeah, it's 14 degrees here. It's 8 degrees over there earlier.
It was like 6 degrees Celsius.
Hey yo, Russell! My boy T. Russell!
That is where the stairs is. Because right here is the stairs. It's 6.9.
I like hearing the screams that
Oh, the distant screams.
Yeah, the distant screams.
God, I hate them.
Where? Oh, I bet the stairs are. Oh, you found the bone. Good job. I bet they're over this way through. No. Oh, I bet.
This stairs are right here. And it's slightly.
You know, I can get by this plan. Let's go.
Well, we found a bone. I'm good.
Yeah, it's definitely here by the stairs.
It went down to 4 degrees. This section right here.
All right, we got the thermometer. I'm gonna go grab some new stuff. What time is it for you, Bryce? Neo. What time is it for you as well? And if we were to do this Escape from the Backrooms game together, when will we play? Midnight? So you're an hour earlier than I am? I see. What else do I need? I need parabolic microphone. Wait, who put the dots here already?
It was me.
You're cheating.
Professionals did. Hitsuga professionals.
Well, I have the parabolic microphone. Russell, you're molding because we're cooler than you. Fucking pussy.
Is he balding?
Surely.
So,
Does it respond to everyone or alone?
Does it respond to everyone or alone?
it says alone.
Oh, well. Do you, Telly? Russell, you're a fucking pussy. You're such a big baby. If you were a real ghost, you would kill Tally right now.
What was that?
Huh?
What was that?
Nothing?
Oh, the ghost is close.
It's like the Blair Witch Project. I like it, but I remember when it came out, I was thinking.
I can't. Fuck that.
Oh,
Oh, what's wrong, Hitsu?
Oh.
Is it hunting?
I think it's hunting.
No, it's not. No,
Oh, yeah, it is. It's a 10.
It's a 10.
Oh shit, is it? But look on the
Oh.
screen.
It's not responding to me at least.
It's hunting, I think. Be careful.
If it's hunting, we won't be able to use the radios.
Oh, yeah, that's true.
It stopped hunting.
Really, really angry.
I didn't close the door. Was the door closed when you came out?
Like it was like 48 Fahrenheit.
Yeah, but look at this towel. Like, how do you explain that then?
A ghost event is what that was. Oh my god, my sanity.
That's a long ghost event.
Oh shit.
Gulp. Well, it didn't respond to me on the spirit box, but that doesn't mean it's not going to respond to someone else.
It might, yeah.
It responded to you last time.
Grab some of it.
I have an inkling feeling that it's not where we think it is.
Hmm. You know, for a second there, I wonder what the hell that was. It's the shadows coming through the light.
Wait, Damien, come on in!
I'm coming. I was coming too.
Where are you? Are you here? Are you friendly?
I got a bad feeling about this. I'm not sure if it's here.
Here? That's what I'm kind of thinking. It's not here.
It's warmed up in this hallway. One is 3.
Where are you? Are you here? Are you friendly?
Definitely the coldest in this area.
That could be because it's near the entrance.
It's in a room. It's in a room.
There's over here.
Wait.
13.
Wait, are
It's in a
already
bedroom. Yeah.
The door got closed. It's hunting!
It's in a bedroom.
It's hunting.
I don't know why it would be.
It's probably annoyed because Hitsu's using the mirror.
I don't know what you mean. The mirror's already broke when I saw it. I swear.
If it was hunting, the flashlights would be, well, flashing.
It's only in range now. It's only when you're in range.
Oh. So we are definitely absolutely in the wrong area.
Yes, it is in a room.
I'm glad we let it have time to set up and get angry before we found it.
I got some good news.
Fuck my sanity. Oh, the misery. Here's the sympathy. Da 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 da. Way oh way. Hey. Da 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 da. Oh. The good news is I'm fucking insane. There we go. I took pills! Oh, the door just closed. You guys are fucked. What's this camera angle? This is a very shitty camera angle, but I see lights. Lights, camera, action, right? Someone's dying here tonight. Booty! Look out for yourself! Sup, bitches?
We're all alive.
It's definitely in a deeper room. Just so you know.
Yeah, we're checking the link again.
It's not a bit like Sora singing Enemy? You're a dork. Are you guys in the hallway somewhere?
Yeah.
I feel like it's down here because earlier I saw like an alarm clock chucked to the ground. I was like, that seems a little suspicious.
Damien, stand still for a second.
2. Pretty cold in this room. He just threw something. I got EMF just through this book, I think. 1.
Ooh, butch!
Oh shit, what EMF?
Make a sound on my damn microphone.
I'll just touch the door. Anybody got a camera? Oh, I got
Yes, sir. What? You blocked my view!
Let's go get
It's still
equipment.
I took it. Again. It has to look pretty.
Setup shot.
Make a sound if you dare, pussy. Okay, not the kind of sound, but... Did I just close the door? Yeah, make one of them era sounds. Konnichiwa. Watashi no namae wa out of here des. Oh my fucking nose shot.
Can you guys see me?
Yeah, I see you. I see you all right.
Take a picture. I want to see this.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
I can literally see through the world right now. Holy crap.
Oh my god.
I mean, I told her my name. I was out. That's fucking crazy. As soon as we got out. Allie, please tell me you're alive. Tally, please tell me you're alive. Oh no, Damien, you're stuck here forever. This is haunted grounds for you.
I'm literally stuck here.
Goodbye, Damien. Tell us what the ghost is, alright? We love you, Damien.
Well.
Nope, we can't hear you. You gotta use the radio. Oh my god. If I come back and I die, I swear to god, Damien. Huh? What?
You see where I am now?
Yeah.
Like, I can go this way, and I can walk through this wall here. I'm literally inside the wall.
I feel like it's...
I hope she gets you. I hope she gets you through the wall. I'll res you, don't worry. Heroes never die.
I thought it was a guy.
Oh, I don't know. I forgot his name.
Bro, not gonna lie, I'm feeling both safe and terrified.
I mean, as long as she can touch your body, she can get you.
Wait, you can get revived in this?
Yeah.
If you got Taros, yeah.
Wait, really?
Yeah, it's...
Oh, I was kidding. Oop, I dropped my camera. Don't go.
Wait, you were kidding?
I was kidding. Alright, bye, Damien. Tell us what you see.
Oh, wait, what's that? I'm gonna stream my perspective in this.
Yeah, could you clip the specific moment where I said, "Well, attaching on my out of here, Des," and then it fucking attacked? If possible, I'm not sure if it's possible. If not, I'll have to stream marker it up.
Hang on, I'm streaming my perspective in Discord.
Let's see. Let's see the perspective on Discord.
See what I mean? But let's be real, I'm staying here. I feel safe here.
Hold up. I'm gonna see if I can feel if let me see if I can share his perspective real quick. I want to share his perspective.
See, I don't know if the ghost can get me through inside the walls, but if
That's not it.
I'm going to scream.
I need to pop it out. Stream marker. Change this. There we go. Okay. Okay. It's slowly getting better.
Well, to be fair, I can't get any more locked in. Wait, one sec, I want to check something.
Okay.
I can't
Can I hide this stuff? I want to full screen this. There we go.
So, Damien, I got some bad news for you.
What?
You're gonna have to take the L.
What do you mean?
If you survive, we can't leave.
Why?
Because you can't enter the truck.
Oh, I hate you.
Oh, fuck. You have to die.
Or get unstuck.
Yeah, I marked it. Alright. Marked it, kinda. So we got any evidence yet? Damien, did you find anything while you were stuck in the wall?
Well, I've been waiting for you guys. Let's go.
I got a book and dots.
Hey, it's
Hey.
I can't move anywhere past this because of this door.
How about now? Can you do it now?
No. No, I'm still there.
Oh, you're fucked.
I have a very limited walking space.
You are absolutely fucked.
This is great and terrible.
Oh, she's hunting.
God, I want it to be me. Come on, ghost. End me.
Get Damien! Don't get me! Get Damien! God fucking damn it. God fucking damn it.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I can kind of follow you down the hole, but only for about 10 feet, and then I can't go any further. I'm stuck in a very small space.
Hunt Damien, Ghost! Hunt Damien! What? What? Fucking Ghost.
The thing is, I can hear footsteps, but I have no idea where you guys are, because I can't actually see you.
God damn it. I can't believe I died. I died. I took a picture of the ghost though, at least. Where's this stupid ghost?
Okay, so can you guys hear me? Yeah. Yes. Okay, so I finally used Google to find a page to help me with my stuck in a wall problem, and I found a Reddit thing where someone was like, "Hey, I got stuck in a wall." The only response was, "Help me, step bro, I'm stuck in a wall." So I think I'm dead.
Is that part of a response?
I'm just gonna keep spamming this light switch so I piss off the ghost.
He's pissing me off! I'm the ghost! How the fuck does he live? And I die! What's he doing now? His stuck perspective. I just want to see him die.
Hello, Ghost. Can you hear me?
Damien should totally stand right here at this doorway.
Oh, this is bugging.
Let's find something to throw at him. How dare he! How did I react to that? Bro!
Oh, a bag. Is the one that really takes down your sanity? So that's a yokai?
Let's see.
It is really cold in the whole
I feel like
place.
it's Myling. I feel like it's Myling, maybe.
Maybe it's the Hantu. It's just very cold in the whole place.
Was it freezing?
It went down to 1 degree in there.
Mm.
What is this he's throwing at me? Can't even tell. Oh, it's a truffle bag.
I'm so pissed.
It sounded like it was pretty fast, and
Yeah.
Mylings.
Revenant or Hantu. How Myling's fast?
They can be, yeah. Revenants are fast. Mylings can be fast. Raijus can be fast. Jins
Myling
are
doesn't
fast
say
when
it's fast. It just says it's vocal and then quiet when it's hunting.
I'm out, guys.
You made it out!
Alright, make it back to the truck, man. We might. I think we're
Yo!
gonna get out of here.
Hey. How did that happen?
Okay,
So I ran around.
like I don't know why I'm using the radio. I ran around like a crazy chicken for like 10 minutes. Couldn't figure anything out. Eventually, I found the room where everything was like all bloody. When I tried to go past the bloody room, it was nothing but like a fall texture. There was just no floor when I stepped on it. It put me in one of the rooms, but the ghost was hunting. So I was crouched by the door. I couldn't get out, and I was just mouth shut, flashlight off, in the dark, hoping I didn't die.
Oh, this is
And
good.
I'm the only one who retained some static. Oh no, it went to 0. Never mind. I'm insane.
This, the
Right,
only one,
so was it?
the one that died is Hitsuga. We don't know. We don't have any
Well,
evidence.
there's-
We have no pills. We only have one pill and
We
no
could
sanity.
use this. We could use a smudge, I guess, but I feel like by the time we even get to the room to try to smudge it to keep it at bay, it's gonna hunt again.
Yeah, it's
I've
definitely
I've
not
personally had
Hitsuga.
enough of this building.
Yeah,
I'm
we
willing
could
to,
get.
I'm willing to just guess it.
Yeah, let's go.
There's gotta be a Hantu or Revenant.
I'm about to say, I'm saying Hantu.
I'm guessing a myling. Honestly,
2 Hantus, 2 Mylings.
make your guess.
Make your guess.
I guess that I'm fucking dead, because somehow Damien gets to fucking live in the game, and I don't! Sorry. I will manage my tone.
Alright, shall we go?
Does that mean I've escaped the back rooms, technically?
Yes, you did it. GG.
Woo.
Might be a demon too, but I feel like it's.
Nah.
Axe absolutely played.
Hey!
Hey, I voted Myling. Let's go. I made some money even though I died.
It's kind of karma, though.
How the fuck did you live?
I don't know. Oh, I was so happy when I was so happy when I like fell through the floor and was just like put back in one of the rooms, and then I was so sad when I got to the door and it didn't open. Oh, that's enough out of me. I'm done. I'm going home. I'm
No.
going to bed. I'm gonna go
One more.
in a corner.
One more. I'm tilted. I'm tilted.
That took way longer than I thought it was.
We'll do a small map. One more. I'm tilted.
Let's do a farmhouse.
Yeah, that's farmhouse pretty small. Dude, fall off with the peer pressure.
I literally can't. I have half an hour to be at work.
Just skip work.
Nah.
What is?
All right. You take care, Damien. You go to work. Don't get in trouble. Bye.
Bye.
Good luck with work.
Hecking dork. How the fuck did he live? I'm tilted. I'm so tilted.
He's one of God's favorites.
I was trying to lead the ghost to Damien, and then it went straight for me.
Yeah, because it's chasing you the whole time. It's just gonna switch targets.
Yeah, I was hoping it would switch targets on him.
But why would it? You'd have to do a side of you. It's got you in his sights. He's gonna hone in.
Yeah. Whatever. I'm ready. Wait, Husky. Do you wanna join? For the last one?
Yeah, find some spooky ghosts.
You were laughing the whole time you were dying? Of course you were.
House goes.
Yeah, you go to work though, Damien. Don't be late. Imagine being late and saying that you were late because you're playing Phasmophobia. Sure.
Hunted by a ghost.
All right, hop on it. I think. Do you have Tally on Steam? I'll do like 1 or 2 more depending on the speed. Okay. To be honest, my boss is my brother. What the fuck? Then fuck your brother.
Oh, yeah.
Just come late. Just say you're sick. What's he gonna do? Say you're not?
I'm sick.
Yeah. If Husky's coming, then Tally can invite. Oh. Oh, wait. Hey, yo. Did you do that, Tally?
Yes.
Tally. You just created a masterpiece. Hold up. It needs to be complete.
Oh my gosh.
There we go. Yeah, see you later. See you later, Damien. You take care. Have a wonderful day. Hecking EU nerd. Or you're not EU anymore, but yeah, I'm glad you made it out. Ugh.
I mean, you broke the mirror. It's kind of karma.
I didn't break the mirror intentionally. It just happened. I dropped it, okay?
Oops, it just slipped out of my hands.
The mirrors are very delicate.
Sure you did.
I didn't even see the ghost. The mirror just cracked. It just blew up. All I saw was a bed.
So what you're saying is that you looked at the mirror and it broke? Is it like 7 years of bad luck?
No. Hi, Husky.
What'd you do to the mirror? Smile at it?
Wait, Husky's over here. Hi, Husky.
It's Huskers.
Where's your voice? Oh, God. I got too close. I saw the eyeballs. I love it when games you get like really close to a character. You can see like inside their brain. Doko.
So you got this, Huskers. Remember, you stream like a true dork.
True.
Like
You
this one
stream.
that's standing in front of me.
You stream, Husky.
Love you. Still waiting on Hitsu. Mention that.
Well, I was waiting on Husky to say something. I didn't know. I'm being bullied again. All I do is just get bullied. Everyone bullies me. Detect the presence of a ghost with a motion sensor. And of course, get the ghost to walk through some salt. The name is pending.
The name is
Always pending.
pending.
Wee woo wee woo. Husky, hi.
Bradley. Oh my god. It's Bradley.
Brad Jackson. Bones.
I shall grab a candle. I hate what they did to candles, honestly. They're so boring now.
Huskers, are you saying anything and we just can't hear you, or you just not saying anything? Also, you got the bad flashlight. You want the good sleek one over here. You change.
I'm talking, I think. We don't hear you at all. Your default mic was bugged. I see. Oh, it's snowing outside. Isn't that nice, Bradley Jackson? Or Jackson Bradley? Or whatever the fuck your name is. Where are you? I can't see shit. It's so dark.
Power. I got power. Power's on.
Ever play a game in complete pitch darkness? How about you, Bradley? Wee woo wee woo wee woo. I'm lost. Bradley. Bradley. I have no idea where I'm going. Mr. Jackson? Oh, I see a floating flashlight. Hey, there we go. I should turn my flashlight on. Oh, that's not a flashlight.
I mean, that'll help. Yeah.
Hey, yo, Bradley. You're such a baby. Bradley the babu.
Also, Huskers.
Bradley.
Nooks and crannies like this where you can hide as well.
No. He fixed your mic. Hi. Okay.
Oh, I found some tarot cards.
Oh shit, we're drawing them all.
All of them? Alright. You unedited?
Say less. Where the fuck are the tarot cards? Right here? Say less. I'll draw all of them right now. Alright, Bradley, check this out, fool.
Yeah. If you go to Hangman.
The devil! Oh.
Where is he?
I don't know. Doing something.
Oh, he gets picky.
Oh, he's right here!
We both did at the same time.
Cool. The tower.
Oh, he did an interaction over here. I think.
The tower. The High Priestess.
Oh shit, so if one of us dies.
The Wheel of Fortune. The tower. The moon. The devil. Walk off. The hermit.
Get the Hangman, we're done for.
The sun.
Oh, there's all your sanity back. Is that all of them?
Yeah, that was all of it.
Oh shit.
Did I finish with the sun? Fucking anime character. Let's go. Baby. I did it.
Oh, you found it? Good job.
How fucking lucky. Wow, my sanity is so high now. I lost my sanity like 3 times. That's great.
You lucked out.
I was born to be this. Here, I'll bring that still. I need to bring something. Motion sensor?
Or is it more in the
Did he spawn here? Is that where he spawns? Like, is that where he actually spawns? Or is it because I was drawing cards?
Oh shit.
Yeah, I don't know if it was that or the other.
I did not mean to
He
bring
was
that.
messing with a door that wasn't near there. I don't know which door it was.
Which ones?
Oh, it's negative in the bedroom.
Bet.
It's messing with these doors. It's kind of close, but it wasn't.
Hey, Jackson! You're a baby! A big fucking baby! Where are you? How old are you? How are you?
Yeah.
So it's actually not here at all. Oh!
Is that upstairs?
Yeah. Right here.
Oh.
Ah, it's bright.
Is it upstairs or downstairs? No, it's in the bedroom, I think.
Oh, it's right here. It's right there on my
Oh,
box.
so it is in this room.
Yeah, it's definitely in that room.
Okie dokie.
Just turn off the light.
Bradley!
Alright, this camera on this desk has 2 photos left in.
You're a fucking pussy. I'll go grab more stuff.
We got freezing temps, remember that?
Oh yeah, let me add that. I'm cold. Wee woo.
Wee woo.
Need you because he's touching all the doors.
Bet, I'll grab it.
Yeah.
What else do we need?
Do we have a book?
Salt? We need salt?
Yeah, we do need salt. I'm gonna grab another book. Just to up our chances if it's in writing.
Alright. Are you here? How old are you?
Are you a big baby?
Where are you? Are you here?
Do you like anime? Oh, it did something. We got EMF?
Open doors.
There's orbs.
Oh, orbs.
Ooh, ooh.
Oh, shit. Woo?
Touch this door.
Got it.
Is there any fingerprints?
UV?
Yeah, I have UV right here. I don't see shit.
Check the windows.
Man, this guy washes his hands.
Wait, did you check both sides of the door?
Yeah, we checked.
Oh, there's... Oh, that's a footprint. That's not footprint.
No, he hasn't done anything yet.
So we got orb. Oh. Check in the door. And let me say, there's no more.
Fingerprints is not a clue.
Okay. So... could it possibly be... Could be writing. Could be dots.
Which rules out a haunted if it's not.
Oh, fuck, John Katie. Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails we go out on a date. Ding. Hey, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate that. Oh, you scared the living crap out of me, John. It's John Radia. Hello, Rappy Android, you're back. Hey, buddy, tis a John Radia. Thank you so much for the raid. Having any luck busting them ghosts? Not really. They busting my chops instead. Oh my god, it's so fucking terrifying. Is that like I need to figure out why that's lagging. It should not be lagging. Too little, too Nate. Hello again. How are you guys doing? Thank you so much for the raid. What were you doing? I can't see what you were doing.
I got you.
Oh, thank you, Telly. Somebody clipped my intro stream. I must have. They must have. That's why it's playing. But why is it so laggy?
I don't know. We had to do more testing off stream.
Yeah, it was fine the other days.
We need.
What happens now?
We need 25%. Any bills?
Is it really just the entire intro scene? Pretty good. John's playing Harvester. How was it? How was that?
Shit, look at my sanity. Oh my god.
It's just a big vibe. It is a good intro scene. I remember the day you made the like your style, I guess. It was pretty fucking cool. The fucking bits that count up the thing. I believe it. I'll take your word for it. We've played Devour earlier, and now we're playing Phasmo because I still hate it.
You're a.
Oh! I had to read the very end of that sentence, Cookies, to realize you did not commit a major crime. Okay.
Alright, we gotta get 3 more pictures?
What else do we need?
Yeah,
I have...
put some more salt down.
I'll escape.
Somebody always dies.
But thank you so much for the raid, John. I hope you're having a fantastic night. Thank you again, guys, for coming in with John's raid. We're playing Phasmo. I'm Hitsu. I'm scared as fuck. I'm scared as fuck. I hate this game. But yet here I am playing this game. Classic. Harvester. Most disgusting, depraved, and ridiculous game you've ever seen. I need to look this up before I die in the game. Harvester. Images. Okay, I see corn harvesting. That's not exactly what I was thinking of.
He walked in that one.
I have to enter a valid birthday. Hold up. I was born in 1966. Why not? Oh, this is made in 1996. They're talking over there about booties and butts from the ghost. This game looks crazy. It looks actually really crazy. It looks creepy. Wait, do I recognize this person? Are there recognizable actors in it? I need to try it. You should try it. You should try it. There are some new updates. It is fun.
Got it.
What do we get?
We got all the pictures.
Alright. Fuck you, Bradley Jackson. I dare you to hunt us right now, you fucking pussy.
Bradley Jackson, Bradley Jackson. Bradley Jackson, come on, Bradley. Come
Who
on,
would-
Bradley.
And has a big butt.
Okay.
Stanley pushed the follow.
Oh, jeez.
No one
Samuel.
explained why, but
Thank you,
perhaps he thought something
thank you so much for that follow.
How strange.
Fun fact. Do you guys know
Welcome,
this is the actual voice actor of the narrator in the Stanley Parable game? I reached out to him and he was able to do it for me. I was so happy. Fun fact. Fun fact. Did we get the last evidence? Am I trolling?
You're trolling.
We got it.
It's a
Wait.
gin.
What is it?
A gin.
How?
I'm just kidding.
It's
a-
freeze. Oh, I was about to say, what? I was like, wait a minute. That
freeze
is
and
not right.
temperatures, orbs, and dots.
Oh, and dots. Okay, so it's a hooray. That's so cool, right? Like, it's so cool that he was actually down to do it. It's so awesome. Because it's still in the Stanley voice. It's still pushing buttons, and he's pushing the follow button. I had the idea, and then he was so down for it. He gave me like 5 takes, I think it was. It was really, really cool. I loved it. Hey, yo. But yeah, welcome on in, Sam and Gordon. And thank you again, guys, for coming with the raid. I hope you guys had a lot of fun. My name is Hitsu, and I'm not a dorksu.
He is a dork. You can't
Uh-huh.
be dorks.
Oh my god, you're such a dork. Okay, that was a pretty fast one. I can do another.
I'm down.
But this one might be my last one, depending on how fast it is.
Depends on how fast you ready up this time around.
Okay. I'm ready. Tally, you're the one that's not ready. What do you mean? I zoomed that time. I zoomed. Ugh. You should totally play the updates though, John. There's a lot more ghosts. There's a lot more like cool things that happen. It's a very different game than what it used to be, way back when. It's still very similar in a lot of ways, but it's really, really different as well. If you got a group of friends, it's well worth it. All right, Tally.
Use the restroom. Good luck, don't die.
No promises, Tally. Oop. Ooh, that was a yawn. I want response to everyone. Gloria.
That's a good old. It's a grandma. Gloria Winter.
Gloria. Your cookies taste bad. Yeah. Yeah, you can't make no cookies.
Oh, you've done it this time.
My grandma makes better cookies, Gloria. Her cookies are phenomenal. And she doesn't even make cookies. Wait, what?
Apparently, on this map and the other campsite, there's
Gloria.
slender
So if I piss myself, I know why. Hey, yo, Gloria, are you big or small? That's true. Gloria, do you like music? Take me home to the place. Oh, wait. Is this a Blair Witch reference? Oh, that's kind of cool. Friends? Friends? Friends?
By the cabin.
Oh, okay. Where's the cabin? Oh, I just detected something. At this black tent. Or wait, no. It's on the other side of the tent, I think. Can I walk behind the tent? I think it's on the other side. Na 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 hey na 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 hey da 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 hey da 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 West Virginia Mountain Mama. There you guys are. Okay, I think it's on this side. Or is it over here? My thing went off earlier. Yeah, here.
Oh, okay.
Bam!
Ghosty.
Ah, ah!
I got her picture, I think. Yeah!
What the fuck? Fuck you, Gloria. My cookies are better.
Oh shit, we're going the wrong.
Well, if we survive, we can do a bake-off.
Yeah, I'm cool with that. Just so everyone knows, I've never baked anything in my life.
Don't burn it. That's
Yeah.
the first rule.
You're a dork. I will say, I don't think I've ever burned anything when it comes to cooking. Ever in my life. Yet.
Except that one time with Sophia and her mother.
I didn't burn it, though. That was just spice in the air.
Spice in the air.
I didn't burn it. I still ate it. It was good. It was
Created
just...
a mace bomb in the kitchen, and they were not prepared.
Yeah, I created a mace bomb. That's not burning. Very different.
Causes a lot of burning. F.
Yeah, I forgot.
See you struggling as like F. Yeah, I'm the dork.
Okay. I'm just gonna bring this camera. There we go. It's in a straight line. Ish. Na 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 na. Hey. Na 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 na. Hey. Da 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 da. Yeah. Ba da da da. Ba. West Virginia. Mountain Mama. Take me home. Da, da, da.
Hey, ghost here. You speak. I see.
Yeah, Americans.
Hiya.
Shazam! No, wrong way.
Wanna play football?
What do you even do here?
Wanna play the cooler football? I'm a sports fan.
Are you close? Where are you? How old are you? Can you speak? Is that Cooper alone or
I found the cursed object.
for everyone?
Where?
What's her name, Grace?
I'm asking if I can.
Gloria. Oh.
Gloria. Gloria, we can make you the best soccer player in the world if you just show up.
You want to join my Blue Lock company?
Rule number 1, show up to practice, Gloria. You failed. You died. Where are you? You speak.
We don't
Here.
have drugs, but we have a high quantity of salt.
Are you salt? You need salt.
Hey, just kick the soccer ball! It's doing it! It's doing it!
Keep going, Gloria.
Hey, Gloria.
You're amazing.
It just kicked the soccer. It kicked the soccer ball. It's short. I knew it. I knew it. I knew it. This is the one. I'll train you, Gloria. I take it back. You're not a baby.
Gloria, are you an adult? Are you a baby? Are you
All
a
right.
kid?
Next step in the practice, I need you to juggle the ball.
Can you juggle the ball, Gloria?
You guys playing with the ghosts. That's so cute.
Gloria, we need to know. We need to know where to send you. Spain, Portugal, Brazil.
Hey, wrote something.
Wow.
Oh.
Come on.
Yeah, we got freezing
already.
temps. We already know what it is.
Wait, what?
It's a revenant.
Ooh.
We got ghost orbs, freezing, and ghosts Friday.
I'm sorry. I was just playing ball.
I mean, we can still play ball with it. We haven't even found like the bone, and we haven't found the cursed stuff yet. We don't even have all the pictures.
Get any pictures up in this thing?
Da da na na. Hey. Da 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 da. Hey. Is that a screwdriver? I got it. Oh, it's such a tiny screwdriver. This is so cute. What the fuck?
Hey, don't make fun of it for its size. It's not about the size of the screwdriver.
It's cute. Sally, take a look.
Yes or no, I own several.
Tiny screwdriver? It's so cute.
Great. Like for reaching in tight places, they're great.
Okay, Tally. Ho ho
All
ho.
right.
Ho 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 ho.
Alright. Dude, Hitsu, come on.
Na 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 na. Hey. Da 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 da. Ha. Oh, a pyramid. I can't carry the pyramid? That's lame.
Get swole, you can carry the pyramid.
Teams are not a joke.
So what?
I don't want to even think about pyramids after,
Pyramid schemes? Pyramid schemes are not a joke. I get it now.
Yeah.
Na 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 na. Hey. Na 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 na. Hey. Da 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 da. Hey. Da 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 da. Hey. West Virginia. Oh, I'm sorry.
You got a tune there. Sounded great.
Oh, thank you. I'm really trying to make my debut come true. You guys hear that?
What? Oh shit.
When I throw the ball on the plate, it makes a sound.
I don't hear that.
Really? Here, try.
Oh. It's a plate noise.
Yeah. But when you throw it on the ground, the baseball makes a thud sound on the ground.
Is there a Blair Witch symbol over here?
Yeah, I saw that. I knew it was a Blair Witch reference. Oh.
Oh, you want to pull the pins, Hitsu?
No.
Okay. Bone, where are you?
I pulled the pin.
It's a pull the heart pin, hide.
Is it hunting?
Yes.
It's you push the heart pin in the voodoo doll.
Oh, you found the voodoo doll.
job, Hitsu. You killed her.
I killed.
Oh no!
That is so sad. That is so sad. That is a tragedy. How exit? How exit? I must go to the door. She was in the yellow tent. The heart pin, the first one I threw.
I said push all the pins. I was joking. Take some sanity pills before we die. Leave
That
the
was
voodoo
actually
doll.
nice. Damn, I'm so sane right now.
Yeah. Alright. We'll take a picture of Husky's body.
Okay, I will go smudge.
Murdered all of my friends.
I mean, I'm sure they would have been.
Alright. I vote you stay here and sacrifice yourself.
Okay. I love you, Gloria. I must make it to the door. 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 Oh, God.
Have some salt.
Do we need salt?
Oh, you're not gonna
Do we need
die
salt?
for nothing. Yes, for pictures.
Do we have cameras?
I have a picture camera on me.
Isn't there two?
I don't know where the rest of them are.
I'll check Say's body real quick. Oh, there's one right
That
there.
one's all used up. That's
Oh,
used
never
up,
mind.
this one I had.
They're throwing balls at me.
Well, you killed them.
It's not my fault.
Throw things at you.
It's the voodoo's body fault.
You pushed the heart pin.
That means it loves me. Gloria wanted to be my friend. Whee! I trusted you, Gloria. I trusted you.
Grab salt.
Whoop.
He doesn't know.
Wait! Gloria stole my ball!
Well, you probably deserve it.
Oh! There it is. Nice. Now we can get out of here, because fuck that. Unless there's more.
Hey.
I didn't get UV, no.
Alright, it's alright. It's just...
Cause I thought it was RNG whether or not I brought UV footsteps.
No, every time it steps in salt, it has UV footsteps.
The last time it didn't.
Unless it's a ghost that hovers.
Oh, cute bear. Yoink. This is my bear now, Gloria. Get up there, dude. Oi. Wait, where'd Telly go? He went back in. He's a maniac, maniac on the floor. Do 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 do. I'm a salt man. Salt. Wait, the lights are on. Hola, soy Saltman. I come back to you eating a teddy bear. What the fuck hits you? Well, I killed the other two. I boo. Turns out.
Murdered our friends, Sophia.
Yeah. Hey, you did it. It stepped on it. Or did you step on it?
We can't step on it. Where's the steps?
It's a floaty ghost.
Is it?
I was trying to be nice to Gloria, and Gloria decided to kill two of my friends.
Everything does a float.
Hmm?
It moves fast.
So it is RNG then.
No, you can't be right.
Oh, it did it.
There it is. Alright, now we can go.
Deja vu, out of here. Gloria, my grandma? No, not that Gloria. Honestly, your Gloria makes better cookies than this Gloria. This Gloria is Gloria Winter. Shazam! Shazam! Pushing the button. Boop, boop, boop. Hi, Tally. I'm not a murderer.
Murderer.
It's not my fault that the first pin to go in was the heart. I don't think my Gloria knows how to make cookies. She probably does.
You're a murderer.
Nah, I am not. Yeah, I did not. I am a good egg. I'm a good egg.
And why is the last words heard from our friend Husker's? No. Why was that the last thing I heard, huh?
I don't know, Tally. I do not know.
Murder.
We both went in that tent, and only one of us came out.
I was trying to hide. Actually, to be fair, you went out of the tent and then you died. To be fair.
Oh, I thought I was closing the door.
Oh, I don't know.
Okay, that's
Actually, no. Actually, no. Actually, no. You were actually inside the tent when you died. Never mind. I just remembered. I'm totally not gaslighting you. I don't think my Gloria knows how to make cookies. Oh, no. I already did that. It's not my fault I died. Tally lived.
But at what cost?
Well, I made exactly $200 something. So that was worth it.
Worth?
Alright,
Why did you leave?
Alright.
That's a great
Alright,
question.
we're sacrificing Hitsu next round.
Oh my god.
That's fair.
I think you guys are making a big deal out of my accident for no reason. I just saw... Oh, I have tarot cards. Oh, I can see all the tarot cards I pulled. Or is that all of them already?
It's probably all of you. Well, no, you didn't get to Hangman. Or the Joker.
Okay.
Or there's a couple others you can get.
Yeah, you lucked out. You got this and you got the sun.
Yeah. I lost all my sanity like 3 times, I think. And then he said I got the one thing that put my sanity back up to 100. I sent you something? On Discord? Let me check.
There's a virtual flick for killing your friends.
Love you too, boo.
What if the $200 was actually like mine and Moon's life insurance policy?
Well, that was well worth it.
And
now,
sacrificing Hitsu.
now I'm almost halfway away from my PS5. Woo!
Sorry, Sophia, we're gonna sacrifice your fiance.
I said you something curly? Oh, true. Yeah, your hair is curly. I totally did not notice that. I'm sorry.
Well, We'll send
But that's really curly, actually.
away for you.
How kawaii.
Still waiting on Hitsu.
Do our soot. Oh, fuck.
It's always hit too.
I'm sorry. No! It's this fucking map again! Why is it always this one when it's random? It's always this fucking map when it's random. I noticed something else, dear. Oh my god, it's always this fucking map when it's random. Don't sacrifice me. I'm a good egg. You don't throw away a good egg.
Yeah, but bad dorky egg we gotta toss out.
But I'm not a bad dorky egg. I am not.
We'll see what happens this time. If you get everybody killed, if everybody dies, but
Oh fuck. I need flashlight. His name is Maria Martinez. Or her name is probably Maria Martinez.
Lights out challenge. You got it.
Hey yo, Maria, cook it alive? You cook it alive? What do you mean you cook it alive?
We got stairs this time?
Hey yo, Maria, how you doing? Wait, Husky, can you stand still? I want to try something. Oh, I can't change your... I used to be able to interact with people's thermometers. Can't anymore.
At 6, maybe.
I think they're downstairs.
Say goodbye when you're done. Saying
How old
goodbye
are
is
you?
important.
the heck? I didn't
No,
tell it
five.
goodbye. I was talking to it.
Well, I said goodbye.
What happened?
You made me talk to a Ouija board. How dare you? I'm leaving.
Burning hits at the stake? No! Terrible idea!
Yes, brain hits at the stake.
How many people have pooped in this place? How many people have pooped in this house? 4?
Or there's an actual fucking number. That's ridiculous.
What do you want? Goodbye. Alright, I think it's enough questions.
Can I take the Waluigi board?
Take it for a spin.
Whee! I'm not taking it for a spin. I'm taking it to throw in the truck. I need one.
It's a collectible.
Ding 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 ding
Like
ding.
all the cursed objects.
You gotta say goodbye, right?
Woo. It's like the Conjuring house in the little basement they got going on.
You said bye, right? You told it bye?
Did I?
My sanity is.
I didn't talk to it, so
You said bye to it, right?
I didn't talk to it though. Yeah, she said bye to it though. She said goodbye.
Okay.
I said goodbye.
Good.
Yeah.
Good. Because Badoof did, and we all died.
I don't know what I dropped. All right, there's a downstairs section. It seems like. Did it say where it was?
Yeah.
I tried to. Well, I went to ask it, and
It's hard to do all this crazy shit, so I didn't really get to find out.
But at least we know 4 people have pooped inside this building.
Yeah, we know that for sure. But 4 people have pooped here.
I was one of them. Because I literally shat my pants. My thermometer. Creepy church. Check. I'm so afraid, Sophia.
maybe she's down here. Wait, is it? Wait, actually, I'm sorry. Is it a guy?
It's Maria Martinez.
Okay.
That is their name.
Okay, Maria. Give us a sign, Maria. Where are you?
Marsuinez.
Ooh.
There's an echo. Can you guys hear me when I turn it off and on?
Yeah.
That's so cool. Do you hear the echo though?
Ooh.
Nice. Nice little seat.
Someone definitely got fucked. And like, not the fun way.
Oh, is it this one?
Oh. It's really wet. Mm.
Are you in here, Maria?
Wait, it's in here. Wait, I just got EMF. I did.
Oh, freezing. Are you in here, Maria? Are you in here, Maria? You better talk to me, Maria.
Maria.
Freezing. Maria, you're lame. Or should I call you by your last name? Martinez. Are you in here?
Maria Martinez.
Well, I can't grab it anymore. That static's always gonna be there now. Whoops.
Oh, it's just a door.
Are you outside, Tally? Do you have a UV?
I've got EMF 5.
EMF 5? Nice. It's probably the twins.
Making a pill delivery for a stun. Because your sanity is pretty low.
I dropped my flashlight. How do I keep dropping things?
It's here on the floor.
Oh, thank you. Piece of candy.
Not you. Swear.
Where? Let's see. Okay. We already got 2 pieces, so.
Here, you
It's not
dropped
a
the bag,
shade
Siggy.
because it's doing stuff with all of us here, so I'd say it's not a shade.
Oh, I found more candy.
I'm gonna slap you.
I hear screams. Ooh, scary.
You want the pills?
I'm gonna leave the camera on the bench.
Yeah, the one I took already is out of pictures.
I don't like those noises. I'm outies. Do your batteries have flashlights?
Batteries have flashlights?
Sophia's teasing me for something I once said.
Okay. Oh, for a sec.
What was that? I didn't hear you because we changed areas. What was that?
Wait, do your batteries?
I was confused for a sec.
I was playing a game way back. It's in one of the videos I made. The only spooky video I made. But I see something and I realized that my flashlights have batteries. But instead of saying my flashlights have batteries, I said my batteries have flashlights. Because I was fucking scared.
Alright, let's see. I grabbed the dots. Yeah, let's go.
I guess I have to grab the camera. I will grab the camera. What else do we need, Tally?
I got UV.
I need pills. Wait. She didn't take her pills.
I know she didn't. This is bad.
Oh, I took my pills.
Astronomy, you really need to take pills because you're at 15%.
I'm a photographer. I'm a cameraman. Look at that angle. Look at that angle. Look at it. Ooh. Ooh, work it, Tally.
I don't have a regular flashlight.
Alright, I'll walk in front.
Maybe.
I'm low?
Yes,
Oh,
15%.
You're very low. There's pills on the floor somewhere around there, though.
Okay, I took one.
I'm a cinematographer. Oh, they're fucked. Didn't matter that she took them. You're playing the Conjuring House, I think? It used to be called the Conjuring House.
Wait, where did you go?
Guns down.
That's because you didn't take your pills.
Where'd she go?
She died.
Oh. I didn't think that was an option.
Handprints.
I miss you.
Stealing your flashlight. Oh my god, you.
So it's a gym? Oh my god, I just said it's a fucking gym. It's a gin. It's a gin. I said gym. I'm so fucking stupid. Oh my god. It looks like it's M. It looks like I could easily mistake that for an M.
A min?
Oh, I was trying to hunt. It's just a basic crucifix.
It ain't hunting me. Watashi no namae wa definitely out of here again. Yeah, no, fuck that. I agree. Yeah, sorry. I'm so sorry. I'm out. Not today, baby. Sorry, Maria Martinez. I'm allergic. I forgot what they changed the name of the game to, though. Because it used to be Conjuring House, but then they changed it. And I don't know what it is. They changed it because of the copyright.
It's okay, we'll avenge you. Oh, dang.
We're fucked. Talon is in there, I think. I think Tally's dead. What is that camera angle? Did I do that camera angle? That's a cinematic angle right there. That's like, oh, you died and the camera's stuck in the corner type of angle. Tally's alive. Tally's making it.
He's alive, but the door's locked.
His sanity's at 2%. Alright. Are you okay? Are you live? Are you live? Dr. Grandma killed you. Hey, many things. How are you? Well, I love watching it played. I love this game too. Totally.
That sad little face looking out from the window.
So we can clear the area with smudge sticks. Have we done that yet?
No. Did we get any clues yet?
Did we get all three of them? EMF, fingerprints, and breathing? Oh, many things. You're so precious. You're a wholesome bean. How are you doing tonight? What's going on, many things to life? You know who it is. It's me, your boy. Hitsu. How are you doing, Kat? It's a late night, Hitsu. Yeah, but it's Friday and it's Halloween weekend. So I'm Why am I getting scared of that sound? Porn is scary. I do not condone it. Very scary.
Ready?
Yeah, I'll go. Me salt.
Salt and pictures. Grab it.
Moshimo!
Moshi. Are there no more pills? There's no more pills. I got the smudge.
Maybe I should sit down.
Oh god, so much is happening right now.
Let's flip a coin. Heads I tell you, tails.
Thank you so much, Mesno, for the raid. I appreciate you. How are you doing? In fact, that's a name I don't even really recognize. But hello. What's going on? You're playing Apex. Nani? Ah, you're a friend of Dissinger. That's how you know me. I see. Okay, let's see. Let's see this clip. Oh, it is just laggy. It has to be my stream setup. Is Tally in here already, Husky?
Yeah, I'm right behind you.
Oh, God. Not much just hanging out. Well, thank you so much for the raid. How was Apex? You get any dubs? Any chicken dinners? I love that I marked the room with the static. That's fantastic. You got first. Replaying with Dissinger. I started my season. I quit. Well, she can stay in there.
Onwards unto death. Never mind. Run.
Oh, fuck. Husky, if you die, it's your fault. Are we good? Be smudged! Be smudged! Be smudged! Fuck you! It's a long ass clip. Yeah, it seemed like it. And I was on Gotham Knights today. Dissinger used to be my. Oh, he's your roommate. Oh, also Spoopy Hospital. It's a asylum, I think. Yeah, it is actual asylum. Oh my god, I fucking hate this game. Nope.
Don't show us anything.
Yai are not dying. Yai are living. But thank you so much for the raid, Mesno. I hope you're having a good night. Thank you for raiding me. You just started your season. You went to Gold 1. Nice. Cool. Cat, let me catch up something. What? Yes? Sorry. So sorry. I'm not dying today.
I'm still gonna sacrifice you, so stay here.
What? No!
Yeah, sacrifice you. Yes.
No!
Friends.
No!
We all agreed. Even Sophia agreed.
No, Sophia. Don't condone this behavior.
She wants you to burn, actually. She said burn you at a stake or something like that. So. Just lay on the
Fuck, man. I'm sorry. I fucking hate horror games. I fucking hate horror games. Phasma changed a lot since I last failed to win it. What do you mean, Kat? Wait, what? What am I condoning? Sacrificing me!
Sanity's at 0, Talon.
I know. It goes off of average now, so.
Boop.
Yeah. Alright, well. We got everything. Full board. All the objectives.
No! No oohing. Can't believe it called it Jin. You guys see it though, right? Like it looks like an M if you glance over it. Like a fat kind of M. I was very confused. Oh no. It's today your brother's birthday. I gotta say hello if that's the case. Or happy birthday if that's the case. Ara. That's such a dorky sound. But is it today? If that's the case, I'm gonna do it live on twitch.tv/HitsugaXII.
It's such a dorky sound. You gotta be the king of the dorks to add that to your stream.
I don't know what you mean.
Oh, yeah, king of the dorks.
Well, this is for your brother. Hello. Today is your 30th birthday, and it looks like you're gonna get celebrated in a very fun, casual way. So have a fantastic day, and big headbang vibes. How do you say happy birthday in Norwegian? Torque? I'm not the Torque. No.
You guys avenged me though.
Yes, we got everything. Got to let him a dog in. So silly. I keep forgetting. I forgot that you guys use that for like literally everything, including happy holiday and all that fun jazz. Okay. I think that might have been my last one.
Yeah.
It's late.
No, we
It's
gotta
late.
sacrifice you.
No, I refuse to play until I get sacrificed.
Wait, we can
we gotta-
spawn the little ghost, put him in the middle.
No.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Yep. Sacrifice.
Sacrifice.
Oh. Buy an item in the store? I haven't bought shit. Kill the king. Long live.
It's lyrics from
I will soon create A trapezoid.
I think it's a Megadeth song. I can't remember. It's not trapezoid.
You're right.
Did you even
It's
take
not.
math?
It can be. If I just.
It's horrible.
I'm quite limited in my own actions.
Cinema Fire. Wait, what?
You clip that message yourself. I don't know how to do it on phone. Hi, I will. I'll do it right after stream.
Yeah, but it's not connected, so it don't count.
Yes, it is.
No, it's not.
The glows are.
No, the tip of the bottom green one is not touching the orange one.
Client side issues.
It has to count for everyone.
Take
Or
this
no
into
one.
the afterlife. It's a.
Afterlight.
Oh wait, what is it doing? That's so cool.
It's weird on phone. You basically have to stop watching the stream to clip it.
Yeah, clipping on phone is very jank. But I'll clip it and I'll send it to him.
Anything Twitch is jank on the phone.
Even the subs.
Even the
'Cause you have
sound
to.
effects.
Alright, I gotta do this. But I think that's my last one though. I'm tired. I need to get sleep. Why do these get me? Like I don't fucking get it. They're memes and they're making me jump. Anyway, thank you for playing with me, guys. I love y'all. You guys are dorks.
Thanks for killing my friends.
Anytime, Tally. Don't worry about it.
I will say, I'm not looking forward to Devour again.
Yeah, Devour is a fucking awful game. I hate it. Doo-doo-doo. That specific spider map in particular, absolutely fucking hate it. That pissed me off in all the, I guess, right ways. Because how do they combine evil Asian ghost lady with giant spiders? Where's the logic?
I'm gonna put some dirt in your eye.
Yeah, I kind of want to put some dirt in her eye.
I feel like that's like. I feel like there's a Japanese myth about that or something.
There definitely is. There definitely is. And you know what? Fuck that myth, because that's a terrible idea. Anywho.
Or is it?
Anyway, I'll see you guys later. I'm not sure. Technically tomorrow is our movie night days, but I'm not sure if oh. Do we want to do we even know what movies to watch?
Mandela Catalog?
Huh?
Mandela
Halloween
Catalog.
movies.
We could do that. We could do a little bit of that.
That's, I think, over an hour, technically, if you watch all of it.
Yeah, we could do that. And then I don't know. We'll figure it out if you want to do one or not. I don't have no idea what movies it would be though. That's the thing.
Well,
The Grudge.
How about no? Even though Sophia apparently thinks The Grudge is funny.
Is there a Slenderman movie?
There is.
Yeah.
It's probably awful.
Hey,
It's really bad. It's really bad.
Hey.
Hecking dork.
It's not scary at all. It's just super cringe.
Okay. But we'll see. I was thinking maybe we can watch, like, if we do watch something since it's almost Halloween, like really scary movies, like, or well done horror movies, even if they're like already done.
On Halloween.
Fuck Halloween.
And Nightmare Before Christmas.
Fuck that too. Even if it's adorable.
Hey, and there's a new Hocus Pocus in there.
I was thinking like
It's okay. It's not bad.
it's a new Hocus Pocus.
Yeah.
Hey, bowling ball.
Can't stack it like I can, Husky.
John is kind of violent.
I was thinking like we could do Conjuring as well because there's one of the Conjuring movies I actually haven't seen yet that I kind of want to. Yeah. I during the 2 years where I kind of went poof, I was not watching movies. I wasn't playing any games, and apparently they came out with a movie. So I kinda want to watch it. I didn't realize they had one.
I know some lore from The Conjuring. Like the book.
There's a book?
Yes. There's a
Apparently, it
book of The
came out
Conjuring.
recently. I think that they lied about everything.
No, but
Oh well, I mean it's in movies, so.
yeah.
No, I mean like the real story.
Oh,
Oh.
the book is a lie.
Like that the two people. What was it like?
The Warren group. They actually lied. It was just Cat the whole time.
Yeah, that's what. Like the whole time they were lying. It was like,
I mean, I'm not surprised if they did, to be honest. Their stories are kind of extreme.
you got Annabelle.
Speaking of extreme, there's a book about The Conjuring, like the whole account of everything that happened. And the directors, they gave the book to the directors, and they're like, we can't put any of this in the movie. This is too much for movies. Like, it's like
wow.
too violent and horrible to be put in a movie, so they had to make up most of it because they couldn't put the real stuff in the movie.
Bullshit. Regardless, I'd be down to watch that if whatever. I'm gonna need to figure out if there actually is a movie or if I'm just trolling. I think there's a new one though that came out.
But that's like
Oh, The Devil Inside of Me or something like that. I think that's what it was.
That's like fourth-hand accounts of it, so.
I mean, yeah.
It may not be true.
In any case, it's good entertainment.
Yeah. Cool stuff.
But yeah, I'm gonna head out. I'll see you guys later. I'm tired. My eyes are getting heavy now.
Yeah, same.
Night, right. Guys. Oyasumi. Yeah. Take care. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Oh, they were saying bye and I cut them off. I cut so many people off today. I feel bad. Anywho, let's see. Just chatting. Hello, my friends. Let's me find someone to raid. And I'll play some music today. What's a good song? Rick Teague, Burn at the Stake? What does that mean? Oi! What am I gonna do? I just Rick Teague? What does that mean? Riot? Riot? That's not cool. Don't riot me. Don't riot me. I am fantastic. Bum 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 bum. Da da do 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 do. Rick Teague means correct in Norwegian. Autocorrect. Ah, I see. That makes sense. Who's streaming on Overwatch or not Overwatch on Twitch? That one I raid. Someone's playing Resident Evil 5. Pseudo, he's pretty cool. Overwatch 2. Queen is playing Janitor Bleeds. I think I kind of saw that. League of Legends, Overwatch 2, Resident Evil. My eyes giving up on me. I'm only sleeping. 2 people are playing I'm only sleeping. What's I'm only sleeping? Sorry, the music's just very creepy. It's a bit hype as well for a creepy song. I'm only sleeping. Oh, they're on a BRB. I want to see what the game looks like. How about Karu-chan? Kairu-chan. My eyes. Are they both? Oh, are they playing together? Are they doing a collab stream? I didn't know they knew each other. Never mind. They're both on a break. I'm gonna raid someone else though. So I don't know what that is. I'm gonna raid Hitsuga, a VTuber playing Resident Evil 5. Thank you everyone for hanging out with me. Devour was a lot of fun. Fuck the ghost lady. I hate her. But overall I had a really good time. It's late for me, so I need to go get some sleep. Movie night potentially tomorrow. I just got to figure out the movies if we're doing an actual movie night. And yeah. Also, I think Monday I'll be doing spooky games, of course, because it's Halloween. Maybe we can do something on Sunday together, but I'm not sure how my Sunday schedule is looking out right now. But Monday for sure we'll play something scary, and then on next Wednesday I play Phasmo with Clock and his friends. I'm not sure who exactly. I forgot already, which is kind of bad of me. But Clock and his friends. Yeah. Post pictures of your doggos in the Discord. I love you guys. Now, if you want to come raid with me real quick, please do. I'll see you guys there. Arrivederci, nerds. I'm just hitting raid. Bye.